Hello, my brochachos. That's right. A different hilarious name today. Settle in, because this one drifts a little deeper than it first sounds. Tonight we step into the minds of the ancient Greeks, where gods weren't distant or perfect but present, unpredictable, and woven into everyday life. These weren't just stories told for entertainment, but ways people understood storms, luck, love, and the strange patterns of the world around them. You all have been asking for more mythology with a grounded human feel, especially stories that go beyond the surface versions. So before we begin, to anyone new drifting in, if this kind of slow, thoughtful storytelling helps you unwind, feel free to follow along, share it with someone who might need it, and leave a like. It really helps keep these stories going. Now dim the lights, get comfortable under your blanket, and if you're still awake long enough, let me know how you're doing down below in the comments before you snooze. Alright, let's ease into it. Before there were goddesses that transformed people into spiders because they were better weavers, or gods that threw lightning bolts, there was just chaos. Not the kind of chaos you get when your internet goes down during a crucial video call, but real primordial emptiness. You can see why the ancient Greeks simply shrugged and referred to it as chaos, if you try to explain what existed before existence itself. The first beings appeared from this cosmic soup of nothingness. Eros, the force of attraction that would later cause more trouble than a dating app algorithm gone awry. Tartarus, the deepest, darkest pit you can imagine. Think of your basement, but infinitely worse, and with more screaming. And Gaia, who was essentially Mother Earth before environmental awareness was fashionable. Being the productive type, Gaia decided that life was boring on its own and made the sky. Uranus. In ancient Greece, family trees resembled family wreaths, and everything was connected in awkward ways. You might think that having your mother create your husband sounds like the start of serious therapy sessions. The fact that Uranus and Gaia had children together should have been the first clue that something was amiss in the family dynamic. Among their descendants were the Titans, giant creatures that were essentially the first draft of godhood, strong, unkillable, and devoid of all sense of proportion or self-control. Consider them gods who have never been trained in customer service. Cronus, who would have been a perfect fit at any corporate takeover, was one of these titans. After observing his father, Uranus, Cronus concluded that committing patricide was a great way to advance his career. Cronus castrated his father and tossed the parts into the sea, using a scythe that his supportive mother Gaia had given him. The fact that this act gave birth to the goddess of love, Aphrodite, tells you all you need to know about the Greeks' perception of romance. Lovely, but with a history you probably don't want to delve too deeply into. Since Uranus was no longer involved, Cronus assumed control of the universe, wed his sister Rhea, again the dynamics of ancient Greek families were complex, and began what ought to have been a peaceful reign. But Cronus had heard a prophecy that, like his father, he would be overthrown by one of his children. Being a pragmatic person, Cronus came up with the straightforward idea of eating each newborn right away. At this point, the narrative takes a turn that makes even the most dysfunctional holiday dinners seem like fun. As Rhea watched Cronus gobble up their first 5 children like some kind of immortal baby-eating monster, she was understandably upset about her husband's unusual approach to childcare. Rhea had finally had enough of this particular parenting approach when Zeus, their 6th child, was born. Rhea wrapped a stone in swaddling cloths and offered it to Cronus instead of baby Zeus, who was presumably too eager or too naive to notice the difference. Rhea spirited the real Zeus away to be raised in secret by goats and nymphs on the island of Crete, which explains much about Zeus's later personality, while Cronus swallowed the rock with his usual zeal. Imagine Zeus as a teenager growing up on a Mediterranean island surrounded by goats, discovering that he was destined to defeat his cannibalistic father and free his siblings from their unusual prison. This type of origin story would make superhero comics seem uninteresting, and it certainly clarified why Zeus never acquired what one could refer to as typical social skills. With the help of Metis, a titaness whose name means cunning intelligence, and who would go on to become Zeus's first wife, Zeus returned to confront Cronus after he had reached adulthood. Cronus became so sick from the emetic that Metis made him throw up Zeus's 5 siblings in the opposite order that they were consumed. Just think of how awkward it would be to be reintroduced to siblings who had lived their entire lives in their father's stomach. Poseidon, the god of the seas, who had apparently developed a permanent case of motion sickness from his time in Cronus' stomach. Hades, the underworld's destined ruler, who was already displaying signs of preferring solitude to family gatherings. Hera, who would become Zeus's wife and regret it for all eternity. Demeter, the future goddess of agriculture, and the only one who appeared to have come out of the experience with any sense of nurturing. And Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, who looked at her family and decided that staying by the fire was far more important than participating in their drama. The Titanomachy, a 10-year war between the Titans and the Olympians, followed, making contemporary conflicts seem like parking lot quarrels. Prometheus, who was reportedly the only Titan with anything approaching foresight, literally what his name meant, and other Titans who were fed up with Cronus' management style formed an alliance with Zeus and his siblings. Natural disasters would seem like minor annoyances compared to the devastation caused by the war that raged across the earth and heavens. Oceans boiled, mountains were flung like softballs, and reality itself was strained to its limit. Zeus learned that he had inherited the ability to control lightning and thunder, which made him extremely effective in combat, but for the rest of eternity, utterly awful at having conversations indoors. The Cyclopes were eventually released from Tartarus, where Cronus had imprisoned them due to their differences by Zeus. As a token of appreciation, these one-eyed smiths created Hades' helmet of invisibility, Poseidon's trident, and Zeus's well-known thunderbolts. It was like getting the ultimate package of divine weapons, with eternal warranties. Zeus' release of the 100-handed ones being so strong and terrifying that even Cronus had been terrified of them, marked a turning point. The Titans were ultimately vanquished by the Olympians with the help of these allies, and they were banished to Tartarus, where they would live forever thinking about the consequences of choosing the wrong side in a family conflict. The three brother gods split the universe like partners dividing a business after winning the battle. With all the wisdom and self-control of a child who had never learned to share toys, Zeus took the sky and assumed the role of king of the gods. Because the seas were large, strong, and prone to abrupt, violent storms, Poseidon claimed them, which was a perfect fit for his temperament. Although his brothers initially believed they had gotten a better deal, Hades would demonstrate that he was arguably the most powerful of the three because he controlled both death and wealth. Hades drew the underworld. Zeus and his siblings needed a headquarters worthy of their newfound position as universe rulers after they defeated their father and won the cosmic lottery. They picked Mount Olympus, Greece's highest peak, in part because of the breathtaking views and in part because it was close enough to humans to meddle in human affairs whenever they felt bored, but far enough away to preserve a sense of mystery. With its golden palaces, ambrosia gardens, and overall sense of divine superiority, Mount Olympus developed into the first gated community in the ancient world. While the other gods set up their own realms within this celestial neighbourhood, Zeus hired the Cyclopes to construct him a throne room that would make any earthly palace appear like a garden shed. A family tree that would make any genealogist question their sanity was represented by the 12 Olympian gods who would govern from this mountain paradise. Zeus had never met a divine being he didn't want to have children with, regardless of whether he was married to someone else at the time, so the pantheon grew to include some of his children in addition to the original 6 siblings. Zeus and the Titaness Leto had twin children, Apollo and Artemis, who introduced hunting, archery, poetry and music to the divine family. Apollo was the first triple threat performer in the ancient world, becoming the god of the sun, music and prophecy. As the goddess of the hunt and the moon, Artemis made the decision to remain eternally virgin, so she avoided her relatives' drama by spending most family get-togethers in the woods. After Zeus swallowed her pregnant mother, Metis, to stop a prophecy that his children would overthrow him, Athena grew fully from his head, armed and prepared for battle. Everyone seemed to be unaware of the irony that Zeus was now adopting his father's child-eating tactic, albeit in a different way. Being born from your father's skull after he ate your mother did not prevent you from becoming one of the most revered gods, as Athena went on to become a goddess of wisdom and war. After Cronus castrated Uranus, Aphrodite emerged from the sea foam, bringing beauty and love to Olympus, and more relationship drama than a soap opera during the day. She had a knack for making everyone fall in love with the wrong people at the worst possible times, so her very presence ensured that no divine gathering would be peaceful. Zeus's son with Hera, Ares, became a god of war, but not the kind of war that Athena stood for, one that was strategic and noble. Ares, who is basically the divine counterpart of that relative who turns every family barbecue into a political argument, was more interested in the violent, bloody and chaotic aspects of combat. It says something about his character that even his own parents didn't like him. Depending on your preferred version of the story, Hephaestus, the god of fire and metalworking, was either Hera's son by himself or another child of Zeus and Hera. Hera threw him off Mount Olympus in shame because he was so ugly and had a serious disability from birth. After surviving the fall and learning from sea nymphs how to make things, Hephaestus returned to Olympus as the main maker of impossible things for the gods. His forge evolved into the heavenly equivalent of a posh custom shop, crafting everything from Achilles' armour to Zeus' thunderbolts. Anybody who had ever dealt with ancient commerce would understand why Hermes, Zeus's son with the nymph Maia, became the messenger god, the underworld's guide, and the patron of travellers, merchants, and thieves. Hermes served as the god's translator and diplomat as well, which was extremely helpful in a household where poor communication frequently resulted in plagues, wars, and the transformation of humans into different plants and animals. Because she was primarily concerned with providing food for mortals rather than becoming embroiled in the power struggles and romantic entanglements that consumed her siblings, Demeter, the goddess of agriculture and the harvest, remained one of the more stable figures in the pantheon. Later, when her daughter Persephone became the focus of the first kidnapping scandal in the underworld, her major drama would unfold. You would think that the Olympians would have spent their time as sage, kind lords of the universe after they had taken up residence in their new digs and established their various divine portfolios. Rather, they acted like a very strong hybrid of middle management and reality TV stars, complete with the petty, envious and bad decision-making traits that go along with that. With his views on marriage, loyalty and leadership, Zeus, the king of the gods, established the standard for the entire pantheon. Zeus pursued romantic relationships with gods, nymphs and mortals with the zeal of someone collecting rare stamps, treating monogamy as more of a suggestion than a commitment, even though he was married to Hera. His inventive methods of courtship involved changing into different animals, natural phenomena, and inanimate objects. Anything it took to get past his target's common sense or his wife's prying eyes. For her part, Hera handled her husband's adultery with the forbearance of someone who had long since given up on a traditional marriage and determined that retaliation was more fulfilling than forgiveness. Zeus did control lightning after all, so Hera usually vented her resentment on Zeus's lovers and their offspring rather than directly facing Zeus. With its imaginative tortures, impossible tasks and transformations that would make contemporary horror films seem mild, her persecution of Zeus's conquests became so methodical that it resembled a small industry. The marriage of the couple turned into an example of how to fail at managing relationship issues. When Zeus had an affair, Hera would discover it and punish everyone but Zeus. Zeus would then get upset about Hera's meddling, and the ensuing marital conflict would materialize as natural disasters that would make life miserable for everyone on the planet. Frequently, earthquakes, floods, droughts, and plagues were merely unintended consequences of the divine couple resolving their problems. Meanwhile, Poseidon, who governed the seas, approached marriage with the same temperament that his brother did, because Poseidon was notorious for taking personal offence at small slights and expressing his wrath through storms that could sink entire fleets, sea monsters, and tsunamis. Sailors learned to make offerings before every voyage, not because they were deeply religious. He was the type of god who would destroy your ship because he didn't like the way you treated him, and then accuse you of not treating him with the respect he deserved. With less shape-shifting and more involuntary conversion of his romantic interests into various sea creatures, the sea god's love life was nearly as complicated as Zeus's. Poseidon reportedly thought that the ideal way to remember a love affair was to transform his ex-lover into a species of fish, or a coral reef, resulting in a Mediterranean teeming with aquatic creatures with deeply personal histories. As the lord of the underworld, Hades gained a reputation for being the most practical of the three brothers, presumably due to the fact that handling the dead called for more administrative expertise than artistic flair. With appropriate admissions procedures, classification schemes for various soul types, and explicit protocols for exceptional situations, the underworld functioned like a well-run bureaucracy. Hades avoided most of his family's drama and concentrated on the pragmatics of divine rule because he seldom left his domain. Even though they were twins, Apollo and Artemis had quite different approaches to their divine duties. With the zeal of a performer who never encountered an audience he didn't wish to dazzle, Apollo embraced his role as the god of poetry, music, and the sun. He inspired poets, created music contests, and moved the sun across the sky every day with the punctuality of someone who knew that crops and plants relied on him. On the other hand, Artemis approached her responsibilities as the moon and hunt goddess with the gravity of a wildlife preserve manager. She kept a pack of hunting hounds that could follow anyone over any terrain, demanded complete chastity from her followers, and dealt swiftly and often fatally with those who disobeyed her. A successful hunt followed by an evening with her nymphs, away from the complexities of Olympic family dynamics, was her idea of a good time. With the methodical accuracy of a military strategist and the intellectual curiosity of a scholar, Athena approached her dual roles as goddess of wisdom and warfare. After defeating Poseidon in a competition to determine who could give the city the most useful gift, she was made the patron goddess of Athens. Athena offered an olive tree, while Poseidon offered a saltwater spring. By selecting the tree, the Athenians showed that even in antiquity, people valued sustainable agriculture over ostentatious but unworkable gestures. Examining Aphrodite's distinct role in divine chaos is essential to any discussion of Olympic dysfunction. Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty and love, had the ability to make anyone fall in love with anyone else, regardless of their existing relationships, tastes, or common sense. With all the restraint of someone who had been granted access to a nuclear reactor and told it was a new type of nightlight, she used this ability. Aphrodite's own romantic life served as an example of the difficulties her realm could bring about. She had an egregious affair with Ares, the god of war, even though she was married to Hephaestus, the most loving and loyal of the gods. The Greeks were fascinated by the cosmic irony that resulted from the relationship between the god of war and the goddess of love. It seemed that the two were more closely related than anyone wanted to acknowledge. One of Olympus's biggest scandals arose from their affair when Hephaestus, believing his wife was cheating, created an impenetrable invisible web. After putting it over his marital bed, he declared that he would be gone for a few days. Believing they had privacy, Aphrodite and Ares were caught in the act when the net ensnared them in a precarious situation. The other gods were then invited by Hephaestus to observe his wife's disloyalty. The goddesses remained at home in embarrassment, while the male gods came to gaze and chuckle. The entire incident showed that even divine beings could suffer public humiliation, comparable to that of contemporary social media scandals. Greek mythology's most well-known tales are the result of Aphrodite meddling in mortal affairs. Aphrodite bribed Paris of Troy with the love of Helen, who was already married to Menelaus of Sparta, starting the Trojan War, which claimed thousands of lives and destroyed one of the greatest cities in antiquity. Paris's choice of Aphrodite's offer over Hera and Athena's alternatives set off a series of events that would change the ancient world and inspire epic poetry for centuries to come. Additionally, the goddess was skilled at fabricating improbable romantic scenarios. She caused King Minos of Crete's wife, Pasiphae, to fall in love with a bull, which resulted in the creation of the Minotaur and the requirement for a complex labyrinth to keep the beast in check. She made Myrrha fall in love with her own father, which led to a family scandal that even the gods found awkward and the birth of Adonis. She inspired the sculptor Pygmalion to fall in love with his own statue, but in that instance she felt sorry for him and made the statue come to life as Galatea. Aphrodite's approach to her divine duties was exemplified by these interventions. She felt that love was the most potent force in the universe and that everyone should experience it, regardless of whether they desired it, were prepared for it, or could bear its consequences. Her gift of love was like getting a wild animal as a pet, beautiful, thrilling, and able to ruin your entire life if you don't treat it with the respect it deserves. Aphrodite's meddling in their affairs taught the other gods to be cautious. She was not above using her power to settle scores or further her own agenda, and she could make them fall in love with mortals, with each other, or with totally inappropriate targets. The last thing Zeus needed was for Hera to have divine help complicate his already complex love life, so even he was cautious not to offend his daughter too much. Despite his own difficult relationship with fidelity, Hermes approached godhood like someone attempting to construct the perfect resume, whereas his fellow Olympians focused on specific facets of divine responsibility. Despite having more job titles than a contemporary startup CEO, Hermes was able to excel at all of them. Messenger of the gods, guide to the underworld, patron of merchants, protector of travellers, and divine sponsor of thieves, Hermes' adaptability resulted from both necessity and his personality. Being Zeus's youngest son, he had to establish his own place in a pantheon, where his older, more established relatives had already claimed all the evident divine portfolios. Being the god you called when you needed something done fast, quietly, or creatively was his answer to becoming indispensable to everyone, both divine and mortal. His position as a divine messenger demanded diplomatic abilities that would stump experts in contemporary international relations. Hermes frequently mediated truces in wars where both sides viewed compromise as a sign of weakness. delivered news that would have made recipients want to shoot the messenger, except that he was immortal and incredibly swift, and carried messages between gods who were actively attempting to kill one another. Escorting souls to the underworld was another of the messenger god's responsibilities. This task called for a special blend of efficiency and empathy. Without becoming overly invested in each person's unique story, Hermes had to assist recently deceased mortals in comprehending their predicament, navigating the formalities of death, and transporting them to their ultimate destinations. With a path that extended from Earth to the lowest reaches of Hades, it was similar to being a cosmic social worker. Hermes recognised that larceny and commerce were frequently separated by little more than legal nuances and clever marketing, which is why he supported both thieves and merchants. The skills necessary for ancient trade, such as the ability to quickly determine value, negotiate under pressure, and occasionally make quick exits when deals went wrong, were very similar to those needed for theft. Though he favoured his protégé to concentrate on the former whenever feasible, Hermes recognised the entrepreneurial spirit inherent in both legal business and creative theft. Since travel was risky, uncertain, and necessary for survival in those days, he was one of the most widely worshipped gods in antiquity for protecting travellers. Prayers to Hermes could mean the difference between arriving at your destination and becoming a cautionary tale for future travellers. His symbols also indicated safe lodging and trusted merchants. Hermes' roadside shrines marked safe places to rest. The god's creativity went beyond his work obligations to include his hobbies. After transforming a tortoiseshell into a musical instrument, Hermes created the lyre and gave it to Apollo in return for being acknowledged as the divine patron of animal husbandry. In addition to creating the first alphabet and the panpipes, he also set the rules for athletic competitions. Like someone who viewed immortality as a chance to become an expert in every possible skill and pastime, his creative energy seemed limitless. Because of his many roles that kept him busy and on the road, as well as the fact that he had mastered the art of remaining impartial in family disputes, Hermes' relationship with his family was noticeably more harmonious than most Olympic relationships. In general, he was the family member who could be relied upon not to exacerbate already existing issues, mediated compromises that allowed everyone to save face, and conveyed messages between warring relatives without taking sides. Perhaps because he was too busy to become deeply involved in the kind of dramatic relationships that took up so much of his family's time, his romantic life was surprisingly simple in comparison to theirs. Although Hermes had relationships and affairs, they were usually short-lived, pleasant, and devoid of the curses, metamorphoses, and natural catastrophes that marked other divine romances. Demeter was arguably the most useful and necessary of all the Olympic gods. She governed whether people ate or starved, whether crops thrived or failed, and whether civilization survived or fell apart due to famine as the goddess of agriculture, the harvest, and the fertility of the earth. She was one of the more steady and dependable members of the pantheon because of her work, which required patience, attention to detail, and a thorough understanding of natural cycles. Demeter took her heavenly responsibilities seriously, as if she knew that her actions had a direct impact on millions of lives. With the commitment of a scientist and the power of someone who could personally modify these variables when needed, she kept an eye on plant diseases, weather patterns, and soil conditions. Because Demeter's mood could affect whether their families survived the winter, farmers learned to keep an eye out for indications of her favour or disapproval. In contrast to some of her relatives, who appeared to see humans mainly as amusement, she had a generally positive relationship with mortals. Demeter established the religious festivals that enabled communities to commemorate bountiful harvests while preparing for the upcoming lean months, taught agriculture to early civilizations, and imparted the knowledge of bread making and food preservation. She was the type of goddess who genuinely wished for her followers to succeed and was prepared to put in the effort necessary to achieve that goal. The trauma of losing her daughter Persephone was exacerbated by this pragmatic, caring approach. The story started when Hades decided he needed a wife because he was lonely in his underworld kingdom and sick of ruling over the dead alone. Hades simply abducted Persephone as she was gathering flowers in a meadow and dragged her down to his realm through a fissure in the ground, bypassing the intricate courtship rites that other gods had to go through. When her daughter vanished, Demeter's response was prompt and decisive. She neglected the crops, the seasons, and the whole natural cycle that kept the world running as she turned her back on her divine duties and started looking for Persephone on the earth. Fruit trees withered, fields went arid, and the planet entered what was effectively the first nuclear winter. Only this time, A grieving mother with supernatural abilities was to blame rather than atomic fallout. The goddess followed every rumour and possibility as she searched the known world and beyond. While living among mortals and disguising herself as an elderly woman, she witnessed their cruelty and kindness firsthand and never gave up on finding her daughter. Nothing could grow while Demeter was in mourning because her grief was so deep that it impacted the very nature of fertility and growth. The other gods realised they were facing a crisis when famine swept the planet and mortals started to perish from starvation. Empty temples do not produce the awe and adoration that gods need for their mental health, and dead worshippers do not offer sacrifices. When it became evident that Demeter's labour strike would bring civilization to an end unless something was done, Zeus, who had previously ignored the issue in the hopes that it would end on its own, was compelled to step in. A delicate diplomatic issue confronted the king of the gods. Since the underworld was Hades' sovereign territory, and forcing him to give up his bride would set a precedent that might restrict Zeus's own romantic adventures, he couldn't just order Hades to return Persephone, since Demeter had justifiable complaints, and the other gods were beginning to feel sorry for her. He was unable to order her to return to her duties. He required a solution that would save face for all parties, while also satisfying everyone. Zeus dispatched Hermes to bargain with Hades, proposing to acknowledge the union in return for Persephone's liberty to visit her mother. Hades consented, but only on the proviso that anyone who ate in the realm of the dead would inevitably return there because Persephone had eaten pomegranate seeds while in the underworld. The compromise reached during the negotiations gave everyone a sense of partial success, but did not fully satisfy anyone. Every year, Persephone would spend some time with her mother on Earth, and some time with her husband in the underworld. Only when her daughter was present would Demeter return to her duties. The arrangement established the seasons, autumn and winter when Persephone returned to Hades and Demeter's sorrow put the world to rest, and spring and summer when Persephone returned to Earth and Demeter's happiness caused everything to bloom. Because of her exceptional blend of military skill and intellectual prowess, Athena stood out among the 12 Olympians. As a goddess of war and wisdom, she stood for the deliberate, calculated approach to fighting, as opposed to the violent mayhem that defined her half-brother Ares' realm. Athena stood for the strategy, tactics, and strategic application of force that could win conflicts with the fewest possible casualties, while Ares symbolized the heedless rage and bloodlust of combat. Her peculiar birth, emerging fully developed and armed from Zeus's head after he ingested her pregnant mother, represented the kind of instantaneous, comprehensive knowledge that defined her method of problem-solving. In contrast to other gods who acquired knowledge through experience or gradually improved their skills, Athena came into being fully in control of her realms and aware of the ways in which war and wisdom could work in tandem. Athena's wisdom was useful, actionable intelligence that could be used to solve actual issues, not the abstract philosophical kind that is discussed in academic settings. By teaching mortals how to make better tools, stronger buildings, and innovations that enhance their daily lives, she rose to become the patroness of craftsmanship, architecture, and technology. Her contributions to humanity were practical abilities that enabled civilization rather than impersonal ideas. This practical wisdom was reflected in her approach to warfare. Athena favoured tactics that won battles with few resources and casualties, whereas Ares favoured direct conflict and overwhelming force. She was the goddess you prayed to when you had to defeat a stronger foe, defend your city against insurmountable odds, or win by cunning rather than brute force. Athena's strategic thinking was exemplified by her competition with Poseidon for the patronage of Athens. Both gods were asked to present gifts that would help the populace when the city needed a patron deity. Impressive, dramatic, and ultimately pointless for a city that already had access to the sea, Poseidon struck the ground with his trident and created a spring of salt water. By planting an olive tree, Athena gave the city access to food, lamp oil, building materials, and a sustainable resource that would last for many generations. The Athenians selected Athena's gift because they understood that its usefulness outweighed ostentatious displays. This choice made Athens a hub of knowledge, wisdom, and strategic thinking. Values that would go on to produce some of the greatest philosophers, architects, and military commanders in history, long after faith in the ancient gods had waned. Athena's influence continued to shape the city's personality. She served as an example of how divine wisdom could impact mortal conflicts during the Trojan War. Athena sided with the Greeks because she thought they embodied the values of tactical innovation and strategic thinking that she valued, while other gods made their decisions based on personal preferences or familial allegiances. She helped create the Trojan horse strategy that ultimately put an end to the 10-year siege and gave advice to heroes like Odysseus, who approached obstacles with cunning rather than force. Compared to other gods, Athena had very different relationships with mortals. Athena established mentoring relationships based on respect for one another and a common interest in ideas, as opposed to the intense, frequently destructive romantic entanglements that defined her relatives' interactions with humans. She inspired inventors to develop new technologies, mentored artisans to hone their craft, and counseled military leaders on tactics to safeguard their troops. She made a philosophical statement about the nature of wisdom by choosing to remain a virgin forever. Athena was aware that romantic relationships frequently weakened judgment and caused loyalties to be split, traits that were incompatible with the rational thought necessary for both wisdom and successful combat. She was able to maintain the objectivity required to base decisions on merit rather than emotion by staying unattached. When disputes arose between mortals and other gods, the goddess also acted as a divine mediator. She was uniquely suited to comprehend both sides of arguments and come up with solutions that met everyone's justifiable interests, while averting needless violence because of her wisdom and fighting prowess. Not only could she help you win, but she could do so without causing you any new issues, which made her the god you wanted on your side. Apollo exemplified divine multitasking on a scale that would impress contemporary productivity experts. If Athena stood for focused expertise, as the god of the sun, music, poetry, prophecy, healing, and archery, Apollo oversaw duties that would have overwhelmed many other gods, while upholding standards of excellence that established benchmarks for mortals in each of these domains. Driving the sun across the sky every day required a level of consistency and punctuality that would be difficult for anyone juggling a cosmic commute. He ensured that daylight reached every corner of the earth at the right time and intensity by tying his chariot to 4 fire-breathing horses and driving across the heavens every morning. Because the entire natural world relied on his dependability, it was a duty that did not permit sick days, vacation time, or the opportunity to sleep in. He became the first crossover artist in history thanks to his musical abilities. Apollo was more than just a musician. He created musical instruments, established the concepts of rhythm and harmony, and served as an inspiration to his fellow gods and mortal musicians. His musical contests established the bar for artistic brilliance that mortal musicians would aim to reach for centuries, and his lyre became the standard instrument for divine performances. Poetry that was both entertaining and prophetic was produced by the gods through a combination of technical skill and divine inspiration. In addition to telling tales and expressing feelings, Apollo's poetry also offered moral advice, disclosed future realities, and preserved the cultural knowledge that societies required to endure and thrive. His impact on mortal poets was so great that inspiration itself came to be seen as a sign of divine possession by Apollo or his muses. The most significant source of prophetic guidance in ancient Greece was Apollo's oracle at Delphi. Apollo's priestess Pythia gave prophecies that affected Greek politics, colonization, war, and private affairs. City-states sought advice before founding new colonies, individuals sought advice on everything from marriage prospects to career choices, and kings sought the oracle before making important decisions. The oracle's predictions were renowned for being cryptic, necessitating interpretation that frequently became clear only after the events had taken place. This ambiguity was a characteristic that represented Apollo's view of the proper operation of prophecy, not a weakness in the system. Free will and the lessons that mortals needed to learn via experience would be eliminated by direct predictions. While maintaining the flexibility to make decisions and grow from them, cryptic guidance offered guidance. Because of his expertise in medicine, Apollo was able to both cause and cure plagues, making him the divine physician. Apollo's arrows had the power to spread disease that wiped out entire populations when mortals offended him or other gods. He could heal wounds, halt epidemics, and impart medical knowledge to mortals so they could take care of themselves if he was duly honoured and placated. The Greek understanding that health depended on upholding appropriate relationships with divine forces was reflected in his dual role as both the cause and the cure of illness. Even among the gods, his archery prowess was legendary, fusing supernatural accuracy with physical dexterity. Whether he was hunting wild animals, reprimanding mortals who had wronged him, or engaging in competition with other archers, Apollo's arrows never failed to hit their targets. He was the patron deity of athletes and competitors who aimed for flawless performance, because his skill with the bow represented the accuracy and concentration needed for success in any endeavour. Despite his divine status and impressive array of talents, Apollo's romantic relationships were notably unsuccessful. When Daphne changed into a laurel tree to get away from him, He stopped pursuing her. Apollo cursed Cassandra because she had promised to be his lover in exchange for the gift of prophecy. But she had broken the agreement, making her predictions unbelievable. He became more understanding of mortals going through similar struggles after learning from these failed relationships that even divine perfection couldn't ensure love's success. Artemis chose a path that valued solitude, independence, and the wild places that existed outside of human civilization, while her twin brother Apollo embraced the public aspects of godhood with its contests, oracles, and constant interaction with mortals. Like a cosmic mashup of wilderness guide and emergency room director, she carved out a divine identity as the goddess of the hunt, the moon, and childbirth, one that was both nurturing and fiercely protective. Artemis made a philosophical statement about autonomy and self-determination when she chose to remain eternally virgin, in addition to it being a personal choice. As a young girl, she begged Zeus to give her chastity for all eternity, as well as a bow and arrows, a pack of hunting hounds, and a group of nymphs to be her friends. It was akin to requesting the ideal feminist starter kit, which included weapons, devoted companions, and the absence of romantic complications. Her hunting expeditions through the ancient world's mountains and forests were renowned for their accuracy and efficiency. Artemis hunted to keep the balance between civilization and wilderness, ensuring that wild animals remained wild while safeguarding human settlements from creatures that posed real threats. She did not hunt for fun or to collect trophies. She was the patroness of moral hunters because her arrows were quick and kind, made to kill cleanly and without needless suffering. One of the most effective instances of female camaraderie and support in mythology was the goddess's bond with her nymphs. These nature spirits formed a community that functioned without the consent or authority of men, having taken the same vow of chastity as their mistress. With the effectiveness of an old-fashioned security detail, they hunted, travelled, and defended one another from unwelcome romantic advances. This selected family was completely and frequently brutally protected by Artemis. Actaeon, the hunter, was killed by his own hunting dogs after she changed him into a stag when he unintentionally witnessed her bathing. This punishment made it very evident that privacy and consent should be respected. In order to prove that intelligence could overcome physical strength, Artemis deceived the giant hunters Otus and Ephialtes into killing each other with their own spears when they tried to take her and Hera as wives. Her status as a virgin was interestingly contrasted with her role as the goddess of childbirth. When their mother Leto was in labour, Artemis helped give birth to her own brother, which provided her with a unique perspective on the difficulties and risks involved in bringing a new life into the world. She evolved into the divine midwife, called upon by goddesses going through their own maternal struggles as well as mortal women having a difficult time giving birth. Because of this duty, Artemis became extremely protective of expectant mothers and new mothers, extending her guardianship beyond her immediate nymphal circle to encompass any woman who was vulnerable during childbirth. Regardless of their other religious preferences, she was one of the most practically significant deities for ancient families, because her interventions could mean the difference between life and death for both mother and child. Since lunar cycles were traditionally linked to both female biology and the nocturnal activities that defined much of ancient hunting, Artemis's association with the moon complemented her hunting and childbirth responsibilities. With the same dependability that Apollo's sun chariot exhibited during the day, her silver chariot, pulled by 4 golden-horned deer, followed the moon's course across the night sky. The goddess had high but reasonable expectations for her devotees. She required her nymphs to be completely chaste, fully committed to the hunt and loyal to the group at all times. She offered them safety, friendship, and the opportunity to live their lives as they saw fit, independent of the expectations of their families, communities, or future husbands. It was a social contract that provided alternatives to the few choices that the majority of ancient women had. Because Artemis had chosen a lifestyle that was fundamentally incompatible with conventional relationships, her infrequent romantic relationships typically ended tragically, not because she was naturally unlucky in love. Her fleeting interest in the hunter Orion ended when, according to one version of events, he died and became a constellation. Her belief that independence was better than the hassles of romance was strengthened by these encounters. Her relationship with her family was significantly more harmonious than most Olympic relationships, in part because she avoided getting involved in their disputes due to her self-imposed seclusion, and in part because she was useful to everyone due to her practical contributions such as managing wildlife populations and assisting with difficult births. She was the family member who didn't cause trouble during the quiet times but was there when needed. Hephaestus stood out among the many lovely, strong and captivating gods in the pantheon because he had overcome major personal obstacles to become indispensable through talent and willpower alone. He turned his early experiences of rejection and disability into a special kind of strength that made him perhaps the most practically useful member of the Olympic family. He was the god of fire, craftsmanship and technology, as well as the divine blacksmith. The origin story of Hephaestus seems to be an old-fashioned tale of triumphing over hardship by virtue of one's own greatness. His mother, Hera, was ashamed of his appearance and threw him from Mount Olympus because he was born with physical limitations that made him ugly by divine standards. He became even more crippled as a result of the fall, but it also brought him to the sea nymphs Thetis and Eurynome, who saved him and taught him the skills of craftsmanship and metalworking. Growing up with the sea nymphs taught him how to turn disadvantages into strengths. Hephaestus acquired abilities that made him indispensable because he was unable to match other gods in terms of physical perfection or fighting skill. He gained skills in working with fire, metal and precious stones, producing items that were so beautiful and useful that they were considered legendary in antiquity. His forge evolved into the heavenly counterpart of an upscale custom workshop, creating everything from Achilles' armour to Zeus' thunderbolts. As an adult, Hephaestus returned to Olympus as a master craftsman whose services were much needed, rather than as a supplicant looking for acceptance. The other gods soon realized that only Hephaestus could make the tools, weapons and ornaments needed for their divine way of life. He was invaluable to a family that had previously rejected him due to his appearance because of his ability to create the impossible. His workshop was the pinnacle of ancient technology. Hephaestus made tools that could operate on their own with his guidance, automated bellows that kept the forge at the ideal temperature, and golden servants to help him. Because of his superior knowledge of engineering, design and metallurgy, he was the patron deity of blacksmiths, craftspeople and anyone else who used their hands to make practical things. The god's method of craftsmanship blended practical utility with creative vision. In addition to being aesthetically pleasing, his creations fulfilled functions and provided solutions that were not possible with just divine might. Hephaestus created chains that could contain a titan when Zeus needed a means of tying Prometheus to a bond for stealing fire. Hephaestus made a shield that represented the entire universe, and offered Achilles the ideal defense when he needed armor that would keep him safe when fighting gods and heroes. One of the most intricate partnerships in mythology was his union with Aphrodite. The combination of the physically impaired god of craftsmanship and the goddess of beauty upended preconceived notions about compatibility, attraction, and the nature of love. Hephaestus's response revealed his intelligence and his grasp of divine politics, even as Olympic rumours circulated about Aphrodite's adultery with Ares. Instead of facing his wife and her lover head-on, Hephaestus used his skill to reveal their affair in a way that preserved his own honour while making them appear foolish. An iconic illustration of how skill and intelligence could overcome physical strength and conventional beauty was the invisible net that held the lovers in bed. He was different from other wronged gods in that his retaliation was both imaginative and appropriate. Compared to most other gods, Hephaestus had a noticeably more benevolent relationship with mortals. As a patron of artisans and labourers, he recognised the importance of hard work and the difficulties faced by those who use their hands to create useful objects. His festivals honoured the kind of fruitful labour that enabled civilization, and his temples served as meeting spots for artisan guilds. His contribution to the creation of the first mortal woman, Pandora, revealed his technical prowess as well as his grasp of divine politics. Zeus ordered Hephaestus to create a woman who would both bless and curse humanity after he decided to punish mortals for Prometheus's gift of fire. Though he was aware that Zeus's gift had complications that would impact mortal life for generations, Hephaestus skillfully crafted Pandora to be indistinguishable from a goddess. Under Mount Etna and other active volcanoes, the god's volcanic forges developed into hubs of heavenly industrial production. These mountains rumbling in eruptions were interpreted as the sounds of Hephaestus at work, producing the tools and weapons the gods needed for their varied escapades and duties. Even by divine standards, his productivity was legendary, indicating that he found fulfillment in his work that went beyond the need for approval from others. It's important to consider the Olympian gods' greatest triumphs and most spectacular failures as our exploration of their lives and times comes to an end. Despite their immortality and cosmic might, these divine beings showed that wisdom, happiness, and healthy family relationships are not always the results of having boundless resources and eternal life. Perhaps the creation of civilization itself was the greatest accomplishment of the gods as a whole. They gave mankind the foundation for everything that sets human society apart from the animal kingdom. Fire from Prometheus, agriculture from Demeter, craftsmanship from Hephaestus, wisdom from Athena, and medicine from Apollo. Their temples developed into educational hubs, their festivals offered chances for cross-cultural interaction, and their moral teachings, despite the hypocrisy of their own actions, provided ethical frameworks that governed human conduct for centuries, with each god in charge of particular facets of human and natural activity and working with their peers to preserve cosmic harmony. The Olympic system also produced the first multinational management structure in history. When it functioned properly, this divine bureaucracy made sure that crops grew as planned, seasons changed on time, and natural disasters only happened when mortals had gravely offended someone important. The interpersonal relationships of the gods, however, showed the same dysfunctional patterns that afflict any family business managed by conceited relatives with unrestricted authority and inadequate communication skills. From minor nymphs to major heroes, everyone was impacted by the collateral damage caused by Zeus's adultery and Hera's retaliation. Poseidon's outburst destroyed coastal cities and sank ships. Apollo's romantic rejections changed lovers and produced prophets who were cursed. The political frequently turned disastrous, and the personal had a nasty habit of turning political. Instead of using mediation, their method of resolving disputes usually involved escalation. The Trojan War, 10 years of bloodshed that destroyed both sides and provided fodder for epic poetry, was the outcome of Paris's decision to accept Aphrodite's bribe over those offered by Hera and Athena. It also showed that divine pride was more significant than human life. Instead of seeking diplomatic solutions, Demeter's response to the kidnapping of her daughter brought the world to the verge of agricultural collapse. The way the gods treated mortals demonstrated their incapacity to uphold moral principles or grow from past errors. They penalized disrespect and rewarded devotion, but their definitions of these terms were arbitrary and could alter according to their emotions, hobbies, and family dynamics. Mortals who appeased one god might unintentionally offend another, leading to improbable circumstances in which virtue was largely dependent on good fortune. However, the Olympic pantheon also produced some of the most inspirational tales of moral courage, inventiveness, and tenacity in history. By supporting Athens, Athena established a hub of scholarship and democracy that shaped civilization for thousands of years. Communities used the advice from Apollo's oracle at Delphi to make tough choices and steer clear of needless confrontations. Hephaestus showed that a person's physical limitations need not stop them from contributing significantly to their community. Ancient people used the stories of the gods as a kind of psychology to help them comprehend and deal with the complexity of human nature. Hera's jealousy and need for respect, Apollo's quest for perfection, Artemis's need for independence, and Zeus's battles with authority and responsibility were all divine figures that represented common human experiences, while also implying that even immortal beings had difficulties. Most significantly, the Olympians showed the potential and perils of unbridled power. They had the power to change reality as they saw fit, perform miracles, and resolve impossibly challenging issues. They could also let personal grievances take precedence over their obligations to the world they ruled, destroy civilizations, and torture innocent people. Their experiences served as warnings about the value of restraint, discernment, and responsibility. Lessons that hold true in any time period where people or organizations have substantial influence over others. Their cultural influence was changed rather than eradicated by the slow erosion of belief in the Olympic gods. Their conflicts became metaphors for the timeless human conflicts between duty and desire, individual ambition and collective responsibility, and reason and passion, and their stories became literature rather than religion. Think about the amazing impact these ancient divine figures have had on our contemporary world as you curl up deeper under your blanket and feel the soft pull of sleep drawing near. Even though they no longer reign from Mount Olympus, the Olympian gods continue to have an impact on our language, literature, psychology, and perception of human nature in ways that would have surprised their original devotees. When you say that someone has an Achilles heel, you're bringing up the tale of a hero whose divine protection failed him at one crucial moment. When you refer to a long, challenging voyage as an odyssey, you're alluding to Odysseus's wanderings, which were both aided and hindered by different Olympian gods who couldn't agree on whether he should be punished or assisted. The young man who fell in love with his own reflection, thanks to divine intervention that punished his vanity, comes to mind when you call someone narcissistic. The personalities of the gods have evolved into models for comprehending human psychology. Carl Jung realized that the Olympic pantheon reflected archetypal patterns that have existed throughout history and in many cultures. Aspects of human nature that we still recognize and grapple with today are reflected in the divine personalities of the rebellious trickster, Hermes, the nurturing mother, Demeter, the creative artist, Apollo, and the wise mentor, Athena. The stories of the Olympian gods are still told and reimagined in contemporary literature, film, and television, which find fresh significance in their antiquated rivalries and relationships. Greek mythology is introduced to new generations through Percy Jackson's adventures, which also modernise divine figures for audiences today. Wonder Woman embodies contemporary ideals of justice and equality, while obtaining her abilities from the Olympic pantheon. The Greek tradition of powerful beings using their abilities to protect or torment common mortals is even reflected in superhero comics. Our conceptions of leadership, bureaucracy, and power distribution have been shaped by the gods' approach to governance, which combines specialized duties, familial relationships, and cosmic authority. The notions that leaders must strike a balance between their personal interests and their public duties, that different facets of life call for different kinds of expertise, and that corruption results from power without accountability can all be linked to the myths surrounding Zeus and his divine kin. Their romantic relationships and family disputes have given rise to surprisingly current models for comprehending the intricacies of marriage, parenthood, and love. The dysfunctional marriage of Zeus and Hera provides insight into the impact of power disparities on interpersonal relationships. Demeter's ferocious defense of Persephone serves as an example of the difficulties parents encounter when their kids grow up and are on their own. Even having the ideal credentials doesn't ensure romantic success, as Apollo's unfulfilled loves show. A sophisticated understanding of human nature that predated modern psychology by millennia is reflected in the gods' moral ambiguity, their capacity for both great kindness and terrible cruelty. The Olympic gods embodied the contradictions that define real people, in contrast to the purely good or purely evil deities found in some religious traditions. They were able to exhibit both wisdom and foolishness, generosity and selfishness, and love and hatred, frequently within the same story, or even the same interaction. Their stories were more psychologically realistic and, as a result, more helpful for comprehending human behaviour because of their moral complexity. Stories about beings who had unbounded power but still had very human limitations help us understand situations where people act with unexpected kindness or cruelty, when leaders make choices that seem to go against their professed values, and when families go through both intense love and bitter conflict. The Olympic pantheon also created ways of thinking about cooperation, specialization, and diversity that still shape the way we set up complicated institutions. These organizational principles were ingrained in myths about gods who governed various facets of the universe while upholding an overall divine government. These included the notion that different talents require different approaches, that effective leadership frequently entails coordinating specialists rather than micromanaging them, and that even the most capable individuals require colleagues with complementary skills. The ancient Greek belief that the universe was essentially understandable and that humans could comprehend their place within greater cosmic patterns was perhaps most persistently embodied by the Olympian gods. Despite their strength and immortality, the gods were subject to laws, had repercussions for their deeds, and lived by moral standards that mortals could adopt and use in their own lives. One of the pillars of Western civilization was this optimistic outlook, which held that life had purpose, that knowledge was achievable, and that people could shape their own destinies with hard work and wisdom. The stories of the gods taught that even the most powerful beings were subject to moral laws that went beyond their own desires, that creativity could overcome constraints, and that intelligence could triumph over brute force. Dreams of marble temples shining in Mediterranean sunlight, of divine voices resonating across ancient valleys, or of immortal families assembling on a mountain peak to discuss the fate of both gods and mortals, may cross your mind as you drift toward sleep. These dreams transport you back thousands of years of human storytelling to innumerable generations who drew inspiration and meaning from stories about creatures who are both remarkably similar to us and completely different from us. The Olympian gods endure because they represent universal truths about relationships, human nature, and the never-ending difficulties of living in a complex world, not because we believe in their literal existence. Their tales serve as a reminder that even immortal beings must learn to strike a balance between their obligations to others and their own desires, that stupidity and wisdom frequently coexist, and that power entails both opportunities and responsibilities. You will be using insights that were initially conveyed in tales of Zeus's lightning bolts, Athena's strategic acumen, Aphrodite's intricate gifts, and Hephaestus's inventive tenacity when you awaken tomorrow and confront the difficulties of your own mortal existence. Even though the gods are old, their teachings are still as current as the news of the day and as fresh as your morning joe. Rest easy knowing that you are a part of an ongoing human tradition of using storytelling to find meaning, and that the questions you are faced with about power and love, justice and wisdom, personal ambition and group responsibility are the same ones that have inspired and challenged people ever since they first gazed up at the stars and wondered what immortal beings might think of our short, complex lives. The morning smells like coal smoke and river water. HMS Erebus sits low in the Thames, her hull painted black with a single yellow stripe running along her gunwale. Next to her floats HMS Terror. Both ships started their lives as bomb vessels, built thick and sturdy to withstand the recoil of mortars firing from their decks. Now they have been transformed into something remarkable. The shipyard workers spent months reinforcing every timber and beam. They added extra layers of planking to the hulls. They wrapped the bows in iron to protect against ice impact. The work cost the Royal Navy thousands of pounds. These ships represent the most expensive Arctic expedition Britain has ever mounted. You walk up the gangplank and feel the solid oak beneath your boots. The wood has been treated with preservatives. The surface feels slightly oily under your fingers when you grip the rail. The deck has been reinforced with iron plating in key areas. The metal gleams dully in the overcast morning light. Below deck, the ships carry a revolutionary heating system that would have seemed like pure fantasy to earlier Arctic explorers. Steam pipes run through the lower decks, emerging from a small locomotive engine installed in the hold. These pipes distribute warmth to every compartment. The engine was removed from the London and Greenwich Railway specifically for this purpose. It burns coal that the ships carry in substantial quantities. The engines can also drive a propeller when the wind fails, or when manoeuvring through ice requires more control than sails can provide. The propellers are retractable. They can be raised into a well in the hull when not needed. This protects them from ice damage. The technology is new and not entirely proven, but it represents the cutting edge of naval engineering. Captain Sir John Franklin stands near the mainmast, speaking with one of the officers. He is 59 years old. His face shows the wear of previous Arctic voyages, undertaken decades earlier when he was a younger man. Deep lines crease his forehead and frame his mouth. His hair has gone entirely grey. He moves with the careful deliberation of someone whose joints protest in cold weather. Franklin served with distinction in the wars against Napoleon. He commanded ships in battles that are now part of history books. After the wars ended, he turned his attention to exploration. He led an overland expedition in Canada during the 1820s that nearly killed him, and several of his men. They survived by eating their leather boots, and according to some accounts, resorting to even more desperate measures. Later, Franklin governed the island of Tasmania for 6 years. The posting should have been a comfortable semi-retirement for an aging naval officer. Instead, Franklin clashed with local officials and was eventually recalled to England. The governorship ended in embarrassment. Franklin needed a success to restore his reputation. The Admiralty gave him this expedition. Now he has returned to Arctic exploration, driven by a desire to complete what he started decades ago. He wants to find the Northwest Passage. This legendary route through the Arctic would connect the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. It would provide a shortcut to Asia. Countless expeditions have searched for it. None have succeeded in making a complete transit. Franklin intends to be the first. The ships carry enough supplies for 3 years. The calculations were made carefully. Tinned foods fill the holds from floor to ceiling. Over 8,000 tins of preserved meat, soup and vegetables line the storage areas, stacked in careful rows and secured with rope netting to prevent shifting during rough seas. A London company called Goldner won the contract to supply these provisions. Goldner had never undertaken such a large contract before. He rushed to meet the deadline. The meat got processed hastily. The soldering of the tins was done quickly. using thick beads of solder with a high lead content. Nobody thought to check the quality carefully before the tins were loaded aboard. The Admiralty trusted that a contractor would deliver adequate goods. That trust would prove fatal. You walk below deck and past the library. The narrow corridor smells of tar and wood, and the particular mustiness that accumulates in any enclosed space. The Erebus carries over 1,200 books and pamphlets. The Terror holds a similar collection. These are not simple adventure tales meant to pass idle hours. The shelves hold scientific journals from the Royal Society. Novels by Dickens sit beside religious texts and practical manuals on everything from navigation to carpentry. Some crew members brought personal volumes, family Bibles or favourite poetry collections. The expedition expects to spend long winters frozen in ice when darkness reigns for months. Reading will pass the time and keep minds sharp. An idle mind in the Arctic becomes a dangerous mind. The scientific equipment fills several cabins in both ships. Brass instruments gleam in their felt-lined cases. Thermometers of various types can measure temperature ranges from tropical heat to Arctic extremes. Barometers track atmospheric pressure changes. Telescopes allow celestial observations for navigation. Magnetic observation tools represent the finest technology Britain can provide. These magnetic instruments are particularly important. This expedition serves two purposes, not one. Finding the Northwest Passage matters enormously for reasons of national prestige and potential commerce. But gathering scientific data about magnetism in the far north matters equally to the scientists and naval officers who planned this voyage. The magnetic North Pole exerts strange influences on compass needles. Understanding these forces could improve navigation worldwide. Francis Crozier commands HMS Terror. He is 49 years old, 10 years younger than Franklin. Crozier sailed with both William Parry and James Clark Ross on previous Arctic expeditions. He knows these waters. He understands ice. He has seen men die from cold and scurvy and accidents. He also understands how quickly conditions can turn deadly when weather changes or ice shifts unexpectedly. Crozier had hoped to lead this expedition himself. His experience surpassed Franklin's. His knowledge of Arctic conditions made him the obvious choice for command. But the Admiralty chose Franklin instead, partly because Franklin held a higher rank, and partly because Franklin needed the success more urgently. Crozier accepted the role of second in command without public complaint. Privately, he harboured doubts about the wisdom of the decision. The crew represents a cross-section of naval experience and age. Some men sailed on previous polar voyages and know what to expect. Others come fresh from tropical postings in the Caribbean or Mediterranean. They have never experienced real cold. The ice sergeants, veterans of earlier expeditions, command automatic respect from younger sailors. They know the sounds ice makes when it shifts and grinds. They recognise the difference between safe ice that can bear a man's weight and dangerous pressure ridges that can collapse without warning. Several boys serve as stewards and assistants. The youngest is just 17 years old. His name is David Young, and he serves as assistant steward aboard the Erebus. These boys joined seeking adventure and steady pay. The Royal Navy provides both, along with a chance to be part of history. Young men with no prospects on land often find the Navy offers better opportunities than farming or factory work. Nobody aboard suspects they're sailing toward disaster and death. The ships carry unusual cargo alongside the standard provisions and equipment. Cases of fine china bear the Admiralty crest stamped in gold. Silver cutlery rests in felt-lined boxes, each piece carefully nested to prevent scratching during transport. Cut glass decanters nestle in straw, wrapped in cloth to absorb shocks. Even in the Arctic, hundreds of miles from civilization, British naval officers expect to maintain proper standards. Dinner will be served formally whenever supplies allow. The officers will dress in full uniform. The table will be set with china and crystal. This is not mere vanity. These rituals preserve social order and remind men of who they are. Without such structures, the isolation and hardship of Arctic life can erode discipline and sanity. The formality matters more than the food it accompanies. Musical instruments fill a storage locker in the lower deck of each ship. A hand organ can play 50 different tunes by means of a rotating barrel with pins that strike the keys in proper sequence. Several crew members brought fiddles inherited from fathers or purchased specifically for this voyage. Someone packed a concertina that produces wheezy notes when the bellows are worked. Music helps morale during the endless polar night when the sun disappears for months. The Admiralty learned this lesson from previous expeditions. A singing crew is a crew less likely to succumb to despair and madness. The day of departure arrives with grey skies and light rain that falls in a fine mist over London. Crowds gather along the Thames to watch the ships depart. The spectacle draws thousands of people. Wives and children wave handkerchiefs from the docks. Some women cry openly. Others maintain composed faces while their hearts break. They know the statistics. Arctic expeditions lose men. Sometimes they lose entire ships. Franklin's wife, Lady Jane, watches from shore with a group of naval wives and officials. She gave her husband a silk flag embroidered with messages of encouragement. Franklin is to plant this flag when he completes the passage through the Arctic. Lady Jane believes utterly in his success. She has faith in British technology and British determination. Nothing seems impossible to the world's greatest maritime power. You stand at the rail as the ships begin to move. The steam engines cough to life with mechanical sounds that seem alien on a sailing vessel. Black smoke rises from the funnels, smudging the grey sky even darker. The propellers churn the water, creating foam and turbulence in the brown Thames. This is the modern age. These ships represent the pinnacle of British engineering. They carry enough food for 3 years. They have heating systems that will keep the men warm through Arctic winters. They have libraries to occupy idle minds and musical instruments to lift spirits. They have scientific equipment worth thousands of pounds. Every possible comfort and necessity has been loaded aboard. The expedition should succeed where all previous attempts failed. The Thames narrows behind you as the ships move downstream. Buildings give way to marshes and mud flats. The North Sea opens ahead, looking cold and uninviting even in May. The expedition will stop in Greenland to take on final supplies and send home last letters. After that, they will enter the labyrinth of ice and islands that forms the Canadian Arctic. Nobody knows the best route through this maze. Previous expeditions mapped portions of the passage, but significant gaps remain. Ice conditions change from year to year. Channels open and close unpredictably. Franklin carries the best maps available, compiled from decades of exploration. He also carries orders from the Admiralty specifying which route to attempt first. These orders, well-intentioned but based on incomplete information, will lead the expedition into disaster. Historians much later identified multiple factors that sealed this expedition's fate before the ships even left England. The tinned food contained dangerous levels of lead from the soldering process. The ships would choose a route that led directly into the worst ice in the Arctic. The expedition departed at a time when Arctic conditions were entering an unusually severe period that modern scientists call the Little Ice Age. Nobody aboard the Erebus or Terror understood these dangers yet. They believed technology and British determination could overcome any obstacle. They sailed north with confidence and hope, carrying their libraries and musical instruments and fine china toward a fate that would horrify a nation and remain mysterious for over a century. The crossing to Greenland takes several weeks of steady sailing. You watch the landscape change from the green European coasts to the stark, haunting beauty of northern waters. The air grows colder each day. The temperature drops gradually enough that your body adjusts. But when you think back to the warmth of England, the contrast seems impossible. Icebergs appear on the horizon like floating cathedrals carved from blue-white stone. They dwarf the ships completely. Some rise 100 feet above the waterline. The portion visible above water represents only a fraction of the total mass. 9/10 of each iceberg lurks beneath the surface, invisible and deadly to ships that approach carelessly. The water turns a deep, cold blue that seems to hold no warmth whatsoever. When spray from waves hits your face, It stings with a coldness that makes your skin ache. The ocean here has a quality unlike any water further south. It feels harder somehow, more substantial. Salt content changes as fresh water from melting ice dilutes the seawater. The expedition reaches Disco Bay on the western coast of Greenland in early July. The settlement here consists of a few Danish buildings and the homes of local Inuit families. This is the last contact with civilization that the expedition will have. The finality of this moment weighs on some of the men. Others seem eager to proceed into unknown waters. Final letters go ashore with the transport ships that accompany the expedition this far. The men write cheerful messages home, reassuring family members that all is well. Everything proceeds according to plan. Morale remains high. The weather holds fair. These letters will be treasured by families waiting in England. For many, they will be the last words ever received from husbands, fathers and sons. Local Greenlanders come out to the ships in small boats and kayaks. They sell fresh meat to the expedition. The sailors trade buttons, bits of ribbon, needles and other small items for seal meat and fish. The Greenlanders are friendly and curious about these large ships. Some have encountered whaling vessels before, others have never seen Europeans. These fresh provisions will be the last the expedition receives. After this point, they depend entirely on their tinned supplies and whatever game they can hunt in the Arctic. The seal meat tastes rich and oily, nothing like beef or mutton. Some sailors find it unpleasant, others develop a taste for it. The vitamin content in fresh meat will be missed desperately in the months ahead. 2 transport ships, the Rattler and the Barretto Jr., turn back toward England on July 12th. They carry the final messages from the expedition. Several crew members who fell ill during the ocean crossing also return home. These men are lucky. The illnesses that seemed serious enough to merit a return to England will save their lives. The Erebus and Terror continue north with 129 men. This is the final count. Every name is recorded in the ship's logs. Later, when the ships disappear, these lists will allow families to know for certain that their loved ones were aboard. You stand on deck as the transport ships disappear over the horizon. Their sails shrink to white dots and then vanish completely. The expedition is alone now. Ice floes drift past the hull, rotating slowly in the current. Some are small enough to push aside. Others are massive platforms of ice that the ships must navigate around carefully. The air smells clean and sharp in a way that city air never does. No coal smoke, no sewage smells, no press of humanity. Just wind and sea and the strange mineral scent of icebergs. The ice smells almost sweet, like very cold, very pure water frozen into solid form. Your lungs feel cleaner with each breath. The ships enter Lancaster Sound in late July. This waterway forms the eastern entrance to the maze of channels and islands that might contain the Northwest Passage. Ice partially blocks the sound, but the ships push through without serious difficulty. The reinforced hulls handle the impacts well. Small ice pieces scrape along the sides of the ships, making sounds like distant thunder rumbling across a summer sky. The ice makes other sounds too. It creaks and groans under pressure. It splits with cracks like rifle shots. Sometimes it produces a singing note, high and pure, when the wind blows across ridges at particular angles. The experienced ice masters teach the younger crew members to interpret these sounds. Each one carries information about ice conditions and potential dangers. A whaling ship, the Prince of Wales, encounters the expedition in late July near the entrance to Barrow Strait. The captain comes aboard the Erebus and exchanges brief greetings with Franklin over tea in the captain's cabin. Both ships are waiting for ice conditions to improve before proceeding further west. They share information about ice movements and weather. The Franklin expedition appears to be in excellent spirits. The crew is healthy. The ships show no signs of damage from the ice encountered so far. The scientific work proceeds on schedule. Everything suggests a successful voyage. The whaling captain will later report this encounter when he returns to Scotland. This is the last confirmed sighting of HMS Erebus and Terror with living crew aboard. You sail west into Barrow Strait after the ice clears enough to proceed. The water here remains relatively ice-free during summer months. Previous expeditions mapped this area extensively. Franklin knows exactly where he is. The charts prove accurate. Islands appear where they should. The landmarks match the descriptions recorded in the journals from earlier voyages. Cornwallis Island passes to the north. Beachy Island appears as a low, rocky outcrop. The expedition will later winter near Beachy during their first year. The island looks barren and unwelcoming even in summer. No trees grow here. The vegetation consists of lichens, mosses and small flowering plants that hug the ground to escape the wind. The expedition follows orders from the Admiralty to proceed as far south and west as possible before winter arrives. They seek a route that will take them below the polar ice cap, through the islands and eventually into the Pacific Ocean. The Admiralty believes this southern route offers the best chance of finding consistently open water. They are completely wrong, but nobody knows this yet. The ice data that might have prevented this mistake simply does not exist. King William Island appears to the south as the expedition approaches Peel Sound. Earlier explorers mistakenly charted King William as a peninsula connected to the mainland. Franklin's maps show this error clearly. He believes he must sail west of King William Island to continue his southward progress. The eastern channel past King William, which actually offers better ice conditions and a genuine route through the passage, appears blocked on his charts. This cartographic error will prove fatal. The eastern route has less ice, shallower water that freezes and thaws more easily, and proximity to land where game animals provide food. The western route leads into deep water filled with thick multi-year ice that never completely melts. The ships turn south into what will later be called Franklin Strait. This channel runs between Prince of Wales Island to the west and Somerset Island to the east. The water here is significantly deeper than the eastern route. It also holds much more dangerous ice. Multi-year ice, thick and hard as concrete, drifts down from the permanent polar ice cap. This ice can crush wooden ships like eggshells despite any amount of reinforcement. You notice the ice changing character as the ships proceed south. The floes become thicker. Their edges look weathered and rounded from years of freezing and partial melting. Some pieces tower 20 feet above the waterline. The ice takes on bluish tints and shadows showing its density and age. This is not seasonal ice that forms each winter and melts each summer. This ice has been frozen for years or decades. September arrives early in the Arctic. The temperature drops sharply in a matter of days. Ice begins forming on calm water surfaces overnight. The leads between ice floes start closing. The ships need to find suitable winter quarters soon, or risk being caught in unsafe conditions where moving ice might damage the hulls. You feel the ship shudder and groan as ice closes around the hull. The open water that surrounded you yesterday has solidified into a continuous sheet during the night. The ships are beset. They cannot move forward or backward. The ice holds them as firmly as if they were frozen into solid stone. The crew tries using the steam engines and propellers to break free. The effort accomplishes nothing. The ice is too thick and extensive, and the crew expected this. Arctic expeditions always spend at least one winter frozen in ice. The ships were specifically designed for this condition. The heating system activates successfully. Warm air begins circulating through the lower decks from the steam pipes. The men establish routines for winter life, dividing duties and organising the long months ahead. The location is not ideal. The ships froze in place off the northwest coast of King William Island. They are far from any land, locked in the ice at least 2 miles from the nearest shore. No game animals visit ice this far from shore. Seals stay near coastal areas where they can find breathing holes. Polar bears hunt where seals congregate. The hunting will be poor or non-existent. But the ships are solid and well provisioned. The supplies should easily last through one winter and well into the following summer. One winter in the ice poses no serious threat to a well-equipped expedition. The men settle in to wait for the ice to break up in the spring. You watch the sun make its final appearance above the horizon in late October. The polar night begins its long reign. For the next 3 months, darkness will be absolute except for the light of stars and moon. The stars wheel overhead with unusual brightness, undiminished by any atmospheric haze. The aurora borealis dances green and purple across the northern sky, shimmering in waves and curtains. It makes no sound, despite old stories claiming you can hear it whisper and crackle. The silence is complete. The darkness feels absolute during those first nights after the sun disappears. Your eyes adjust slowly to the permanent night that stretches ahead for months. Lanterns and candles provide the only light now. The ships become small islands of warmth and illumination, surrounded by endless cold and dark that presses against the hull like something alive and malevolent. The heating system works remarkably well, better than anyone dared hope. The steam pipes keep the temperature in the lower decks above freezing most of the time. The crew sleeps in hammocks strung close together in the berth deck. Body heat from dozens of men adds to the warmth from the pipes. Condensation forms on the cold iron hull, where warm air meets freezing metal. The moisture freezes into intricate patterns of frost. The men scrape away this frost regularly to prevent dangerous ice build-up inside the ship. The ice accumulates quickly if left unchecked. Within days it can grow thick enough to reduce the living space and add significant weight. The scraping becomes a daily chore. The ice comes away in sheets and chunks that get tossed out onto the sea ice through hatches. Daily routines provide desperately needed structure when the sun never rises and time loses all normal meaning. The ship's bell rings at regular intervals throughout the day and night. The watches change every 4 hours. Officers maintain strict discipline despite the unusual circumstances. This is still a Royal Navy vessel, operating under naval regulations even though it sits motionless in ice, hundreds of miles from any other British ship. The formality helps maintain morale and prevents the isolation from eroding social order. Men wake at the same time each day. They eat meals on a schedule. They perform their assigned duties whether those duties seem necessary or not. The routine matters more than the specific tasks. It reminds everyone that civilization and order still exist even here at the edge of the habitable world. Classes begin during the dark months when outdoor work becomes impossible. The ice masters teach younger crew members how to read ice conditions by sound and appearance. They explain the difference between new ice and old ice. They describe the warning signs that precede dangerous ice movements. This knowledge might save lives if the ice threatens the ships. Navigation officers provide instruction in using sextants and calculating positions from celestial observations. Mathematical problems get worked out on slates. The officers explain spherical trigonometry and the corrections needed for atmospheric refraction. Some students grasp these concepts quickly. Others struggle, but appreciate having their minds engaged with learning rather than dwelling on the cold and darkness. Some men study the scientific instruments under the guidance of officers trained in their use. Magnetic observations must continue throughout the winter. The readings get recorded in careful columns in leather-bound journals. The handwriting remains neat despite the cold that makes fingers clumsy. This data has value regardless of whether the expedition survives. If the journals ever reach England, they will advance scientific understanding of terrestrial magnetism. Others practice reading and writing. The Royal Navy in the 1840s contains many men who never learned letters. The long winter provides time for education. Basic literacy opens new possibilities. A man who can read and write might advance to positions denied to the illiterate. Some crew members teach themselves during the dark months, slowly working through children's primers with the help of more educated shipmates. The library sees heavy use during the winter darkness. Men request specific volumes from the ship's collection. They read by lamplight in their off-duty hours, hunched over books to catch the flickering glow of candles. Dickens proves particularly popular among the crew. The serialised nature of his novels makes them ideal for passing around. One man finishes a section and passes it to the next eager reader. Religious texts provide comfort to some. The Bible gets read and reread. Some men find solace in familiar psalms. Others discover new meaning in passages they had previously ignored. Prayer services occur regularly in the mess areas. The chaplain's voice echoes through the wooden spaces, offering hope and reassurance that divine providence watches over the expedition. Others prefer practical books about natural history or geography. These volumes describe far-off places that seem impossibly distant and warm. Reading about tropical forest or sunny Mediterranean coast provides a kind of escape. The mind can travel even when the body remains trapped in ice and darkness. Music fills the evening hours when work ends and men gather in the mess areas. The hand organ plays its repertoire of 50 tunes. After hearing each tune dozens or hundreds of times, the men develop strong favourites and equally strong dislikes. Some tunes become associated with particular moods or memories. Hearing them triggers emotions unrelated to the music itself. The fiddle players hold informal concerts whenever the mood strikes. The instruments sound different in the cold. The wood contracts slightly, and the strings respond differently to the bow. The sound is brighter and more brittle than it would be in warmer conditions. Still, the music provides enormous comfort. Familiar melodies connect the men to homes and families thousands of miles away. Someone discovered that tapping on different parts of the ship's hull produces varying tones. The thick oak planking rings with different pitches depending on thickness and location. An impromptu percussion ensemble develops, with men tapping out rhythms on beams and bulkheads to accompany the fiddles and organ. The sound fills the ship with energy and life that pushes back against the desolation outside. Officers maintain the tradition of formal dinners despite the isolation and limited resources. China plates and silver cutlery appear on tables covered with white linen cloth. The tinned food gets plated and presented with as much ceremony as fresh provisions would receive in a London dining room. These rituals matter deeply. They preserve a sense of normalcy and civilization in an environment fundamentally hostile to both concepts. The food tastes adequate at first. Tinned mutton, beef and vegetables provide reasonable variety. The cooks do their best to create interesting meals from limited ingredients. They prepare stews and soups. They make puddings and simple pastries using flour and preserved eggs. Nobody notices anything seriously wrong with the provisions during this first winter. The high lead content in the solder used to seal the tins has not yet caused obvious symptoms. Lead poisoning develops gradually. The body accumulates the heavy metal over time. Initial symptoms are subtle and easily mistaken for other ailments. Fatigue, mild stomach upset, irritability. These things seem normal given the circumstances. Nobody suspects the food is slowly poisoning the crew. You walk the deck during the brief period of twilight that passes for midday in the depths of winter. The ice stretches in every direction to the horizon, broken only by pressure ridges where the floes collided and buckled upward. These ridges form barriers taller than a man, jagged and treacherous to cross. The wind sculpts the snow into strange formations called sastrugi. The patterns repeat endlessly across the ice. The silence outside the ship is profound. No birds cry, no waves crash, no trees rustle in wind, just the occasional crack of ice adjusting to temperature changes, or the whisper of snow crystals blown across the frozen surface. The silence has weight and texture. It presses against your ears after the relative noise of the ship's interior. Temperature readings become a daily ritual performed with almost religious regularity. The thermometers often register below -40 degrees. At these temperatures, exposed skin freezes in minutes. Frostbite appears almost instantly on cheeks and noses if men venture outside without proper face coverings. Breath crystallizes immediately into ice fog that hangs in the air. Any metal touched with bare skin will tear away a layer of flesh when the hand is pulled back. The crew ventures onto the ice for exercise and scientific observations whenever conditions allow. Magnetic readings must be taken at regular intervals regardless of weather. The instruments get set up at carefully measured distances from the iron in the ships. The metal in the hulls interferes with the magnetic readings if the equipment sits too close. Officers record the data in careful handwriting. Ink freezes in the cold, so they work quickly, noting numbers before their fingers lose all feeling. Some men hunt for seals near the rare patches of open water that persist in currents and tidal areas. Seals must breathe air, so they maintain holes in the ice where they surface. A patient hunter can wait near these holes for hours. The seals provide fresh meat when successfully taken. They also provide blubber that burns with smoky flames and gives off welcome heat. The hunting proves very difficult this far from shore. Seals are scarce where the ice extends for miles in all directions. The few successful kills get distributed carefully. Fresh meat becomes precious beyond gold. The organs get eaten first while they retain the most vitamins. The meat gets portioned out to provide each man a share. Nothing goes to waste. Christmas arrives with special celebrations organised by the officers. Extra rum rations get authorised. The alcohol provides warmth and loosens tongues. Men sing songs from home, carols and folk tunes their mothers taught them. Some voices crack with emotion. Others shout with forced cheerfulness that masks darker feelings. The cooks prepared special meals from the reserve provisions set aside for holidays. Plum pudding appears, dense and sweet and rich. The pudding contains dried fruits and suet and brandy. It tastes like civilization and home. Men eat slowly, savouring each bite, making the portions last as long as possible. Decorations appear in the mess areas, fashioned from whatever materials the men could find. Some carve small wooden figures, simple shapes whittled during idle hours. Others fashioned wreaths from preserved greenery they brought from England specifically for this purpose. The decorations transform the stark spaces into something almost festive. The celebration feels simultaneously joyful and profoundly melancholy. The polar night gradually weakens as January turns to February. A slight brightening appears on the southern horizon during midday hours. It is not true daylight yet, just a lessening of the absolute darkness. The twilight expands day by day. The change is subtle but noticeable. The return of light lifts spirits in ways that surprise everyone. Men move with more energy during the twilight hours. Conversations become livelier and less forced. Laughter sounds more genuine. The human spirit responds to light in ways that run deeper than conscious thought. The darkness was bearable, but the return of light feels like salvation beginning. March brings the first actual sunrise in months. The sun barely clears the horizon for a few minutes before sinking back below it. But that brief appearance causes genuine celebration. Officers break out special provisions saved for this moment. The crew gathers on deck to watch the event despite the bitter cold. Faces turn toward the south like flowers seeking the sun. The sun looks strange after months of darkness. Its light seems thin and weak compared to memory. The familiar yellow-white disk appears smaller than expected. But it is the sun. The same sun that shines on England and on every place humans call home. Its return means winter is ending. Summer will come again. The ice shows no signs of breaking up during the brief spring. The ships remain firmly locked in place. This is not necessarily concerning at this point. Ice typically holds until July or even August in these high latitudes. The crew settles in to wait for summer with renewed hope. They maintain their established routines. The classes continue. The music plays. The formal dinners proceed. 3 men died during the winter. 2 from pneumonia that the surgeon could not treat effectively. 1 from what was diagnosed as heart failure, though the exact cause remains uncertain. These deaths are recorded in the ship's log with dates and presumed causes. The bodies are wrapped in canvas and placed in a crypt dug with great difficulty into the permafrost on nearby King William Island. The frozen ground makes burial nearly impossible. The digging requires hours of chipping away at iron-hard earth. The graves end up shallow, barely deep enough to cover the bodies. Rocks are piled on top to protect the remains from animals. The funeral services are brief. The cold drives men back to the ships quickly. The dead are left alone in the frozen ground, the first casualties of an expedition that will claim everyone. Summer arrives, but brings no relief from the ice. The temperature rises above freezing during July. Meltwater forms pools on the surface of the ice. But the thick multi-year ice surrounding the ships barely melts at all. Leads do not appear. open water remains hundreds of miles away. The expedition is stuck for another winter in exactly the same position where they froze in the previous year. This is concerning but not yet catastrophic. The ships carried 3 years of provisions when they left England. 1 year has passed. 2 years of supplies theoretically remain. The heating system still functions without major problems. The ships show no serious structural damage despite the constant pressure from the ice. The crew remains mostly healthy, despite the 3 deaths during the first winter. You notice subtle changes in the men's behaviour as the second summer wears on without the ice breaking up. The forced cheerfulness of the first winter has faded completely. Conversations turn quieter. Men speak less and spend more time staring at nothing. Some sit motionless for long periods, lost in thoughts they do not share. The isolation weighs heavier in the second year. Everyone had hoped to be moving again by now. Franklin makes difficult decisions about rationing the provisions. The food must stretch further than originally planned. The daily portions decrease slightly. Nobody complains openly about the reduction. Complaining would serve no purpose and might undermine morale. But hunger becomes a familiar sensation that never quite goes away. Stomachs rumble. Thoughts turn frequently to food. The tinned meat tastes increasingly unappetizing with each passing month. Some tins, when opened, contain food that has obviously spoiled. The meat looks discoloured and smells foul. These tins get discarded immediately. The frequency of spoiled tins seems to be increasing. Nobody realises that the hasty soldering process allowed contamination in a significant percentage of the provisions. The lead poisoning from the tin solder begins affecting more of the crew in noticeable ways. Symptoms appear gradually over many months. Some men complain of stomach pain that persists despite the surgeon's remedies. Others experience confusion and memory problems. Irritability increases. Arguments break out over trivial matters. Men who are previously easygoing become quick to anger. The surgeon notes these symptoms in his medical journal, but does not connect them to the tinned food. Medical knowledge in the 1840s did not fully understand lead poisoning. The symptoms could be attributed to the stress of Arctic life, the poor diet, the isolation. The surgeon treats the stomach complaints with various medicines. He tries bleeding for some ailments. Nothing helps, because he's not addressing the real cause. Scientific work continues despite the deteriorating morale. Magnetic observations proceed on schedule. The officers still take their readings with care. Weather data gets recorded daily. Temperature, wind direction, barometric pressure. The numbers fill pages in leather-bound journals. Officers map the nearby coastline during brief summer excursions onto the land. This data, if it ever reaches civilization, will prove valuable to future expeditions and to scientific understanding of the region. The men take some pride in maintaining their scientific duties. The work provides purpose beyond mere survival. They are not just enduring the Arctic, they are studying it and contributing to human knowledge. This sense of purpose matters deeply when everything else seems meaningless. The second winter arrives earlier than the first, or so it seems. September brings heavy snow and temperatures that drop rapidly. The polar night returns like an old enemy. The darkness feels more oppressive this time. You have experienced it before and know its full duration. The anticipation makes it worse. Knowing that months of darkness stretch ahead feels heavier than the darkness itself. Discipline becomes harder to maintain as the second winter progresses. Small infractions increase in frequency. Men sleep through their watch and must be shaken awake by frustrated officers. Tools go missing and turn up in wrong locations. Food disappears from the stores. The officers punish these breaches according to naval regulations, but their hearts are not fully in it. Everyone suffers from the same grinding monotony and creeping despair. Scurvy appears despite the tinned vegetables that were supposed to prevent it. Scurvy results from vitamin C deficiency. The canning process destroyed most of the vitamin content in the vegetables. Heat treatment necessary to preserve the food also broke down the delicate vitamins. The lime juice, which might have compensated for the poor vegetables, was also contaminated with lead from its storage containers. Men develop the characteristic symptoms. Gums begin bleeding spontaneously. Teeth loosen in their sockets. Old wounds that had healed years ago reopen without explanation. Skin bruises at the slightest touch. Energy levels drop dramatically. Men can barely perform simple tasks without resting. Climbing the ladder from below decks leaves them gasping for breath. The surgeon recognises scurvy. He has seen it on previous voyages. He prescribes the standard remedies: fresh meat when available, lime juice from the stores, exercise when possible. But the treatments are less effective than they should be. The lime juice itself is tainted. The fresh meat is almost non-existent. The men are too weak for meaningful exercise. Franklin dies on June 11th, 1847. The event shocks the entire expedition, even though some officers saw it coming. The exact cause remains unclear. The surgeon records the death in his journal, but provides no detailed medical explanation. Speculation suggests either a heart attack or stroke. Franklin was nearly 60 years old. He had endured 2 brutal Arctic winters. His body, weakened by inadequate food and lead poisoning, simply could not sustain the ongoing stress. The funeral takes place on the ice beside the ship. The crew gathers in the bitter cold. A canvas-wrapped body rests on a sledge. The chaplain reads passages from the burial service. His breath creates clouds in the frozen air. The words seem inadequate to the moment. Men remove their caps despite the cold. Some cry quietly. Others stand blank-faced, too shocked or too sick to process the loss. Command passes to Francis Crozier according to the established hierarchy. He inherits a desperate situation that grows worse daily. The ships have been stuck in the ice for 22 months. Food supplies are dwindling faster than planned due to the spoiled tins. The crew is sick with scurvy and lead poisoning. Some men show signs of tuberculosis. The ice shows no indication whatsoever of releasing the ships. Crozier faces a terrible choice. He can keep the crew aboard the ships, hoping against all evidence that the ice will break up during the 3rd summer. This option offers the comfort and shelter of the ships. The heating system still works. The remaining food sits in the holds. But staying means gambling that conditions will improve. Or he can abandon the ships and attempt to march the crew to safety overland. The nearest Hudson's Bay Company outpost lies over 800 miles to the south. The route crosses ice, frozen seas, and the barren Canadian tundra. Most of the crew are too sick to walk such a distance. The supplies they could carry would run out long before reaching help. This option is desperate, but staying might be worse. The ice does not break during the summer of 1847. June passes, July comes and goes. August arrives without any significant change in conditions. The ice remains solid and unyielding. The leads that should have opened stay frozen shut. The expedition faces a 3rd winter locked in the same position where they first froze nearly 2 years earlier. Crozier makes his decision in the early spring of 1848. The expedition will abandon the ships and march south toward the nearest outpost of civilization. They will leave HMS Erebus and Terror frozen in the ice. They will take what supplies they can carry and attempt to walk to safety. The distance is immense. The crew is desperately sick, but staying aboard the ships offers no hope at all. They will die here if they wait for rescue that will never come. The decision once made brings a kind of relief. The waiting is over. They will act. They will fight for survival even if the odds are terrible. Action feels better than passively waiting for death in the frozen ships. You stand on the ice on April 22nd, 1848. The date will later be documented from the note Crozier leaves in a cairn. The crew is preparing to leave the ships that have been home for nearly 3 years. Supplies are being sorted into piles on the ice. Decisions must be made about what to bring and what to leave behind. Every item represents a terrible choice. Boats are being mounted on heavy wooden sledges so they can be dragged across the frozen landscape. The boats will be needed if the crew reaches open water or major rivers. They might also provide shelter during the march. But each boat weighs hundreds of pounds even before supplies are loaded. The sledges add more weight. Moving these loads across broken ice and rough ground will require enormous effort. The abandonment of HMS Erebus and Terror represents the final collapse of the expedition's hopes. These ships, built specifically for Arctic service and equipped with every possible advantage, are being left behind. They sit silent and dark, their coal supplies exhausted, their heating systems cold. The men will take what they can carry and walk away from the only real shelter for hundreds of miles. Crozier leaves a written note in a cairn that earlier explorers built on King William Island. The note is printed on a standard Admiralty form designed specifically for this purpose. The form has blank spaces for recording key information about an expedition's progress. Crozier fills in the details in handwriting that shows the stress he is experiencing. Some words are misspelled in the haste. The writing crowds the margins. The note reports Franklin's death on June 11th of the previous year. It states that the ships have been abandoned on this date after being beset since September 1846. It says the remaining crew, 105 men, will march south toward the Back River under Crozier's command. This document will be found 11 years later. It provides the only written record of the expedition's fate. 105 men prepare for the march. 24 have died during the nearly 3 years in the ice. The dead include Franklin, the 3 men buried during the first winter, and 20 others who succumbed to disease, scurvy, lead poisoning, and the accumulated effects of malnutrition. The survivors are desperately weakened. Many can barely walk without assistance. They will attempt to drag boats and supplies across hundreds of miles of the most hostile landscape on Earth. The amount of equipment the crew tries to take defies all reason and common sense. Boats loaded on sledges weigh over 1,000 pounds each. The supplies piled into the boats include items of highly questionable value for men in their situation. Silk handkerchiefs appear among the loads, button polish, books, a writing desk complete with inkwell and pens. These men, facing death within weeks, cannot bring themselves to leave behind the markers of civilization and gentility. You help drag one of the sledges during the first hours of the march. The weight seems impossible. The runners, designed to slide across smooth ice, sink deeply into soft spring snow. Every few feet requires tremendous effort. Several men must pull together to move the load even a tiny distance. The crew establishes a rhythm born of desperation. Pull with all remaining strength. Rest briefly. Pull again. The sledge moves forward in tiny, painful increments. At this pace, reaching the mainland will take weeks. Reaching a Hudson's Bay Company trading post will take months if it can be done at all. The crew is too sick and too weak to sustain this effort for long. But they have no choice. Staying with the ships means certain death. Attempting the march offers at least a small chance of survival. The route heads south along the western coast of King William Island. Crozier chose this path because it provides the most direct line toward the Back River, and eventually toward the established fur trading posts. From there, they might reach Great Slave Lake or even civilization. The plan depends entirely on finding game animals along the way to supplement the limited supplies they can carry. The land offers no comfort whatsoever. King William Island is flat, windswept, and utterly barren. Gravel and rock form the substrate. Small hardy plants grow in protected spots during the brief summer, but this is still spring. Nothing green shows yet. No trees exist this far north. The only available fuel is driftwood gathered from beaches. Without fuel, they cannot cook the food that might keep them alive. The Inuit people who live in this region provide testimony years later about encountering the starving sailors. They describe seeing men dragging boats toward the south. The sailors' faces looked strange, they reported. The skin appeared grey and tight. The eyes stared without focusing properly. The behaviour seemed confused and erratic. Some Inuit offered to help or tried to trade. The sailors, perhaps too sick to think clearly or too proud to accept help from people they considered savages, refused all assistance. You collapse during a rest stop after hours of pulling the sledge. The cold seeps through your clothing despite the exertion. Your feet have lost all feeling long ago. Frostbite has claimed several toes. The blackened tissue will eventually fall off if you live long enough. The pain from scurvy makes every movement agony. Your gums bleed constantly. Teeth move loosely when you probe them with your tongue. You are dying slowly. Everyone in the group is dying slowly at different rates. The sledges get abandoned one by one as the march continues. The men simply lack the strength to pull them further. The loads are too heavy and the ice too difficult. Supplies get scattered along the route as exhausted sailors discard weight in desperate attempts to lighten their burdens. Rescue parties that arrive decades later will find this trail of debris stretching for miles. Books appear scattered across the ice. Fine leather-bound volumes lie open to the wind and snow. Silver cutlery is dropped and left behind. Clothing gets discarded even though the temperature remains well below freezing. The crew is making irrational decisions. Lead poisoning affects judgment. Starvation produces confusion. The combination creates behaviour that makes no sense to outside observers, but seemed reasonable to dying men. Some men turn back toward the ships at various points. The physical evidence discovered later suggests this clearly. Bodies and artefacts are found pointing north, back along the route the expedition had travelled. Perhaps these men hoped to find safety and shelter aboard the abandoned vessels. Perhaps they simply wanted to die in familiar surroundings rather than on the barren ice. Perhaps their confused minds simply forgot they had left the ships. The main group continues south despite the deteriorating conditions. They reach the southern coast of King William Island and manage to cross the frozen strait to the Adelaide Peninsula on the mainland. This represents real progress. They have travelled perhaps 50 miles from the ships, but the cost is terrible. More men die each day. The bodies are left where they fall. Nobody has the energy to dig graves in the frozen ground. The dead are simply abandoned. Evidence discovered much later suggests the survivors resorted to cannibalism. This should not be surprising to anyone who understands starvation. Starving humans throughout history have made this choice when all other options are exhausted. The alternative is death. Some rescue parties that arrived years later found human remains showing cut marks entirely consistent with careful butchering. The long bones had been split to extract the marrow. This discovery shocked Victorian England when it became public. Charles Dickens and other prominent figures refused to believe British naval officers could have descended to such depths. But the evidence is clear. The men ate their dead companions. They did what humans do when starving. They chose life over propriety. The judgment of history should recognise their desperate circumstances rather than condemn their actions. The group fragments as the strongest men push ahead and the weakest fall further and further behind. Small clusters of 2 or 3 men begin appearing in the historical and archaeological record based on where remains were later found. These men died together, seeking what comfort they could in companionship. Even in death they stayed close to someone who understood what they had endured. The trail of the dying expedition stretches south and west across the Adelaide Peninsula. A few men apparently made it remarkably far before succumbing. Bodies and artefacts were eventually found over 100 miles from the abandoned ships. These were presumably the strongest and healthiest members of the crew. They kept walking long after most had fallen. But they too died eventually, alone in the wilderness. No member of the expedition survived. 129 men left England in 1845. All 129 died in the Arctic. Most died during the march south from the ships. Some died aboard the vessels before the abandonment. 3 died and were buried on Beechy Island during the first winter. The Arctic claimed them all without exception or mercy. You're no longer with the expedition in this chapter. The narrative shifts perspective to what happened after the last man died somewhere on the barren ground of northern Canada. The Arctic kept its secrets with perfect silence for years. No word came back. No survivors staggered into trading posts with tales of survival. The silence was complete and absolute. Britain waited for word that would never arrive. The first search expeditions departed in 1848, just 3 years after Franklin sailed. This might seem early to mount a rescue effort, but the Franklin expedition was expected to complete the passage and emerge in the Pacific within 2 or 3 years. When no word came by 1848, concern began to grow among naval officials and Franklin's family. Lady Franklin refused to believe her husband was dead. She lobbied the Admiralty relentlessly for rescue missions. She wrote letters to officials. She gave speeches. She used her social connections to pressure those in power. The government agreed to send search parties, partly from genuine concern for the missing men, and partly to quiet her persistent, forceful advocacy. Dozens of search expeditions explored the Arctic over the next decade and beyond. They sailed into the labyrinth of channels and islands. They covered thousands of miles of coastline. They found traces of the Franklin expedition, but never any survivors. Cairns with messages from earlier expeditions, but nothing from Franklin. Abandoned equipment. Eventually bodies. Each discovery added small pieces to the puzzle, without solving the central mystery of what happened. Dr. John Ray, working for the Hudson's Bay Company rather than the Royal Navy, heard disturbing reports from Inuit hunters in the spring of 1854. They described finding bodies of white men on King William Island and the Adelaide Peninsula. The bodies showed evidence of extreme starvation. The Inuit hunters had recovered various items from the bodies and from campsites scattered across the region. Ray purchased these artefacts and brought them back to England for identification. The collection included silver cutlery with officers' initials engraved on the handles, military medals and decorations, personal items like pocket watches and rings. All of these objects clearly belonged to members of the Franklin expedition. The evidence proved the expedition had ended in disaster somewhere in the region the Inuit described. The Inuit hunters also reported signs that some of the dead men had been butchered and eaten by other members of the expedition. This revelation horrified Victorian society to its core. The idea that British naval officers, representatives of the world's greatest empire, could have descended to cannibalism seemed impossible to accept. Charles Dickens, the famous novelist, publicly dismissed the Inuit reports as lies and slander. He wrote articles attacking Ray for repeating such claims. Dickens argued that the Inuit themselves must have murdered the expedition members. He simply could not accept that civilized Englishmen would resort to eating their dead companions, regardless of how desperate they became. But Ray reported accurately what the Inuit told him. The evidence would later support their testimony completely. The Inuit had no reason to lie, and every reason to tell the truth about what they found. Their knowledge of the Arctic and its dangers far exceeded anything Europeans understood at that time. Lady Franklin sponsored private search expeditions when the Admiralty stopped funding official ones after several years of fruitless searching. She used her own money and funds raised through public appeals. She remained convinced that some members of the expedition might still be alive, perhaps living with Inuit groups waiting for rescue. Captain Leopold McClintock led one of these privately funded missions in 1859. His team made crucial discoveries that finally revealed the expedition's fate. On King William Island, they found the cairn where Crozier had left his note. The paper had survived remarkably well despite years of Arctic weather. The message provided the first written confirmation of Franklin's death, and the date when the ships were abandoned. McClintock's expedition also found a boat containing 2 skeletons and the most bizarre collection of items imaginable. The boat was mounted on a sledge and appeared to have been dragged some distance south before being abandoned. The items inside made no sense for men trying to survive in the Arctic. Silk handkerchiefs, scented soap, 5 pocket watches all stopped at different times, books, slippers. The scene suggested men too sick and confused to make rational decisions about what to bring. The years passed and decades accumulated. The Arctic ice continued its slow, patient work of grinding and eroding. The ships, if they remained intact somewhere, drifted with the ice pack according to currents and wind. Metal fittings corroded in the salt water. Wood degraded slowly in the cold, but still degraded. The ice ground against the hulls season after season, year after year. Inuit oral history preserved knowledge of the expedition's fate with remarkable accuracy. Stories passed from parents to children described the starving sailors. They told of the abandoned ships and the locations where bodies could be found. These stories were specific and detailed. Western historians initially dismissed these accounts as myth or exaggeration. The Inuit testimony proved entirely accurate when later investigations confirmed nearly every detail. The search for Franklin's ships continued sporadically into the 20th century. Expeditions still ventured north hoping to locate the wrecks. Several groups claimed to have found wreckage or artifacts. None of these claims could be verified with certainty. The ships remained hidden beneath the ice and water in the Canadian Arctic, guarding their secrets. Scientific analysis of the evidence evolved substantially over the decades as new technologies and knowledge became available. Early theories blamed scurvy alone for the deaths. This explanation seemed adequate at first. Scurvy had killed sailors for centuries. It made sense that it would claim this expedition too. Later researchers identified lead poisoning as a major contributing factor. Analysis of materials recovered from the expedition showed dangerously high lead levels. The poorly soldered tins that held the expedition's food supply had poisoned the crew slowly over the years. This finding represented a failure of industrial quality control in Victorian England. The contractor who supplied the tins had cut corners to meet deadlines and maximise profit. Botulism from contaminated tins also likely played a role in the disaster. Some expedition members probably died from acute food poisoning before the ships were even abandoned. The combination of lead poisoning, botulism, scurvy and eventual starvation created a cascade of failures that doomed everyone. No single cause killed the expedition. The accumulation of problems proved insurmountable. The question of why the expedition chose such a terrible route through the ice troubled historians and Arctic experts. Franklin's orders from the Admiralty directed him to proceed south and west after entering the Arctic. The charts he carried showed the Eastern Channel past King William Island as blocked or too shallow for large ships. Better information might have saved the entire expedition. The eastern route, which later proved navigable, has less dangerous ice, shallower water that freezes and thaws more readily, and proximity to mainland coasts where game animals provide food. Franklin sailed west into deep water filled with the worst ice in the entire Arctic. A different choice of route might have allowed the expedition to complete the passage successfully. Climate analysis conducted in recent decades revealed that the 1840s represented an unusually severe period in Arctic ice conditions. The expedition departed during the coldest phase of what glaciologists and climate scientists call the Little Ice Age. The ice that trapped Franklin's ships was thicker and more extensive than during most earlier or later periods in history. The timing could not have been worse. If the expedition had sailed 10 years earlier or 10 years later, they might have encountered ice conditions that allowed passage through the Arctic. They arrived at precisely the wrong moment when the ice was at its worst in living memory. Bad luck combined with bad planning and bad supplies to destroy the expedition completely. The sea ice off King William Island holds memories frozen in its ancient layers. Decades pass like seasons. Centuries turn while the ice remembers everything and forgets nothing. Technology advances in ways the Victorians could never have imagined. New tools emerge that allow humans to search beneath ice and water in ways that would have seemed like magic to Franklin and his crew. Parks Canada, the Canadian government agency responsible for managing and protecting historic sites, began a formal and systematic search for the Franklin ships in 2008. The search represented a long-term commitment requiring years of effort and significant resources. They used side-scan sonar to map the seafloor in detail. They deployed underwater robots equipped with cameras and lights. They studied Inuit testimony carefully and took it seriously, learning from the mistakes of earlier generations who dismissed indigenous knowledge. The search teams worked through short Arctic summers when the ice retreated enough to allow ships to operate. They covered vast areas of ocean floor. They investigated countless sonar contacts that turned out to be rocks or natural features. The work was slow and painstaking. Many people doubted the ships would ever be found. The Arctic is vast, and the search area covered hundreds of square miles of underwater terrain. September 7th, 2014. A Parks Canada vessel is conducting routine operations in Wilmot and Crampton Bay, not far from the southern coast of King William Island. The sonar operator watches the screen showing real-time images of the seafloor passing beneath the ship. Most of the day has shown nothing but rocks and sand and mud. Then something unusual appears on the screen. The sonar image shows a large symmetrical object resting on the seabed in about 11 metres of water. The shape is unmistakable to anyone familiar with 19th century ships. The distinctive hull form, the placement of certain structures, the overall proportions all suggest a wooden sailing vessel from the Victorian era. The operator calls others to confirm what he is seeing. A remotely operated vehicle descends through the cold, dark water to investigate. The camera lights cut through the gloom like searchlights in a nightmare. The robot approaches the anomaly slowly and carefully. A wooden hull appears in the illumination, dark and encrusted with marine growth, but still recognisably a ship. The deck fittings and construction details match the known specifications of either HMS Erebus or Terror exactly. The ship rests upright on the bottom as if it sank gently and settled into the mud. The hull appears remarkably intact despite spending over a century and a half underwater. The cold Arctic water preserved the wood far better than warmer seas would have. The deck shows damage where the masts fell or were removed, but the basic structure remains sound and recognisable. This is HMS Erebus, found at last after 169 years. The discovery makes international news. Archaeologists and historians around the world celebrate the find. The ship had seemed lost forever, destroyed by ice, or scattered across the ocean floor. But here it sits, nearly whole, waiting to tell its story to anyone patient enough to listen. 2 years later, on September 12, 2016, a Parks Canada team locates HMS Terror. The second ship lies in Terror Bay, about 96 kilometres north of where Erebus was found. Terror also rests upright in about 24 metres of water. The hull shows the same remarkable preservation as her sister ship. Finding both vessels seemed almost impossible. Locating them both was a triumph of persistence, technology, and attention to Inuit testimony. The discovery of Terror surprised many researchers. Inuit oral history had indicated the approximate location, but many academic historians doubted the accuracy of stories passed down through generations. The ship was found almost exactly where the Inuit said it would be. This confirmed once again that Indigenous knowledge deserves serious respect and attention. The Inuit knew where the ship was all along. Western researchers just needed to listen. Both ships became protected historic sites under Canadian law immediately upon discovery. Parks Canada conducted multiple archaeological expeditions to document and study the wrecks carefully, without disturbing them unnecessarily. Divers wearing dry suits entered the ships and moved through the interior spaces with cameras and measuring equipment. They recovered specific artifacts for study and conservation. Cameras captured thousands of images of the interior spaces where Franklin's men lived and worked and eventually died. Inside Erebus, researchers found bottles still sitting upright on shelves where they were placed over a century ago. Glass plates remained stacked neatly in the galley area. A drawer contained preserved papers, though the writing had degraded to the point of illegibility. The ship's bell was recovered carefully and brought to the surface. Museums now display it as a tangible connection to the lost crew. These items provide haunting connections to the men who used them. Someone placed those bottles on those shelves. Someone ate from those plates. Someone rang that bell to mark the watches. The ordinary objects of daily shipboard life survived when the men did not. Terror revealed even more remarkably intact spaces. The ship's wheel stands in position on the deck, ready for a helmsman who will never return. Cabin furniture remains in place, arranged as it was when the ship was abandoned. Glass window panes survive intact in some cabin windows. The ship appears almost ready to sail again, preserved by the cold water in a state of suspended animation that seems to defy the passage of time. Scientific analysis of artifacts recovered from the wrecks continues as conservation work proceeds slowly and carefully. Researchers study everything from wood samples that might reveal information about the ship's construction to rope fragments that show manufacturing techniques. Preserved food residues reveal details about the crew's diet and the lead contamination they suffered. Each item, no matter how small or insignificant it might seem, provides data about the expedition's final years. 3 crew member bodies were recovered from graves on Beechey Island during earlier phases of research in the 1980s. These men died during the expedition's first winter when the ships were anchored near that island. They were buried in the permafrost, which preserved their bodies remarkably well. The frozen remains allowed for detailed autopsies that would be impossible with bodies exposed to normal decomposition. Analysis of the Beechey Island bodies confirmed extremely high lead levels in bone tissue and soft tissues. The lead poisoning theory, which had been controversial, gained very strong support from this physical evidence. The men had been poisoned slowly by their food supply. The lead accumulated in their bodies month after month, year after year, gradually destroying their health. Modern DNA analysis has identified some of the scattered remains found on King William Island and the Adelaide Peninsula over the decades. Personal effects like uniform buttons and fragments helped connect specific bodies to names on the crew roster. These men, lost to history for over a century and a half, slowly regained their identities through patient scientific work. They became individuals again rather than anonymous victims. The Franklin expedition stopped being an unsolved mystery and became a well-documented disaster. The combination of bad luck, inadequate planning, contaminated food supplies, harsh climate conditions and poor cartography killed everyone aboard. No single cause explains the disaster adequately. The expedition collapsed under the accumulated weight of multiple failures, any one of which might have been survivable on its own. The ships themselves became memorials to the crew. They rest on the Arctic seafloor as monuments to ambition, courage, determination, and the sometimes cruel indifference of the natural world to human plans and hopes. The Canadian government works closely with Inuit communities to preserve and study the wrecks while respecting their significance as grave sites. The ships are tombs as well as archaeological treasures. You're lying in bed now, far from the Arctic ice and the sunken ships. The Franklin expedition exists only as history now, not as present experience. Those men died a long time ago in conditions you cannot fully imagine despite the descriptions. Their story serves as a reminder of human limits and the immense patient power of the natural world. The ships wait in the cold, dark water at the bottom of the Arctic Ocean. The ice forms above them each winter and melts partially each summer. The cycle continues as it has for millennia. The Arctic remembers everything and forgets nothing. The wrecks of HMS Erebus and Terror will rest there for centuries more, slowly dissolving back into the elements that built them. The wood will eventually decay completely. The metal will corrode to nothing. The ships will disappear back into the ocean. But their story will remain. The tale of 129 men who sailed into the ice-seeking glory and found only death will be told as long as humans care about exploration in the sea and the thin line between courage and folly. Sleep now, my tired dumplings. The expedition has ended. The ships have been found. The mystery has been solved as completely as it ever will be. The questions have been answered as well as possible, given the passage of time and the destruction of evidence. Close your eyes and let the story settle into memory where it belongs, alongside all the other tales of human endeavour against impossible odds. The men of the Franklin expedition died pursuing a goal that seemed worthwhile at the time. They served their country as best they could. They maintained discipline and dignity as long as possible under increasingly terrible conditions. They deserve to be remembered not just as victims of disaster, but as individuals who faced the Arctic with courage, even when that courage proved insufficient. If this helped you drift off to sleep, you might consider subscribing to the channel. New history stories appear weekly, each one researched and written to help you rest. Now sleep well and let the Arctic keep its remaining secrets. You're settling in for the night, about to step back into a world where young colonists hunched over Latin primers by candlelight, where the ghosts of ancient Rome walk through Philadelphia's cobblestone streets, and where a farmer's son might quote Cicero while ploughing his fields. This is the story of how dusty old books from across the ocean built the mental architecture of a new nation, a tale of conjugations and rhetoric, marble columns and moral warnings, all woven into the fabric of early American life in ways both profound and peculiar. The smell hits you first, that particular combination of tallow candles, wood smoke, and the musty sweet scent of pages that have crossed an ocean. You're standing in a Massachusetts schoolroom in 1738, and the morning light barely reaches through windows made of oiled paper rather than glass. The room is cold enough that you can see your breath, and the wooden bench beneath you feels like it's stealing warmth directly from your bones. Your hands are already ink-stained, and it's only Tuesday. The schoolmaster, a man whose wig has gone slightly askew from the morning's exertions, is leading you through Latin declensions with the kind of grim determination usually reserved for splitting firewood. Puella, puellae, puellae, puella, puella, you chant along with the other students, your voice joining a chorus that sounds like a particularly monotonous religious ceremony. The girl. Of the girl, to the girl, by the girl. It's mind-numbing. It's also the foundation of what people in this time consider a proper education. You might wonder why a colony struggling to clear forests and plant crops would care about a language that nobody speaks anymore except in churches and courtrooms. The answer isn't simple, and it certainly isn't obvious when you're 10 years old and your fingers are cramping from gripping a quill pen. But the colonists who established these schools brought with them a conviction that bordered on obsession, that the best thoughts humanity had ever produced were locked inside Greek and Latin texts, and that the key to those thoughts was grammar. Not just any grammar, mind you. This is grammar as a kind of mental discipline, a training ground for the mind that people believed would make you better at everything else. Learn to parse a Latin sentence with its elaborate structure, subjects hiding at the end, verbs playing hide and seek in the middle, adjectives wandering far from their nouns, and English would seem simple by comparison. More than that, you'd learn to think in a particular way, methodically, attentively, with an eye for how pieces fit together. The schoolmaster taps his rod against the desk, and you return your attention to Corderius's Colloquies, a Latin textbook that's been making children miserable since the 1500s. The dialogues are meant to be practical, teaching you how Romans might have discussed everyday situations. Quid agis hodie? What are you doing today? As if you're going to strike up conversations in Latin at the general store. But here's the thing that nobody mentions during these grinding hours of memorization. The process is actually working. Your brain is being rewired. You're learning pattern recognition, grammatical structure, and logical relationships between ideas. When you eventually read the Massachusetts Constitution, drafted by men who went through this same training, you'll recognize its elaborate, carefully balanced sentences as products of minds shaped by Latin syntax. The morning wears on. Outside, you can hear normal colonial life proceeding. A cart rattling past, someone calling about fish for sale, and the rhythmic sound of a nearby cooper hammering barrel hoops. Inside, you're in ancient Rome, or at least in the linguistic fossil record of ancient Rome, learning to think like someone from a civilization that fell over 1,000 years ago. By midday, you've moved on to Caesar's commentaries, and this is where things get slightly more interesting. Julius Caesar, writing about his military campaigns in Gaul, has a style that's been described as elegant simplicity, which is teacher talk, for at least the sentences aren't as long as a city block. You're reading about bridge building and battle tactics, about Germanic tribes and Gallic strongholds, and somewhere in your mind, a map of Europe is forming that has nothing to do with the Europe of 1738. The student next to you, a merchant's son named Thomas, who always smells faintly of tobacco from his father's shop, stumbles over a word. Transient, he says, pronouncing it like it's English. Transient, the schoolmaster corrects, with the weary patience of someone who's had this exact conversation 800 times before. They cross over, from trans across and eo, ire to go. And there it is again, another tiny piece of the puzzle clicking into place. You're learning not just Latin, but how language itself works, how meaning is built from smaller pieces, and how ideas travel across time and space embedded in words. Trans will show up again in translate, transport, and transcend. Every root you learn becomes a key to dozens of English words. The funny thing is, nobody here will ever speak Latin fluently. That's not the point. A few decades from now, when these same students are arguing about the structure of government, writing constitutions and debating natural rights, they'll reach for Latin phrases like tools from a familiar workshop, e pluribus unum, novus ordo seclorum. They'll do this not to show off, but because Latin has become the language their minds use when grappling with big ideas. You practice writing, forming letters that will become progressively less awful over the years. The quill keeps splattering, and you're fairly certain your handwriting looks like a drunk spider fell into the inkwell and staggered across the page. But you're learning, in muscle and mind, a discipline that will stay with you. The afternoon brings Greek, which makes Latin look like a friendly cousin. The alphabet alone is an adventure in confusion. Letters that look like they should make one sound but make another. Symbols that seem to exist solely to trip you up. Sigma looks like it should be simple, but it has two different forms depending on where it appears in a word, because apparently ancient Greeks enjoyed making things complicated. Your introduction to Greek comes through the New Testament, which at least has the advantage of familiar stories. You've heard these in English every Sunday. Now you're seeing them in their original language, and it's like meeting old friends who suddenly have different accents and more complex personalities. The Greek word logos gets translated as word, but it also means reason, principle, and the underlying order of things. John's Gospel starts with it, and suddenly that simple English word seems inadequate for what the Greek is trying to convey. The teacher explains that educated Romans learned Greek the same way you're learning it now, as a second classical language that opened doors to philosophy, science, and literature. You're following in footsteps that are not just centuries but millennia old. It's dizzying if you think about it too much, this chain of education reaching back through time. By the time you stumble out into the late afternoon light, your head feels stuffed with declensions and conjugations, paradigms and particles. Other children are playing in the common, their shouts reaching you as you head home through streets that smell of cooking fires and horse manure. You've got exercises to complete before tomorrow, more translations, more memorization, and more wrestling with languages that have been dead longer than English has been alive. But something is happening in your mind, something subtle and lasting. You're being taught to see patterns, to analyze structure, and to understand how complex ideas can be built from simple components. The colonial leaders who insist on this kind of education believe they're preserving civilization in the wilderness. They're not entirely wrong, even if their methods sometimes feel like intellectual torture. As you settle into sleep that night, Latin phrases drift through your mind like fragments of dreams. Amo, amas, amat. I love, you love, he loves. The rhythm of it is almost soothing now, a mental lullaby built from ancient conjugations. You don't know it yet, but you're being shaped into a particular kind of thinker, one who will approach problems with tools forged in classical education. The lamp burns low. Tomorrow there will be more grammar, more translation, and more ancient wisdom delivered in dead languages. But tonight, you rest, your mind quietly organising everything you've learned into patterns that will last a lifetime. You're 16 now, and the texts have changed. No more simple dialogues about daily life in Rome. Now you're deep in Plutarch's Lives, and the reading room at Harvard feels like a theatre where dead heroes stride across the stage of your imagination. The book is heavy, a thick volume bound in leather that's gone soft and slightly oily from decades of student hands. You're reading about Lycurgus, the legendary lawgiver of Sparta, and the story is stranger and more compelling than any novel you might sneak into your room. Lycurgus, according to Plutarch, redesigned an entire society, banning gold and silver currency in favour of iron money that was too heavy and worthless to hoard. He made Spartans eat together in common messes, equalising rich and poor. He created an education system so rigorous it would make your Latin grammar lessons look like a pleasant afternoon. The thing about Plutarch is that he's not just telling you what happened. He's comparing Greek and Roman heroes, setting them side by side like a shopkeeper arranging goods for inspection. Here's Lycurgus, the Spartan lawgiver, and here's Numa, the Roman king who founded their religious institutions. What do their similarities teach you? What do their differences reveal about their societies? You're learning to think in comparisons, to analyse character, and to extract lessons from biography. This is deliberate. Plutarch wrote these lives specifically as moral instruction, as examples to emulate or avoid. He believed that studying great people would make you better, that virtue could be learned through biographical example. The other students in the reading room are scattered across centuries. One is wrestling with Demosthenes, the Athenian orator who supposedly practiced speaking with pebbles in his mouth to overcome a stutter. Another is deep in the life of Cato the Younger, the Roman senator who chose death rather than live under Caesar's dictatorship. The room is silent except for the scratch of pens and the occasional frustrated sigh. Your tutor, a minister's son who studied at Edinburgh before coming to the colonies, circulates among the desks. He pauses at your shoulder, reading over your notes on Lycurgus. "What strikes you about his reforms?" he asks, his voice pitched low to avoid disturbing others. You've learned by now that there are no simple answers in classical education. He seemed to believe that changing laws could change people's nature, you offer. That if you controlled the environment completely enough, you could create virtue. The tutor nods, pleased. And did it work? Sparta became powerful, you say slowly, thinking it through. But Plutarch suggests they became rigid, unable to adapt. Their virtue became a kind of brittleness. This is the dance of classical education at its higher levels. Reading, thinking, discussing and questioning. You're not memorising facts to regurgitate. You're entering into a conversation with the past, treating ancient authors as living interlocutors who might be right, might be wrong, but are always worth engaging. You move on to the parallel life of Numa Pompilius, Rome's second king. Where Lycurgus used force and dramatic reform, Numa used religion and gentle persuasion. He convinced Romans that a goddess counselled him, giving his laws divine authority without actually terrorising anyone. The contrast is instructive. Two approaches to the same problem of creating civic virtue. Outside, colonial America is busy inventing itself, but in this reading room you're studying the instruction manual, the collected wisdom of societies that rose, flourished, and eventually fell. The patterns are starting to emerge. Power corrupts. Virtue requires practice. Laws must match the character of the people. Simple truths maybe, but seeing them illustrated across dozens of lives makes them stick in a way that abstract statements never could. You read about Alcibiades, the brilliant, charming and absolutely unprincipled Athenian who betrayed his city, then betrayed Sparta, then tried to return to Athens in triumph. He's fascinating precisely because he's terrible, a cautionary tale about talent without character. Plutarch tells his story with a kind of sorrowful relish, showing you exactly how charisma can be divorced from virtue. Then there's Aristides the Just, who was so boringly honest that Athenians ostracised him partly out of sheer irritation at his moral consistency. The story goes that an illiterate citizen, not recognising Aristides, asked him to write Aristides on his voting shard for ostracism. When Aristides asked why, the citizen complained, I'm tired of hearing him called the just everywhere I go. Aristides wrote his own name without argument. You find yourself laughing quietly at that one. Such a perfectly human moment. Voting against someone because their virtue is annoying. It cuts through 20 centuries like they're nothing. The semester wears on, and Plutarch's parade continues. You meet Publicola, who helped establish the Roman Republic and then voluntarily limited his own power. You encounter Coriolanus, whose pride destroyed him despite his military genius. You follow Tiberius and Gaius Gracchus, brothers who tried to reform Rome and ended up torn apart by mobs. Each life is a lesson, but not always an obvious one. Sometimes the lesson is that good intentions aren't enough. Sometimes it's that timing matters as much as virtue. Sometimes it's simply that history is complicated, that heroes have flaws, and that villains have understandable motivations. Your tutor assigned you to write comparisons of your own, not just regurgitating Plutarch's judgments, but forming your own. You spend an evening comparing Alexander the Great with Julius Caesar, two conquerors who died young and left unstable empires. Your thesis is that Alexander was drunk on glory while Caesar was calculating and political. Your tutor challenges you on this, pointing out Alexander's strategic brilliance and Caesar's genuine vanity. You revise. This back and forth, this refinement of judgment, is what classical education is really about at this level. You're learning to make arguments, to defend positions, and to change your mind when presented with better evidence. The content is ancient history and biography, but the skill is timeless. How to think clearly, argue effectively, and judge wisely. You notice something interesting as the year progresses. Your classmates quote Plutarch the way earlier generations might quote scripture. As Plutarch says of Cato, becomes a common preamble to arguments about everything from college discipline to colonial politics. These ancient lives have become reference points, shared cultural knowledge that allows for shorthand communication. When someone calls a politician another Clodius, everyone knows they mean a demagogue who manipulates the mob. When someone praises Spartan simplicity, they're invoking Lycurgus. The classical education has created a common language and a shared set of examples and cautionary tales. You read late into the night sometimes, candle burning low, following Plutarch's Greeks and Romans through their triumphs and disasters. The writing itself is hypnotic, detailed, opinionated, and vivid. Plutarch has opinions about everything, from the proper way to educate children to the moral implications of eating meat. He includes gossip and philosophy in equal measure, as comfortable describing a dinner party as discussing the nature of the soul. There's a moment in the life of Pericles that stops you cold. Plutarch describes how the great Athenian statesman handled the plague that devastated Athens during the Peloponnesian War, and how he maintained order even as disease emptied the city. You think about your own colony's bouts with smallpox and fever, about leaders trying to hold communities together during crisis. The parallel is immediate and personal. This is what makes Plutarch endure, the recognition that human nature doesn't change much. Politicians still play to the crowd, reformers still face resistance, pride still precedes falls. The specifics are different. The togas have been replaced by waistcoats, but the patterns persist. By the end of your time with Plutarch, you've absorbed more than biographical facts. You've internalized a way of thinking about character, leadership, and civic duty. When you eventually participate in colonial governance, debate revolutionary politics, or simply vote on town matters, Plutarch's heroes and cautionary figures will be there in your mind, providing context and comparison. The heavy volume closes. You've travelled through centuries in its pages, witnessed the rise and fall of cities, and watched heroes and villains parade past. Tomorrow there will be other texts and other authors, but Plutarch's lessons will remain, lodged firmly in your mental furniture. As you drift towards sleep, you find yourself thinking about how Plutarch chose to end so many of his lives, with judgment, with comparison, with an attempt to extract meaning from individual stories. It seems fitting. We're all living lives that might someday teach others something, whether we intend to or not. The question is what those lessons will be. The college debate hall smells of wool, nervous sweat, and the particular mustiness of a room where young men have been arguing for generations. You're 22 now, standing at a podium with your carefully prepared speech trembling slightly in your hands. The topic: whether popular government can endure without virtue in its citizens. This is rhetoric, the crowning achievement of classical education, and you've been preparing for this moment since those first Latin declensions years ago. Everything, the grammar, the translation, the reading of ancient texts, has been leading here, to the ability to construct and deliver persuasive arguments. Your speech follows the classical structure drilled into you over countless exercises. Exordium, the introduction that captures attention. Narratio, the statement of facts. Divisio, the outline of your argument. Confirmation, the proof. Confutatio, the refutation of opposing views. Peroratio, the stirring conclusion. These Latin terms have become as familiar as your own name, a framework for organising thought that feels natural now, almost inevitable. You begin, voice steadier than you expected. Gentlemen, we gather in an age that fancies itself enlightened, that believes reason alone can guide the ship of state. But let us cast our eyes backward to Athens and Rome, to republics that rose in glory and fell in corruption, and ask ourselves whether we have discovered some new principle that exempts us from history's lessons. It's pure Cicero, that opening, the appeal to historical precedent, the suggestion that contemporary confidence might be misplaced. You've read Cicero's speeches until you could hear their rhythms in your sleep, until their techniques became instinctive. Start with common ground. Establish your credibility. Make the audience feel the weight of the question. Your opponent tonight is a merchant's son from Boston, clever and quick-witted, who will argue that institutional checks and balances can substitute for public virtue. He's probably right in a limited way, but your job is to show the limits of his rightness, to demonstrate that laws alone cannot sustain a free society. The audience, fellow students, tutors, a few visiting ministers, watches with the intent focus that rhetorical contests command. This is entertainment, yes, but it's also deadly serious. The skills being honed here are the same ones that colonial leaders use in legislative debates, town meetings and courtroom arguments. Rhetoric isn't decoration, it's the engine of public life. You move into your narration, laying out historical examples. Consider Rome under the late Republic, when Cicero himself stood against Catiline's conspiracy. The laws remained the same laws that had governed Rome for centuries. The Senate still convened, the courts still functioned. Yet corruption had eaten so deep into the body politic that armed conspiracy seemed a viable path to power. What failed was not Roman law but Roman virtue. You're drawing on your Plutarch here, on your reading of Roman history, on countless examples stored in your memory like ammunition. The trick is to deploy them effectively, not to overwhelm with erudition, but to illustrate with precision. The classical rhetorical education teaches you to think of arguments as architecture. You need a solid foundation of facts. You need supporting pillars of logic and example. You need to anticipate where the structure might be weak and reinforce those points. And you need a roof, a conclusion that brings everything together and protects the whole edifice. Your confirmation builds through three main points, each supported by historical and logical argument. First, that virtue cannot be legislated but must be cultivated. Second, citizens lacking virtue will find ways around even the cleverest institutional checks. Third, that the decline of public virtue precedes and predicts the decline of free government. Between points, you use transitions that you've learned from Quintilian's Institutio Oratoria, that massive 12-book guide to rhetoric that nearly killed you during your first year at college. But perhaps you object, you say, anticipating counter-arguments, that I paint too dark a picture, that I underestimate human capacity for self-interest rightly understood. This technique, raising objections only to answer them, is called procatalepsis, and it's devastatingly effective when done well. You're showing the audience that you've thought through opposing views, that your position has survived scrutiny. Your opponent will have his turn, and he's good. He'll point out that Sparta, for all its legendary virtue, was a rigid militaristic society that most free men would find intolerable. He'll argue that mixed government, balancing monarchical, aristocratic, and democratic elements, can create stability without requiring saints for citizens. He'll cite Polybius's analysis of the Roman constitution as proof. But you've prepared for this. Your confutation addresses these points before he can make them. The Spartan example, so often cited, proves precisely my point. Lycurgus created a system that manufactured a kind of virtue through compulsion, and it produced a brittle, unstable state that fell the moment it encountered forces it couldn't control. True republican virtue must be freely chosen, not imposed. The debate flows back and forth, a dance of argument and counter-argument that would look familiar to participants in the Roman Forum or the Athenian Assembly. You're speaking English, you're standing in colonial America, but the patterns are ancient, tested across centuries of public discourse. What strikes you as you deliver your peroratio, the final, emotional appeal, is how alive this all feels. You're not just reciting memorized speeches. You're thinking on your feet, adapting to your opponent's arguments, and gauging the audience's reaction. The classical training has given you tools, but you're the one wielding them. Let us not deceive ourselves, gentlemen, you conclude, voice rising slightly. The question before us is not whether we prefer virtue to vice. That preference is universal, at least in profession. The question is whether we can sustain free government without virtue being widely distributed among citizens. And on this point, history speaks with a terrible clarity. We cannot. The applause is polite and appreciative. You've done well, though whether you've won is for the judges to determine, but winning isn't really the point of these exercises. The point is the training, the development of skills that will serve you whether you're arguing before a jury, persuading a town meeting to support a measure, or simply thinking through complex problems in private. Over the following months, you continue these rhetorical exercises. Sometimes you argue positions you don't actually hold, defending monarchical government, attacking representative democracy, because the ability to make the weaker argument appear stronger is itself a crucial skill. It teaches you to understand opposing viewpoints and to find the genuine strengths in positions you reject. The classical texts on rhetoric make clear that this art can be used for good or ill. Cicero discusses the ethical responsibilities of the orator. Quintilian insists that a true orator must be a good man skilled in speaking, not just skilled, but good. Because technique without ethics is dangerous. You've read the cautionary examples. Alcibiades swaying Athens toward the disastrous Sicilian expedition, Clodius manipulating Roman mobs, and demagogues throughout history using rhetorical skill to lead people astray. The tension is real and unresolved. Rhetoric is power, and like all power, it poses moral questions. Your tutors remind you constantly that with these skills comes responsibility. You're being trained to persuade, to move minds, and to shape opinion. That's not a neutral capability. You practice different styles, the plain style for clarity, the middle style for teaching, and the grand style for moving emotions. You learn when to use each, and how to shift between them within a single speech. You study figures of speech, metaphor, simile, antithesis, parallelism, not as decoration but as tools of thought, ways of making abstract ideas concrete and memorable. One tutor has you practice impromptu speaking, throwing out topics randomly and requiring immediate responses. The value of standing armies. Whether colonies owe unlimited obedience to the mother country. The dangers of faction. You learn to organise thoughts quickly, to find arguments on the fly and to speak coherently under pressure. Another exercise involves declamation, taking famous speeches from history and delivering them as if they were your own. You've thundered through Cicero's denunciations of Catiline, worked your way through Demosthenes' Philippics against Philip of Macedon, and practiced the restraint of Pericles' funeral oration. Each one teaches something different about rhetorical strategy. The odd thing is how practical all this feels. These aren't dead exercises from irrelevant antiquity. These are skills that colonial leaders use constantly. When Samuel Adams argues against British taxation, he's using techniques refined in classical Athens. When Patrick Henry delivers impassioned speeches about liberty, he's following patterns established by Roman orators. The American Revolution, when it comes, will be argued into existence partly through rhetoric learned from ancient texts. You're also learning to write because rhetoric isn't just oral. You practice different forms: letters, essays, declarations, and legal briefs. Each has its own conventions and its own appropriate style. A letter to a friend employs a familiar, conversational tone. A legal argument demands precision and formal structure. A political pamphlet needs to be both learned and accessible. The classical models provide templates. Cicero's letters show how to maintain friendship across distance, while also discussing serious matters. Seneca's essays demonstrate how to explore philosophical questions in readable prose. The historical narratives of Livy and Tacitus teach how to make the past come alive, while also extracting lessons. By the time you complete your rhetorical training, you've internalized an entire system for producing and analyzing persuasive communication. You can recognize fallacies when others use them. You can construct arguments that withstand logical scrutiny. You can adapt your approach to different audiences and occasions, but perhaps most importantly, you've learned to think critically about persuasion itself, to recognize when you're being manipulated, to question your own certainties, and to demand evidence and logical consistency. The classical rhetorical tradition, at its best, creates both effective speakers and skeptical listeners. As you leave the debate hall that evening, you overhear two younger students discussing your performance. They're analysing your argument structure, critiquing your use of examples, and debating whether your conclusion was too emotional. You smile slightly. This is the tradition perpetuating itself, each generation training the next in arts that stretch back to Athens and Rome. The stars are visible tonight, the same stars that ancient orators saw. The thought is oddly comforting, that across vast gulfs of time and space, people have gathered to argue, to persuade, and to think together about how to live. You're part of that long conversation, trained in its methods, and responsible for carrying it forward. The Virginia plantation house rising before you is not what you expected. You're visiting as part of a tour arranged by the college, studying architecture and civic design, and you've just arrived at Monticello, still under construction, under Thomas Jefferson's restless supervision. The thing that strikes you immediately is how Roman everything looks. Not English, not colonial, Roman. The portico features a proper triangular pediment supported by columns in the Doric order, the simplest and sturdiest of the classical styles. The proportions are deliberate and measured, based on ratios that architects have been using since the Parthenon. Jefferson himself greets your group, clearly delighted to have an audience for his architectural passions, and launches into an explanation of why he chose these particular classical elements. The orders, he says, gesturing toward the columns, represent more than aesthetic preference. They embody principles of harmony, proportion, and civic dignity that trace to the best moments of human civilization. You've studied this in your classical education, the three orders of classical architecture. Doric, the masculine, solid, unadorned. Ionic, more slender and decorated with its distinctive scroll-like volutes. Corinthian, the most elaborate, with capitals carved to resemble acanthus leaves. Each has specific proportions, specific applications, and specific meanings. But you've studied them in books. Seeing them realised in Virginia red brick is something else entirely. Jefferson walks your group through the design, and his references are entirely classical. He mentions Palladio, the 16th century Italian architect who revived Roman principles. He cites Vitruvius, the ancient Roman architect whose treatise has survived as the only comprehensive classical text on building. He's designed Monticello as a statement, a declaration that the new American Republic will build in the language of classical republics. This isn't unique to Jefferson. Everywhere you look in colonial America, buildings are beginning to speak in classical grammar. The State House in Philadelphia, where increasingly important colonial debates are occurring, features classical symmetry, proper proportions, and a sense of dignified restraint that consciously evokes Roman public architecture. The message is clear. We are building a republic, and republics look like this. Your study group visits the Capitol building in Williamsburg, designed before the Revolution, but already showing classical influence. The facade features symmetry, regular window spacing, and a sense of order and proportion that contrasts sharply with the irregular organic growth of medieval European architecture. This is architecture as a political statement, buildings as arguments about the kind of society being constructed. A local architect, invited to lecture your group, explains the theory behind these choices. Classical architecture, he says, expresses certain values in physical form. Symmetry represents balance and equality before the law. The orders, Doric, Ionic and Corinthian, progress from strength to refinement, much as we hope society itself will progress. The use of columns recalls the forums and temples of republics past, reminding us of our political inheritance. You're sketching as he talks, trying to capture the proportions of a Doric column. There's a mathematical relationship between the column's diameter and its height, roughly 1:8 for Doric. The spacing between columns follows specific rules. The entablature above, the horizontal structure the columns support, has its own proportional relationships. Nothing is arbitrary. Every measurement relates to every other measurement in a system that's been refined over 2 millennia. The funny thing is how seriously Americans take this. In Europe, classical architecture is one option among many. Here it's becoming the default language for important buildings, for structures meant to embody public values. It's as if the colonists, lacking a long architectural tradition of their own, reached back to Rome and said, This is us. You visit a small-town courthouse being built in rural Massachusetts. Even here, hundreds of miles from Virginia's plantation aristocracy, the building features a classical pediment and columns. The proportions are modest, the materials are local timber rather than marble or brick, but the language is recognisably classical. A farmer bringing a lawsuit will ascend steps, pass between columns, and enter a space that consciously echoes Roman public architecture. The symbolism isn't lost on anyone. Classical architecture is republican architecture. It represents government of laws, not men. It suggests permanence, stability, and connection to enduring principles. When you build in this style, you're making a claim about the nature of your society. Your classical education has prepared you to read these buildings as texts. You recognise the orders. You understand the proportional systems. You know that a Doric column suggests strength and simplicity, while a Corinthian column suggests refinement and wealth. You can look at a building's facade and understand what argument it's making about itself. There's also a practical element to studying classical architecture. You're learning drawing, geometry and proportion, skills that have applications beyond building design. The same sense of harmony and balance that governs classical architecture can inform furniture design, garden layout, and even the composition of a painting. The educational emphasis on drawing from classical examples means you spend hours copying illustrations from Palladio's 4 books of architecture. You measure proportions, draw elevations, and plan imaginary buildings that follow classical principles. It's tedious work, requiring precision and patience, but it's training your eye, teaching you to see relationships between parts and wholes. Jefferson reappears as your group prepares to leave Monticello, and someone asks him why he's so committed to classical forms. His answer is revealing. We are attempting, he says, to build a new kind of society, a republic that will, we hope, avoid the fate of previous republics. We look to Rome not to copy its government, which fell into tyranny, but to adopt its best expressions of civic dignity. Architecture is a form of education. Every person who sees these buildings absorbs, perhaps unconsciously, certain principles about order, proportion, and public virtue. You think about this as you travel back to college. Architecture as education, buildings as teachers. It's a striking idea that the physical environment can shape thought, that surrounding yourself with classical forms might actually encourage classical virtues. The college itself is expanding, adding new buildings, and the designs are all classical. Brick buildings with symmetrical facades, regular window spacing, and classical pediments over entrances. Even the interior spaces follow classical proportions. Room heights, window sizes, and the relationship between width and length are all governed by mathematical ratios derived from Roman practice. You attend a lecture by a visiting scholar on the symbolic meanings of architectural elements. The pediment, that triangular shape above the entrance, originally crowned Greek temples. Using it on secular buildings transfers some of that sacred dignity to civic purposes. Columns, originally structural necessities in stone buildings, have become symbols even when applied to wooden structures where they serve no load-bearing function. They're pure communication, visual rhetoric. The scholar describes how different orders carry different associations. Tuscan, the simplest, suggests rusticity and strength. Doric adds dignity. Ionic implies learning and refinement. Corinthian suggests luxury and sophistication. Composite, which combines Ionic and Corinthian elements, represents a kind of culmination. Choosing an order for a building is choosing how that building will speak about its purpose and the values it embodies. You're also learning about the limitations and contradictions built into this classical adoption. These architectural forms come from slave societies. Greece and Rome both depended on slavery. Yet colonists building plantations worked by enslaved people use classical architecture to celebrate republican virtue. The irony is not lost on everyone, though it's rarely mentioned directly in polite company. Similarly, the emphasis on proportion and order in architecture exists alongside the often chaotic, improvisational reality of colonial life. The idealised classical building suggests permanence and stability, but the society constructing these buildings is fluid, changing, and uncertain about its future relationship with Britain. Still, the buildings rise. In towns and cities across the colonies, classical architecture becomes the default for anything meant to last, to impress, or to embody public values. Churches, courthouses, colleges, and prominent homes all increasingly speak in the language of Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian. You sketch obsessively, filling notebooks with columns and pediments, entablatures and architraves. The technical vocabulary becomes second nature. You learn to spot architectural quotes. This building references the Pantheon. That one nods to the Temple of Vesta. Classical education has made you literate in this language of form and proportion. As you prepare for sleep one evening, you look at the buildings around you with new eyes. Every public structure is making an argument, claiming a heritage and expressing aspirations. The classical forms say, "We are the inheritors of republican tradition. We value order and proportion, we build for permanence, and we connect our project to the best moments of the past." Whether those claims are justified, whether the forms can bear the weight of meaning placed on them, remains to be seen. But for now, in this moment of colonial development, classical architecture provides a shared language, a way of expressing common hopes about the kind of society being built. The buildings will outlast their builders, carrying these messages forward into a future nobody can quite imagine yet. For now, they stand as three-dimensional arguments about civic identity, made in a language that requires classical education to fully understand. The evening's reading assignment is Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, and you're only 3 chapters in before the pattern becomes uncomfortably clear. Rome didn't collapse suddenly. It rotted slowly from within, losing the virtues that made it great long before barbarians toppled its walls. Your history tutor seems almost gleeful about this. Pay attention, he says, tapping the heavy volume, to the causes of decline. Note them carefully, memorise them. Because republics do not die of old age, gentlemen. They commit suicide. This is classical education as a cautionary tale, with history studied not for its own sake, but as a warning. You're reading Gibbon, but also Polybius, Livy, and Tacitus, historians who chronicled the rise and fall of republics and empires. The message they deliver, over hundreds of pages and countless examples, is sobering. Nothing lasts, everything declines, and the seeds of destruction are usually present from the beginning. Polybius is particularly systematic about this. He describes a cycle of governments, monarchy degenerating into tyranny, overthrown by aristocracy, which becomes oligarchy, replaced by democracy, which descends into mob rule, leading back to monarchy. Round and round, a predictable pattern that seems to govern all human societies. The only question is where in the cycle you find yourself. Rome, according to Polybius, managed to delay the cycle longer than most by creating a mixed constitution, combining monarchical, aristocratic, and democratic elements in consul, senate, and people. The balance kept any single element from dominating and degenerating. But even Rome eventually fell into the pattern, the balance breaking down into civil war and eventual empire. You're reading this in 1765, and the parallels to colonial concerns are impossible to ignore. What kind of government should the colonies have? How can republics avoid the fate of Rome? What institutions might delay or prevent decline? The Roman historians offer plenty of warnings. Sallust describes how wealth and luxury corrupted Roman virtue, and how the destruction of Carthage, Rome's great rival, removed external pressure that had kept Romans focused and disciplined. Without an enemy to fear, Romans turned their competitive energies inward, tearing at each other in factional disputes. Tacitus chronicles the slow decay of Roman liberty under the emperors, showing how tyranny can arrive gradually, in increments, each step seeming reasonable until suddenly you wake up and freedom is gone. His descriptions of informers, arbitrary justice, and the corruption of language itself, where peace means submission and order means tyranny, feel disturbingly relevant. Your tutor assigns you to trace a particular theme through multiple Roman historians, the role of military power in undermining republican government. You discover a consistent pattern. Marius reforms the army, recruiting from the poorest citizens and creating soldiers loyal to generals rather than the state. Sulla marches on Rome with his legions, setting a precedent for using military force to settle political disputes. Pompey, Caesar, and Octavian each commands armies that ultimately answer to them personally, rather than to the Republic. The lesson seems clear. Standing armies loyal to commanders rather than to the state are existential threats to Republican government. You file this away, along with countless other warnings gleaned from Roman history. But the historians also describe what worked and what delayed decline. Roman respect for law, the tradition of civilian control over the military, the willingness of leaders to voluntarily relinquish power, Cincinnatus leaving his dictatorship to return to his farm, becoming the eternal symbol of republican virtue. The Senate's role as a stabilizing institution, providing continuity and wisdom. These positive examples matter as much as the warnings. You're learning not just what to avoid, but what to aspire to. What principles might sustain a republic if carefully maintained? The Greeks provide their own cautionary tales. Thucydides' history of the Peloponnesian War shows how Athens, the most brilliant democracy the world had known, destroyed itself through overreach and internal faction. The Sicilian expedition, a disastrous military adventure driven by ambition and poor judgment, reads like a textbook on how democracies make catastrophic decisions. You spend a week on Thucydides' account of the plague in Athens. The disease itself is horrible enough, but Thucydides focuses on what the plague does to social order. People abandon traditional pieties. They pursue immediate pleasure, assuming they'll die soon anyway. They disregard laws, knowing enforcement has broken down. Society unravels not because of the disease itself, but because the disease destroys the shared beliefs and practices that held society together. The parallel to colonial experiences with epidemic disease is obvious, but Thucydides is teaching a larger lesson about fragility, about how quickly civilization can collapse when the assumptions supporting it are undermined. The Athenian debates about the Sicilian expedition are equally instructive. Alcibiades argues for the invasion with appeals to ambition and glory. Nicias, the cautious commander, warns against overextension. The assembly, swayed by Alcibiades' charisma and their own imperial appetites, votes for disaster. Everything Nicias predicts comes true. The expedition fails catastrophically, draining Athens of men and ships, ultimately leading to its defeat by Sparta. You're learning to recognize patterns, how rhetoric can mislead, how collective decisions can be worse than individual ones, and how success can breed the arrogance that leads to failure. The classical historians are pessimistic teachers, but their pessimism feels earned, built on actual observation of how societies work and fail. There's a particular poignancy to reading about Rome's fall while living in colonies that are increasingly conscious of themselves as potentially separate from Britain. The Roman historians describe how peripheries break away from weakening centres, how provinces begin thinking of themselves as distinct entities with interests separate from the metropolis. It's a gradual process, cultural first, then administrative, and finally political. Your reading assignment includes examining the late Roman practice of dividing the empire into eastern and western halves. The eastern half, centred on Constantinople, survived for another 1,000 years. The western half collapsed within a century. Why? The historians offer multiple explanations: better defensible borders, a more vibrant economy, and less pressure from barbarian migrations. But there's also a cultural element. The East maintained administrative coherence while the West fragmented. The class discusses whether Britain and its colonies might be experiencing something similar, two halves of an empire with increasingly divergent interests and identities. Your tutor warns against pushing the parallel too far, but nobody can entirely ignore it. You read Plutarch's life of Cato the Younger, the senator who opposed Caesar to the end and chose suicide rather than live under tyranny. Cato becomes a particular fascination in colonial education. The man who preferred death to dishonour, who maintained principle when everyone else was compromising. He's held up as an exemplar of virtue, though Plutarch himself notes that Cato's rigid principles sometimes made him ineffective, that his virtue was too inflexible for the messy realities of politics. The warning here cuts both ways. Unprincipled compromise leads to tyranny, but inflexible principle can prevent the practical measures needed to preserve freedom. The balance is delicate, perhaps impossible to maintain indefinitely. You're assigned to write an essay examining why Rome fell from republic to empire. The answers are multiple and overlapping. Corruption of virtue, growth of inequality, concentration of wealth, standing armies, erosion of traditional restraints, factional violence, external pressures, and the impossibility of maintaining republican institutions while governing an empire. Your conclusion is grim. Perhaps republics can't last. Perhaps they contain the seeds of their own destruction, growing naturally toward empire and collapse. Perhaps the question isn't how to prevent this, but how to delay it. How to enjoy republican liberty for as long as possible, while accepting its eventual end. Your tutor returns the essay with extensive comments. "You've learned the lesson too well," he writes. "Yes, all republics have failed. But this does not mean all republics must fail. The study of history is meant to warn us, but also to equip us. We know the dangers. We can perhaps avoid them." It's a more optimistic reading than you'd managed, but you're not entirely convinced. The historical record seems pretty clear. Republics die. The only question is how and when. Still, the warnings matter. You're internalising a catalogue of dangers: luxury, inequality, standing armies, faction, corruption, loss of virtue, imperial overreach, mob rule and tyranny disguised as order. The classical historians have documented these threats exhaustively, showing how they work, how they interact, and how they ultimately destroy free government. If colonists do eventually create their own republic, they'll do so with these warnings ringing in their ears. Whether that knowledge will help them avoid Rome's fate remains to be seen, but at least they can't claim ignorance. The classical education has made the dangers painfully clear. As you close Gibbon for the evening, one passage sticks with you. The decline of Rome was the natural and inevitable effect of immoderate greatness. Prosperity ripened the principle of decay. The causes of destruction multiplied with the extent of conquest, and as soon as time or accident had removed the artificial supports, the stupendous fabric yielded to the pressure of its own weight. Everything contains the seeds of its own destruction. Success breeds the conditions for failure. Nothing lasts forever. These are the lessons classical history teaches, over and over, in example after example. You're 24 years old. You're living through what will turn out to be revolutionary times, and your classical education has equipped you with a profound skepticism about humanity's capacity to sustain free government. It's not a cheerful conclusion, but it feels like wisdom hard won from the study of actual human experience across centuries. The lamp burns low. Tomorrow there will be more reading, more warnings from the past, and more attempts to extract lessons from the ruins of dead civilizations. For tonight, you sleep with the weight of history heavy on your mind, wondering whether the patterns are truly inevitable or whether, somehow, knowing the patterns might help break them. The morning's Latin class proceeds normally until Sarah's question stops everything cold. She's been attending classes quietly for weeks, one of the few women whose family could afford private classical education and who insisted on actually using it. Her question is simple and devastating. Why haven't we read any women authors? The silence that follows is profound. Your tutor, a minister usually quick with answers, looks genuinely uncomfortable. There are few classical texts by women that survived, he finally manages. The ancients did not generally educate women for public life, and thus... Sappho survived, Sarah interrupts quietly. Fragments anyway, but we haven't read her. We've spent months on Horace's drinking songs, but nothing on Sappho's poetry. She's right, of course. You've spent years in classical education without seriously engaging with women's perspectives, experiences, or contributions. It's such a complete absence that you barely noticed it until someone pointed it out. The tutor promises to add Sappho to the curriculum, and he does, but it's a tiny addition to a vast edifice built entirely from male perspectives, and this is just the most obvious gap. You've studied Roman law extensively, the 12 tables, legal principles, and the evolution of jurisprudence. You know which Roman laws apply to citizens, to non-citizens, and to slaves, but you've never seriously questioned the fundamental structure, the fact that vast populations were excluded from legal protections entirely. The classical republics you've been taught to admire were slave societies. Athens, Rome, their vaunted freedom rested on systematic unfreedom for others. You've read Aristotle's defense of slavery as natural, his claim that some people are born to serve others. You've seen how Roman writers discuss slaves as property, tools that happen to speak. Your education has presented this as historical fact, without encouraging you to examine its moral implications, or to recognise its parallel to colonial slavery. The same plantation owners who build in classical style and quote Cicero own human beings. The irony is rarely discussed. You're also starting to notice what's missing in the political philosophy you've studied. The classical texts focus almost entirely on the governing of cities, on small republics where citizens know each other and can gather in assembly. But the colonies are vast, spread across hundreds of miles. The scale is entirely different from anything Athens or Rome dealt with in their republican periods. The classical authors have no good answers for governing large territories while maintaining republican liberty. Their solution, empire, is exactly what colonists are trying to avoid. There's a real gap between the political wisdom you've been taught and the practical problems you're facing. Similarly, the economic thought in classical texts is pre-commercial in ways that make it increasingly irrelevant. The ancients despised trade and commerce as corrupting. They valued agriculture as the only honest way to earn wealth. But colonial America is becoming a commercial society, dependent on trade, increasingly urban and mercantile. The classical prejudice against commerce creates tension with colonial reality. You've been taught to value rural simplicity and view merchants with suspicion, but the actual economy depends on merchants, trade networks, and commercial development. You're beginning to recognise these limitations not because your education encouraged critical examination of classical sources, but because reality keeps contradicting what the texts teach. The reverence for ancient wisdom sometimes prevents questioning the wisdom's applicability. There's also the Christianity problem, rarely stated directly but always present. You're being educated in pagan texts, learning from philosophers and historians who knew nothing of Christian revelation. The tension between classical and Christian worldviews runs through everything. Some tutors try to harmonise them, arguing that classical virtue and Christian virtue align, and that Plato anticipated Christian truths. Others maintain careful separation, classics for this world, Christianity for the next. But the potential conflict is real. Christian teaching emphasises humility, forgiveness, and otherworldly focus. Classical teaching emphasises pride in excellence, justice as retribution, and civic engagement in this world. You've spent hundreds of hours studying pagan authors who believed in fate, in cyclical time, and in the impossibility of fundamental progress. Christianity teaches providence, linear history moving toward redemption, and the possibility of transformation. These are not easily reconciled. The education also has class limitations built deep into its structure. Classical learning requires years of study, expensive books, and freedom from manual labour. It's education for gentlemen, for people with leisure and resources. The content reinforces this. Classical authors generally despise manual labour, assuming that free people don't work with their hands. This creates a gulf between the classically educated and everyone else. You can read Latin and Greek, quote Cicero, and recognise architectural orders. Your neighbour, a skilled craftsman and intelligent citizen, lacks these accomplishments but possesses practical knowledge you lack entirely. Classical education has given you cultural capital, but also a kind of blindness to other forms of knowledge and worth. You're also noticing how the focus on ancient texts sometimes prevents engagement with contemporary thought. You've spent years studying what Greeks and Romans said about politics, but less time on current political philosophy being written in Europe. Classical education looks backward with such intensity that it can miss important present developments. The emphasis on rhetoric and persuasion, while valuable, has its own dangers. You've been trained to argue either side of a question, to make weak arguments appear strong. This is powerful intellectual training, but it can produce a kind of cynicism, a sense that truth matters less than persuasive presentation. Some students become sophists in the original sense, people who care more about winning arguments than about truth. The classical rhetorical tradition, for all its virtues, sometimes encourages this. You've seen classmates deploy perfect rhetorical techniques in defence of positions they don't actually believe and couldn't rationally justify. There's also a geography problem. Your education focuses intensely on Mediterranean civilizations, while largely ignoring other parts of the world. You know details of Roman provincial administration, but little about Chinese philosophy, Islamic contributions to mathematics and science, or African political systems. The classical focus creates a kind of tunnel vision where civilization means Greece and Rome, and everywhere else is darkness. You've been taught that civilization declined after Rome fell. entering dark ages that lasted until classical learning was recovered in the Renaissance. But this is mostly a Western European perspective. Other civilizations continued developing throughout this period. Classical education's focus on Mediterranean antiquity sometimes prevents seeing this larger picture. The native peoples whose land the colonies occupy are almost entirely absent from your education. You've learned detailed histories of ancient Gaul, but nothing systematic about the complex societies and political systems of the people being displaced. Classical education provides no framework for understanding or engaging with these cultures. These limitations are becoming more apparent as you mature, as reality insists on being more complex than the classical texts suggest. The education has given you valuable tools, linguistic skill, rhetorical training, historical knowledge, and architectural literacy. But it's also given you blind spots, prejudices, and gaps in understanding that you're only beginning to recognise. The question is whether the next generation's education will address these limitations, or simply reproduce them. Will classical education evolve, or will its reverence for ancient sources prevent the kind of critical examination that might reveal its gaps? You don't have answers, only a growing awareness that the education you've received, for all its undeniable value, is partial, limited, and built on exclusions and assumptions that deserve questioning. As you work through another translation that evening, Virgil's Aeneid, that great epic of empire and destiny, you find yourself reading differently. You're still appreciating the poetry, still noting the rhetorical techniques, still absorbing the political lessons, but you're also noting what's absent, what's assumed, and what's excluded. Dido, the brilliant queen, reduced to a tragic love interest. Slaves are mentioned casually as background. Destiny was imagined entirely in terms of Roman conquest. The classical education continues and will continue, shaping minds for generations to come. But you're beginning to see both its power and its limitations, its gifts and its costs. It's made you literate in a particular tradition and fluent in a certain language of thought and expression. It's also constrained your vision in ways you're only starting to recognise. The lamp burns late as always. Tomorrow, more Latin, more rhetoric, and more engagement with texts that are both timeless and time-bound, both wisdom and limitation. You'll absorb what they offer while increasingly aware of what they don't. You're 47 now, sitting in Philadelphia during the Continental Congress debates, and you're watching classical education shape everything happening in this room. The chamber is thick with references to ancient republics. Someone quotes Cato, someone else references Roman precedent. The debate structure follows classical rhetorical patterns you learned decades ago. Even the architecture of the room, the symmetry, the proportions, the understated dignity, speaks in the grammar of classical design, but something subtler is happening too. The mental habits classical education instilled are operating at a level deeper than conscious reference. You can see it in how delegates approach problems, structure arguments, and make decisions. First, there's the habit of historical analogy. Nobody proposes something entirely new. Every suggestion is tested against historical precedent, usually classical. Should we create a standing army? Well, what happened when Rome did? Should we balance state and federal power? Let's examine Greek leagues and Roman provincial administration. The past isn't just reference material, it's the primary tool for thinking about the future. This has advantages and limitations. The historical grounding prevents wild experimentation and encourages learning from others' mistakes, but it can also constrain imagination, making it hard to see possibilities that have no ancient precedent. Second, there's the habit of seeing politics as moral drama. Classical education, especially through Plutarch and the Roman historians, taught you to evaluate political actors primarily through character assessment. Is this leader virtuous or corrupt? Does he exemplify civic duty or personal ambition? The biographical focus of classical education makes everything about individual character. You watch this play out constantly. debates about policy become debates about the moral qualities of the people proposing them. It's not enough for an argument to be logical. The person making it must also demonstrate virtue. This is very Roman, very consistent with how Tacitus and Sallust analysed politics. Whether it's the best framework for evaluating complex policy questions is another matter. Third, there's a particular relationship to written texts that classical education inculcated. Years of translating, analysing and memorising authoritative works created a deep respect for written constitutions, legal documents and carefully crafted language. When delegates debate the exact wording of documents, when they argue about whether particular phrasing will bear particular interpretations, they're drawing on habits formed through classical textual study. The assumption that written words can constrain power, that proper phrasing can create stable institutions, this comes partly from classical legal tradition, from Roman respect for law, and from Greek attention to constitutional structure. Whether words on paper can actually accomplish what classical education suggests, they can remains to be tested. Fourth, there's the rhetorical habit of arguing both sides. Classical training in debate means everyone here can construct plausible arguments for positions they don't hold. This creates a particular kind of discourse, sophisticated, measured, but sometimes also slippery. You can never be quite sure whether someone is expressing genuine conviction or simply demonstrating rhetorical skill. This has made the debates here remarkably thoughtful. People genuinely engage with opposing arguments, steelmen rather than strawmen, and take seriously the strongest case against their own positions. But it also sometimes produces a kind of paralysis, an inability to act decisively, because every position has been argued so thoroughly that its weaknesses seem overwhelming. Fifth, there's a subtle classism built into the whole enterprise. Everyone in this room has a classical education. It's a shared language, a mark of membership in the governing class. When someone quotes Cicero in Latin, he's not just making a rhetorical point, he's demonstrating that he belongs, that he's qualified to participate in this conversation. The farmers and merchants and artisans who'll fight the revolution, who'll staff the army and support independence, don't have this education. They're not in this room. Classical learning has created a kind of aristocracy of education, and it's shaping who gets to participate in creating the new government. You notice how delegates structure their arguments: exordium, narratio, confirmatio, confutatio, and peroratio. The classical rhetorical pattern is so ingrained that people follow it unconsciously. It creates a certain kind of speech, formal, structured, and building systematically toward conclusions. It's effective for careful reasoning, but perhaps less so for emotional appeal or quick decision-making. The assumption that good government requires learned citizens is everywhere in these debates. Nobody questions whether classical education should be expanded or whether other forms of knowledge might be equally valuable. The model is Republican Rome, where educated citizens made informed decisions about public affairs. That this excluded most of Rome's population is recognised but not seen as disqualifying the model. You're also watching the limitations of classical political theory become apparent in practice. The ancient republics were small, direct democracies or close to it. Scaling up to continental governance requires innovations the classics don't provide. The delegates are improvising, using classical principles as starting points, but necessarily going beyond them. The tension between classical admiration and American necessity creates interesting results. Someone proposes an elected executive, something Rome notably failed with. Someone else suggests a federal structure more complex than anything in classical precedent. The classical education provides vocabulary and concepts, but the actual solutions have to be invented. There's also the question of virtue that haunts everything. Classical political theory assumes republican government requires virtuous citizens. But how do you ensure virtue? Classical education is supposed to help, but it's available only to the few. The assumption that the educated few can govern on behalf of the many is very Roman, but whether it's compatible with democratic principles is questionable. You notice how often delegates reference their personal reading. as I was reading Polybius last winter, in Montesquieu's treatment of Roman law, the assumption that governance requires continuous study, that leaders should be simultaneously scholars, is deeply embedded. It comes from the classical ideal of the philosopher-statesman, the leader who is also a thinker. Whether actual governance works this way is debatable. The classical texts emphasised education and contemplation, but real politics involves compromise, coalition building, and responding to immediate pressures. The gap between classical ideals and practical necessity is widening as the revolution proceeds. The architectural metaphor keeps recurring in debates. Government needs foundations, structures, balance, and support. This is partly classical rhetorical convention, but it also reflects how classical education taught people to think through architectural principles: proportion, balance, load distribution, and stability. Political systems are imagined as buildings that need to be properly designed. The habit of looking to first principles, instilled through years of studying classical philosophy, shapes how delegates approach problems. Rather than simply addressing immediate issues, there's constant pressure to derive positions from foundational principles. This creates more coherent political theory, but also sometimes produces inflexibility. You're watching the classical education you received decades ago work through an entire generation simultaneously. These aren't isolated individuals drawing on ancient wisdom. It's a collective pattern, a shared framework that makes communication possible, but also constrains what can be imagined. The debate over representation illustrates this perfectly. The classical models are limited: direct democracy in Athens, oligarchic Senate in Rome. Representation as we're trying to develop it has few good classical precedents, yet delegates keep reaching for Roman analogies and Greek examples, trying to fit new solutions into classical frameworks. This produces both creativity and confusion. The classical education provides tools but also creates blinders. Everyone's looking at the same ancient texts, which means everyone has similar conceptual resources but also similar gaps. The assumption that history is cyclical, that republics inevitably decline, creates a strange fatalism in some delegates. They're trying to create lasting institutions while believing, based on classical history, that all republics fail. The classical education has taught them to expect decline even as they work to prevent it. You see young men in the gallery taking notes, absorbing these debates as part of their own education. The next generation will learn classical languages and texts, and will read the same historians and philosophers. The habits being formed here will be transmitted forward, shaping American political culture for generations. But already you can see how the classical framework is being adapted, modified, and stretched beyond what the ancients imagined. The reverence for classical sources coexists with the necessity of innovation. The result is a hybrid, classical in language and reference, but American in application and aspiration. As the session ends and delegates file out, you overhear snatches of conversation in Latin, references to Livy and Tacitus, and comparisons to Roman precedents. The classical education that began with tedious grammar exercises in cold schoolrooms has culminated here, in a room full of men trying to build a republic that might avoid Rome's fate. Whether they'll succeed is unknown. Whether classical education has truly prepared them for this task is debatable. But the habits remain: the historical thinking, the moral framework, the rhetorical patterns, the textual reverence and the architectural imagination. For better and worse, classical education has shaped the minds attempting to shape a nation. The evening settles over Philadelphia. Tomorrow there will be more debates, more classical references, and more attempts to build something new from ancient materials. The lamp of learning, lit in Greece and Rome, tended through centuries, brought across the ocean, continues burning in this new world, illuminating efforts to create a republic that might somehow transcend the patterns history suggests are inevitable. You head to your lodgings through streets that are beginning to look more Roman with each passing year. Classical facades, ordered proportions, and the visual language of Republican aspiration. The classical education that filled your youth has filled your life. shaping how you think, what you value, and how you imagine the possible. And now, as you prepare for sleep in a city that's becoming the birthplace of a new nation, you reflect on what those long ago grammar exercises, those tedious translations and those endless memorizations have ultimately produced. Not just knowledge of the ancient world, but habits of mind that persist across decades, shaping not just individual thought but collective political culture. The pattern continues. Students study Latin and Greek. They read the historians and philosophers. They absorb the architecture and rhetoric, and they emerge with mental furniture arranged in distinctly classical patterns, prepared to think about politics, virtue and citizenship in ways that would be recognisable to an educated Roman of the late Republic. Whether this is entirely good is a question you've pondered for years without resolving. The classical education has gifts and limitations, wisdom and blindness, enabling insights and constraining vision. It's made the revolution thinkable by providing language and precedent for challenging monarchy. But it's also imported assumptions about class, slavery and virtue that may prove problematic. The habits remain, transmitted from generation to generation, shaping American thought in ways both profound and subtle. As you drift towards sleep, you can still hear those long-ago declensions, can still see those grammar exercises, and can still feel the weight of those heavy Latin texts. They're part of you now, woven into how you think, as permanent as memory itself. The classical education of early America, with all its rigour and its gaps, its wisdom and its blindness, its gifts and its costs, continues shaping minds, building mental architecture that will influence how Americans think about government, citizenship and virtue for generations to come. The lamp burns on, fueled by texts that have survived empires and crossed oceans, casting light that is both illuminating and, occasionally, casting shadows where perhaps other light might better serve. You step into a world wrapped in order and tradition. The Edo period stretches from 1603 to 1868, a time when peace settled over Japan after centuries of war. In this carefully arranged society, rules touched every corner of daily life, from the colour of your kimono to the exact hour you could walk certain streets. Morning light filters through paper screens as you wake in your wooden home. The air smells of tatami mats and the faint smoke from last night's brazier. You reach for your clothing, but this simple act carries more weight than you might imagine. Your social class determines every thread you can touch. The merchant beside your house may possess wealth that dwarfs a minor samurai's income, yet he cannot wear the deep purple reserved for nobility. His coins mean nothing against these rules. The dye shops know which customers can request which shades. They keep careful records. A mistake could cost them their business. You slide into your kazode, the everyday robe that everyone wears in different forms. The fabric speaks a language everyone can read. Samurai families display their clan symbols openly. Warriors wear darker colours that won't show dirt from travel. Their clothing must allow quick movement. A samurai's garment never restricts the arms or impedes the drawing of a sword. Merchants inhabit a different world of fabric. They cannot wear silk of certain weaves, though they can afford the finest materials. The government watches them carefully. These traders grow wealthy from commerce, yet their clothing must whisper humility. They find clever ways around these limits. A plain brown outer robe might hide an inner lining of brilliant scarlet. The flash of colour appears only in private moments, or when the wind catches the fabric just right. Farmers wear the roughest cotton and hemp. Their clothing bears the evidence of fields and rice paddies. The indigo blue of farm clothes comes from practical concerns. The dye resists insects and strengthens the fabric. These garments last through seasons of hard work. A farmer would seem strange wearing merchant quality cloth. The community would question where such fabric came from. Women face additional layers of restriction. The width of your obi, the sash around your waist, signals your status and marital situation. Unmarried women wear brighter colours and longer sleeves. Marriage brings subdued tones. The change marks a clear boundary in life. Your sleeves shorten. Your colours deepen. Everyone who sees you understands your place in society. The government issues regular edicts about clothing. These laws arrive like seasonal rain. Officials worry that luxury corrupts virtue. They particularly watch the merchant class, whose wealth threatens the social order. A new law might forbid gold thread in embroidery. Another might limit the number of layers in a winter kimono. Enforcement varies by district and by the mood of local magistrates. You learn to read these rules through observation. The streets become a moving gallery of permitted and forbidden choices. A person's clothing reveals their occupation, their wealth, their family background, and their recent fortunes. The seamstresses and tailors know these rules by heart. They guide customers away from dangerous choices. A badly dressed person invites suspicion and official attention. Penalties for breaking clothing laws can be surprisingly harsh. Confiscation comes first. Officials might seize an illegal garment right off your back. Fines follow for repeated offences. The worst violations can lead to exile from the city. The government makes examples of flagrant offenders. These public punishments remind everyone that rules matter more than personal preference. Theatre districts develop their own secret language of fabric. Actors and courtesans push boundaries in ways others cannot. Their world operates under different assumptions. They wear colours and patterns that would scandalise in other contexts. Yet even they face limits. A kabuki actor might sport outrageous combinations on stage but must dress conservatively in public streets. Children wear small versions of adult clothing. Even they follow the rules of class and station. A merchant's child cannot dress like a samurai's offspring. The differences appear in subtle details that everyone notices. Fabric quality, pattern choices, and the way garments are tied all communicate status. Parents teach these distinctions early. Understanding them prevents future mistakes. Seasonal changes bring their own requirements. Summer demands lighter fabrics and specific weaves that allow air to flow. Winter calls for layered garments in darker colours. The calendar dictates when you switch from unlined to lined robes. Making the change too early or too late marks you as careless or ignorant. The entire city shifts its wardrobe on similar schedules. Foreign fabrics occasionally appear in port cities. These exotic materials tempt those who can afford them. The government watches these imports carefully. Wearing foreign cloth can attract official questions. Where did you acquire it? What did you pay? Do you have proper documentation? The pleasure of novelty carries risks that most people avoid. Dyers and weavers form their own specialised guilds. They guard their techniques and maintain quality standards. Certain patterns and dyeing methods belong to specific families. These artisans pass knowledge through generations. They know exactly which commissions they can accept and which they must refuse. Their professional survival depends on understanding these boundaries. Religious clothing follows different rules. Buddhist monks wear simple robes in prescribed colours. Shinto priests have their own distinctive garments. These religious figures exist somewhat outside the normal social hierarchy. Their clothing signals their removal from worldly concerns. Yet even they must obtain official permission for certain ceremonial robes. You finish dressing and check your appearance in a small mirror. Everything must align properly. The collar sits at the correct angle. The obi wraps with appropriate tightness. Your outer layer shows no forbidden colours or patterns. This daily ritual of conformity becomes so automatic that you barely think about it. The rules have settled into your bones. The main highway stretches before you like a carefully maintained ribbon. The Tokaido Road connects Edo to Kyoto, passing through 53 stations that have become famous in woodblock prints. You want to travel this route, but permission does not come easily. The checkpoint system controls all movement between domains. These barrier stations appear at strategic points along major roads. Guards examine every traveller. They check documents with careful attention. Women face particularly strict scrutiny. The government fears that daimyo lords might send their wives and children out of Edo as preparation for rebellion. A woman travelling alone raises immediate suspicion. You need official papers to pass these checkpoints. The documents describe your appearance, your destination, and your purpose for travel. A magistrate must stamp and seal these papers. Obtaining permission requires time and often involves connections. The process discourages casual travel. Most people live and die within a small geographic area. Samurai travel more freely than commoners, but even they carry identification. Their swords mark them as warriors, yet checkpoints still demand documentation. A samurai on official business shows papers from his lord. Personal travel requires different permits. The guards know which documents should look like which. Forgeries exist but carry deadly consequences. Merchants develop elaborate systems for moving goods while minimizing checkpoint delays. They hire porters who know the guards personally. Regular travelers build relationships with checkpoint officials. Small gifts smooth the process. A package of local sweets or a bottle of decent sake can reduce waiting time significantly. These informal arrangements oil the machinery of commerce. Pilgrimage offers the easiest path to legitimate travel. Religious journeys to famous temples and shrines require less documentation. The government recognises these trips as spiritually important. Many people use pilgrimage as an excuse to see distant places. The routes to major temples fill with travellers who mix devotion with curiosity. Guards at checkpoints treat pilgrims more leniently. The roads themselves follow strict maintenance schedules. Each domain must keep its section in good repair. Fallen trees get removed quickly. Bridges receive regular inspection. The government can move armies along these roads when necessary. Military concerns shape civilian infrastructure. You walk on routes designed for war but used for peace. Travel speed follows predictable patterns. A healthy adult covers about 10 ri per day, roughly 25 miles. This pace allows for checkpoint stops and meal breaks. Ambitious travellers push harder but risk exhaustion. The stations along major roads space themselves according to these natural rhythms. Each evening brings you to a new town with inns and food stalls. Riverboat travel offers an alternative to walking. Certain rivers allow commercial traffic. These boats carry both goods and passengers. The experience differs entirely from road travel. You sit among cargo, listening to water against the hull. Boatmen know every bend and sandbar. They navigate by memory and experience. This form of travel avoids some checkpoints but faces its own regulations. Coastal shipping moves larger volumes but requires different permits. Ocean travel means dealing with port authorities and maritime officials. These bureaucrats track every vessel that enters or leaves harbour. They want to know cargo contents, passenger lists and intended destinations. Pirates concern them less than smuggling and unauthorised trade. Mountain paths create their own challenges. The official roads avoid the steepest terrain, but smaller trails cut through highlands. These routes serve local communities. Travellers use them to avoid tolls or checkpoints. The government knows about these paths but cannot guard them all. Villages along mountain routes sometimes shelter travellers who prefer to avoid official attention. Nighttime travel faces strict prohibition in many areas. Cities close their gates after dark. Travellers caught on roads at night must explain themselves to patrols. The darkness belongs to criminals and ghosts in popular imagination. Legitimate travellers should be safely housed by sundown. Inns know this and charge accordingly for late arrivals. Women travelling without male relatives face the most questions. Checkpoint guards ask detailed questions about family circumstances. Where is your husband? Why does your father allow this journey? Who accompanies you? The answers matter enormously. A woman with proper documentation and a reasonable story passes through. Suspicion leads to detention and investigation. Seasonal timing affects travel difficulty. Spring and autumn bring the most pleasant conditions. Summer heat makes long walks exhausting. Winter snow closes mountain passes entirely. Smart travellers plan around weather and festivals. Certain times of year see roads crowded with pilgrims heading to famous shrines. Other periods leave routes nearly empty. Domain boundaries create invisible walls. You can see across them but cannot cross without permission. Each lord controls his territory completely. His officials decide who enters and leaves. Some domains welcome merchants and travellers. Others restrict access severely. Border policies reflect each lord's personality and concerns. Ferry crossings present their own bureaucracy. Rivers too wide or deep for bridges require boats. These crossing points function as natural checkpoints. Ferry operators work closely with officials. They know their passengers and report anything unusual. A suspicious traveller might find the ferry perpetually full or the water too dangerous for crossing. Maps exist but remain rare and expensive. Most travellers rely on verbal directions and guidebooks. These printed guides describe landmarks, distances, and notable sites. They recommend specific inns and warn about difficult sections. Some guides include rough sketches. The quality varies enormously. A good guidebook becomes a treasured possession. You carry minimal luggage to reduce burden. Everything fits in a small bundle or backpack. Inns provide bedding and basic necessities. Travellers purchase food along the route rather than carrying supplies. This system works because infrastructure exists to support it. The network of stations and inns makes long journeys possible. Bad weather can trap you at an inn for days. Snow, heavy rain or flooding makes roads impassable. You wait with other stranded travellers, sharing stories and expenses. These forced stops create temporary communities. People from different backgrounds mix in ways impossible at home. A merchant might share sake with a low-ranking samurai. Weather creates brief equality. Return journeys require new documentation. Permits work in one direction only. Coming home means obtaining fresh papers. This system prevents people from using return trips as cover for unauthorised activities. The bureaucracy treats each journey as separate. Your outbound papers prove nothing about your right to return. Some people live their entire lives within a few miles of their birthplace. They never see the ocean or mountains. The checkpoint system and documentation requirements make travel a special event rather than a casual activity. This immobility shapes how people think about distance and difference. Neighbouring domains might as well be foreign countries. Dawn breaks over Edo's rooftops. You step into narrow streets already filling with people. The city wakes in layers, each occupation rising at its appointed hour. Fishmongers arrive first, their voices cutting through pre-dawn silence. Then come the vegetable sellers, followed by everyone else. Street etiquette begins with sound. Loud voices mark you as crude or foreign. Conversations happen in moderate tones. Merchants call out their wares but use practice pitches that carry without shouting. The overall noise level remains surprisingly controlled for such a dense population. People learn early to modulate volume. Walking patterns follow unwritten rules. Higher status individuals receive right-of-way automatically. You step aside when a samurai approaches. The movement becomes reflexive. Failing to yield shows either ignorance or incredible rudeness. Either way, consequences follow quickly. A samurai has legal authority to punish disrespect on the spot. Palanquins force everyone to move. These covered chairs carry wealthy passengers through streets too narrow for wheeled vehicles. Bearers shout warnings as they approach. You press against buildings to let them pass. The occupant remains invisible behind screens. Status determines how quickly others clear the path. Waste disposal happens on strict schedules. Night soil collectors make their rounds before dawn. They purchase human waste from households and sell it to farmers as fertilizer. This system turns a problem into commerce. Streets smell better during the day because of these early morning activities. The collectors have exclusive territories and defend them vigorously. Water sellers traverse the city with large buckets suspended from shoulder poles. They supply homes without wells. Regular customers receive deliveries at specific times. The water carriers know their routes intimately. They become neighbourhood fixtures. Children recognise them by their particular calls and rhythms. Street cleaning falls to residents rather than city workers. Each household maintains the area directly in front of their property. Morning sweeping creates a wave of activity. Shopkeepers sprinkle water to settle dust before opening. This communal maintenance keeps streets remarkably clean. Neglecting your section brings a neighbourhood disapproval. Dogs and cats roam freely but belong to someone. Stray animals get fed by multiple people. They serve useful purposes by controlling rats and mice. Some neighbourhoods develop particular relationships with specific animals. A well-known cat might receive treats from several shops. These unofficial community pets create bonds between residents. Blind masseurs carry special privileges. Their profession ranks among the few available to those without sight. They walk streets with distinctive canes, tapping patterns that identify their trade. Everyone yields right of way. These masseurs often carry news between neighbourhoods. People confide in them freely. Their blindness paradoxically makes them trusted observers. Children play in streets but must scatter for adult traffic. Their games follow seasonal patterns. Kite flying dominates certain months. Top spinning takes over at other times. These activities happen in every neighbourhood simultaneously. The synchronisation occurs naturally through tradition rather than coordination. Night walking requires lanterns. Darkness brings legitimate fear of crime and supernatural dangers. Lanterns announce your presence and intentions. The quality of your lantern signals status. Paper lanterns mark ordinary folk. Metal and glass ones suggest wealth. Samurai carry lanterns bearing their clan symbols. Street vendors occupy specific territories. Each seller has customary spots earned through years of presence. A new vendor cannot simply claim any location. The informal hierarchy must be respected. These territories get inherited or sold. Some prime locations command substantial prices. Processions interrupt normal traffic completely. Religious festivals, official ceremonies, and important funerals take over entire streets. Everyone stops and makes way. These events provide welcome breaks from routine. People watch from windows and doorways. Children climb walls for better views. The spectacle justifies the inconvenience. Bathhouses serve as social centres. Public baths open early and stay busy until evening. The etiquette inside is complex. You wash thoroughly before entering communal pools. Conversation follows patterns of age and status. The bath brings temporary equality. Naked bodies reveal less about status than clothing does. Yet even here, deference continues. Beggars occupy specific corners. Their presence is regulated but tolerated. Some claim religious motivation. Others show obvious disabilities. The community provides minimal support through small donations. Ignoring beggars completely marks you as heartless. A few coins now and then fulfill social obligations. Street performances require permits. Storytellers, acrobats, and musicians must obtain official approval. Unlicensed performers risk arrest. The government worries about crowds gathering for unofficial purposes. Entertainment might mask sedition. Licensed performers display their permits prominently. They know exactly how far they can push boundaries. Lost children receive immediate community attention. Adults stop to help. The child's description gets passed verbally through nearby shops and homes. Usually parents appear within minutes. The city feels dangerous, but neighbourhood networks provide safety. Everyone watches out for children, even strangers' offspring. Firewatch patrols walk streets after dark. These volunteer groups carry lanterns and wooden clappers. Their presence deters criminals and provides early fire detection. Members rotate duty nights. Serving on Firewatch brings respect and slight tax advantages. The patrols know every building and resident in their districts. Arguments in public require careful management. Raising voices attracts unwanted attention. Physical altercations bring officials immediately. Witnesses appear from nowhere. Everyone wants to defuse situations before authorities arrive. Informal arbitration happens constantly. Elders and respected merchants mediate disputes. Seasonal decorations mark time's passage. New Year brings specific ornaments to doorways. Spring displays cherry blossom motifs. Summer shows fans and water imagery. Autumn features harvest symbols. These decorations follow traditional patterns. Innovation is discouraged. The familiar cycle provides comfort and continuity. Smoke rises from your neighbour's chimney in a thin, controlled stream. Fire provides warmth, light, and cooking capability. It also terrifies. Edo burns repeatedly throughout its history. Entire districts vanish in single conflagrations. The city rebuilds, but memories of flames shape daily behaviour. Firefighting regulations start in home construction. Certain roofing materials face prohibition in crowded areas. Thatch burns too easily, despite being cheaper than tiles. The government mandates tiles in dense neighbourhoods. Poorer residents pay more for safer roofs. This expense creates resentment, but saves lives. Every household must maintain firefighting equipment. Buckets of water sit ready near doorways. Long-handled hooks allow pulling down burning thatch to prevent spread. Ladders lean against walls for roof access. Officials inspect these supplies regularly. Missing or inadequate equipment brings fines. Repeat offenders face serious penalties. Neighbourhood fire brigades form the first offence. These volunteer groups organise by district. Each brigade maintains equipment and trains together. Competition between brigades runs fierce. They race to fires and work to contain them before rivals arrive. This competitive spirit improves response times. Property destruction seems less important than brigade honour. The firefighting method seems counterintuitive. Instead of water, brigades often destroy buildings in the fire's path. They create fire breaks by demolishing structures. Speed matters more than saving individual homes. A few buildings sacrificed prevent whole districts from burning. Owners whose homes get destroyed for the greater good receive compensation later. Special fire watchtowers dot the city. Guards occupy these tall structures continuously. They scan for smoke day and night. Seeing fire first brings rewards. The guard bangs drums in specific patterns to signal fire direction and size. These coded beats alert brigades across the city. Everyone learns to interpret the rhythms. Braziers for heating follow strict rules. They sit in metal containers lined with sand or clay. Placement must keep them away from walls and sliding doors. At night they get moved to the centre of rooms. Many fires start when sleepers knock over braziers. The rules try to prevent these accidents through positioning requirements. Cooking fires need constant attention. You never leave food unattended on the stove. One moment of distraction can spark disaster. Kitchens feature fire-resistant materials wherever possible. Stone or metal surrounds wooden structures. Water containers sit within arm's reach. Professional cooks develop hyper-awareness of flames. Businesses using fire face additional regulations. Blacksmiths, dyers, and restaurants receive special scrutiny. Their licenses depend on maintaining safety standards. Inspectors arrive unannounced. A single violation can close a business permanently. These craftspeople become obsessive about fire prevention. Their livelihoods demand it. Arson carries the death penalty. The crime rate's among the most serious. Deliberately setting fire endangers entire communities. Investigators examine burn patterns carefully. They distinguish between accidents and intention. Suspected arsonists face torture during interrogation. Convictions lead to public executions designed to deter others. Windy days bring extra vigilance. Strong winds turn small fires into catastrophes. Officials sometimes ban cooking fires on particularly dangerous days. Everyone switches to cold meals. The inconvenience seems minor compared to the risk. People watch their neighbours' chimneys nervously during wind. The great fires become part of city lore. The Mereki fire of 1657 destroys over half of Edo. Later conflagrations consume smaller but still significant areas. Survivors pass down stories of narrow escapes and terrible losses. These narratives reinforce fire consciousness. Each generation learns from previous disasters. Rebuilding happens with remarkable speed. The city cannot afford to let burned areas sit empty. New construction begins before ashes cool completely. Temporary structures appear first, then permanent buildings. This rapid recovery demonstrates both resilience and acceptance. Fire remains part of urban life. Insurance barely exists in any formal sense. Communities rely on mutual aid after fires. Neighbours help rebuild. Guilds support members who suffer losses. The government provides some assistance for major disasters. This informal system creates strong social bonds. Your obligation to help today earns support when you need it tomorrow. Storage of flammable materials requires permits. Oil, certain fabrics and paper stocks must be kept in approved locations. Warehouses specialising in fire-prone goods sit apart from residential areas. Guards watch these facilities constantly. A fire in a storage area could cascade into citywide disaster. Religious rituals address fire danger. Shrines dedicated to fire prevention receive constant offerings. Special ceremonies happen during dry seasons. Priests perform rites believed to protect neighbourhoods. Rational precautions mix with spiritual insurance. Most people embrace both approaches. Lantern regulations multiply in wooden areas. How you carry open flames through streets matters legally. Proper shielding prevents sparks from escaping. Children cannot carry fire unattended. These rules seem excessive until you witness how quickly wood structures ignite. Then caution makes perfect sense. Post-fire investigations happen swiftly. Officials want to determine causes and assign responsibility. Accidental fires from negligence bring punishment. The investigation process is thorough and unforgiving. Witnesses face pressure to provide accurate accounts. Lying to investigators compounds any original offence. Some neighbourhoods develop reputations for fire safety. Others seem cursed with repeated blazes. Property values reflect these histories. Buyers ask detailed questions about fire incidents before purchasing homes. A house that has burned and been rebuilt might sell for less. The stigma persists despite new construction. Fire festivals celebrate survival and honour firefighters. These events happen annually in autumn. Brigades perform demonstrations of their skills. Acrobatic feats on tall ladders showcase courage and training. The community gathers to appreciate those who risk their lives protecting others. Food and sake flow freely. For one day, firefighters receive treatment usually reserved for samurai. Your shop sits on a busy corner. The wooden sign outside bears your family name in elegant calligraphy. Inside, shelves hold fabrics, ceramics, or whatever goods define your trade. Success has brought prosperity, but prosperity brings scrutiny. Merchants occupy the lowest official rank in the social hierarchy. In theory, they produce nothing and merely profit from others' work. In practice, they make commerce possible and accumulate significant wealth. This contradiction creates constant tension. You learn to appear humble while conducting shrewd business. Shop hours follow customary patterns. Opening too early suggests desperate greed. Closing too late implies poor sales earlier in the day. The ideal shop opens with a general flow of business and closes when respectable merchants close. Timing signals your status among peers. Deviation attracts gossip and suspicion. Pricing requires delicate negotiation. Displaying prices publicly seems crude. Regular customers know approximate costs through experience. Strangers must inquire. This system allows flexibility based on customer status and relationship. A samurai might pay less than a fellow merchant. The apparent loss buys goodwill worth more than profit. Account books demand meticulous attention. Records prove transactions and track debts. These documents can become evidence in disputes. Your handwriting must be clear and your calculations accurate. Sloppy books suggest unreliable character. Officials sometimes inspect records during routine investigations. Irregularities bring unwelcome questions. Guild membership provides essential protection. Each trade has its guild with specific rules and privileges. The guild negotiates with authorities on behalf of members. It also enforces quality standards and ethical behaviour. Operating outside guild structure invites retaliation. Independent merchants find suppliers reluctant and customers suspicious. Seasonal goods arrive on predictable schedules. Your ordering must anticipate demand months ahead. Miscalculation leaves you with unsold inventory or empty shelves. Both outcomes damage reputation and finances. Successful merchants develop intuition about trends. They watch social patterns and listen to gossip. Small signs reveal coming changes in taste. Gift-giving oils, business relationships. You send carefully chosen presents to important customers and suppliers. The gifts must be appropriate to the relationship's nature and duration. Too expensive suggests bribery. Too cheap appears insulting. The perfect gift demonstrates thoughtfulness and respect for the recipient's status. Apprentices live above or behind your shop. These young people come from other merchant families. They work for minimal wages while learning the trade. Their labour keeps costs down. Their presence provides future business connections. You treat them firmly but fairly. Former apprentices become valuable allies after establishing their own shops. Women often manage shops while husbands handle external business. The wife minds the counter, supervises employees, and maintains inventory. She knows regular customers personally and notices subtle shifts in demand. Her work enables the merchant's broader activities. This partnership makes successful businesses possible. Advertising happens through subtle means. Your shop's appearance announces its quality. Clean premises and well-organised displays attract better customers. Word of mouth remains the primary marketing tool. Satisfied customers recommend you to friends. Dissatisfied ones spread warnings. Your reputation moves through social networks beyond your control. Debt collection requires patience and discretion. Direct demands damage relationships. Instead, you send polite reminders and offer payment plans. Forcing a debtor into bankruptcy helps nobody. Better to recover partial payment over time while maintaining the commercial relationship. Aggressive collection marks you as unreasonable. Some merchants diversify into money lending. This activity generates steady income but carries risks. Borrowers default. Interest collection brings moral questions. Religious teachings condemn usury. Yet credit makes commerce possible. Lenders walk carefully between profit and propriety. Inventory theft happens despite precautions. Employees sometimes steal. Customers conceal items. You develop systems to minimize losses while maintaining pleasant atmospheres. Open suspicion drives away honest people. Blind trust invites exploitation. Finding balance requires constant attention. Relationships with artisans need careful management. You depend on craftspeople for quality goods. They depend on you for sales access. This mutual reliance should create harmony. Instead, it often breeds resentment. Artisans think merchants profit unfairly. Merchants think artisans underappreciate distribution challenges. Success requires managing these tensions. Tax collection targets wealthy merchants especially. Officials know about your prosperity despite modest appearances. They assess taxes based on estimated income. Protesting too loudly confirms that you can afford higher payments. Accepting quietly might mean overpaying. You navigate between resistance and compliance. Festival sponsorship provides acceptable displays of wealth. Merchants fund neighbourhood celebrations, shrine repairs and public works. These expenditures buy goodwill and demonstrate community commitment. They also show officials that profits return to society. Stinginess in sponsorship brings criticism from all directions. Banking develops slowly with merchant houses providing proto-banking services. You might hold deposits for customers or arrange transfers between cities. These services generate fees while building trust. The responsibility weighs heavily. A default could ruin your reputation permanently. Retirement planning happens through family. Your children inherit the business and support you in old age. Training them properly ensures both business continuity and your future comfort. Some merchants adopt talented apprentices when natural children lack ability. Blood matters less than competence in business succession. Economic downturns test every merchant's resilience. Bad harvests reduce customer spending. Government policy changes can destroy entire markets. Natural disasters disrupt supply chains. You maintain cash reserves for difficult periods. Diversification provides some protection. Ultimately, survival requires flexibility and luck. The samurai walks past your door with characteristic measured steps. 2 swords thrust through his sash mark his warrior status. His face shows no expression, but his eyes notice everything. You bow reflexively. This automatic deference protects you from dangerous misunderstandings. Samurai conduct follows the code called Bushido. This way of the warrior emphasizes loyalty, courage, and honor above all else. Death is preferable to dishonor. This philosophy shapes every interaction. A samurai's reputation depends on maintaining proper behavior constantly. One mistake can stain a family name for generations. The two swords carry profound meaning. The long katana serves as the primary weapon. The shorter wakizashi provides backup and performs ritual suicide. Wearing both marks full samurai status. Losing your swords means losing your identity. A swordless samurai becomes socially invisible. Morning practice starts before dawn. Samurai maintain fighting skills despite living in peaceful times. They train with wooden swords in their homes or at their lord's compound. The movements follow kata, prescribed forms practiced thousands of times. Muscle memory makes techniques automatic. This training continues throughout life. Literacy requirements distinguish samurai from other classes. Warriors must read and write to handle administrative duties. They study classic texts on warfare, strategy, and ethics. Confucian philosophy shapes their education. A samurai should be poet and killer, accountant and swordsman. Alcohol consumption follows strict protocols. Sake appears at formal gatherings and ceremonies. How much you drink and how you handle intoxication matter socially. Losing control brings shame. Some samurai develop drinking capacity through practice. Others avoid excess carefully. Your lord's preferences often dictate your choices. Employment situations vary widely among samurai. High-ranking warriors serve as administrators and military commanders. Lower ranks perform guard duties or handle paperwork. Some samurai live in poverty despite their status. Their stipends barely cover basic needs. Pride prevents them from seeking merchant employment. They endure hardship with stoic dignity. Ronin status marks a samurai without a master. Loss of employment through lord's death or dismissal creates this condition. Ronin keep their swords but lose stipends and social position. Some find new lords. Others become teachers, bodyguards, or sadly bandits. The uncertainty gnaws at them. Proper samurai pity and fear Ronin equally. Marriage alliances cement political relationships. Samurai rarely marry for love. Parents arrange matches that benefit families and strengthen lord's position. The bride joins her husband's household completely. Her birth family becomes secondary. These marriages create networks of obligation and loyalty extending beyond individual couples. Child rearing emphasizes duty and discipline. Young samurai learn their place early. Boys begin martial training around age 5. Girls learn household management and proper behaviour. Both sexes absorb lessons about honour and obligation. Softness in children invites criticism of parents. Ritual suicide provides escape from dishonour. Seppuku allows a samurai to die with dignity rather than face execution or disgrace. The method is agonising. You cut your own abdomen while a trusted friend beheads you at the moment of greatest pain. The practice horrifies and fascinates outsiders. To samurai, it represents ultimate control over fate. Vendettas operate under specific rules. If someone kills your lord or family member, you must seek revenge. This obligation can last years. The law recognises vendetta rights but requires notification. You must declare your intention officially. Then the hunt begins. Success brings honour. Failure brings shame. Daily dress requires careful consideration. A samurai's appearance reflects on his lord. Slovenly clothing suggests poor service. Overly fine garments might indicate corruption or debt. You aim for clean, appropriate attire that signals competence without ostentation. Your swords receive more attention than your robes. Blade maintenance happens daily. Etiquette governs every social interaction. How you sit, bow, speak, and eat all follow prescribed forms. These rules change based on relative status. Mistakes mark you as poorly raised or deliberately insulting. Learning proper etiquette takes years. Masters of ceremonial behaviour earn respect separate from martial skill. Service to your lord defines existence. His needs supersede your own completely. If he calls, you come immediately. If he orders something dangerous or distasteful, you comply without hesitation. This absolute loyalty creates meaning and purpose. A masterless life seems pointless to true samurai. Financial struggles plague many warrior families. Fixed stipends cannot match inflation or changing costs. Borrowing from merchants brings shame but becomes necessary. Some samurai secretly work as craftsmen or writers. They hide these activities carefully. Admitting financial distress damages status severely. Retirement comes late if at all. Elderly samurai often continue serving in reduced roles. They train younger warriors or handle administrative duties. Complete retirement happens only with serious disability. Even then they maintain appearances. A samurai identity persists until death. Tea ceremony provides respite from martial duties. This ritualized preparation and drinking of tea offers meditative calm. The movements follow precise choreography. Participants enter a space where normal hierarchies temporarily dissolve. For brief moments, even lords and servants meet as equals in tea room's confines. Poetry composition demonstrates cultural refinement. Samurai compose verses at gatherings and celebrations. Quality poetry enhances reputation. Crude or clumsy verses bring ridicule. This literary skill seems far from battlefield concerns, yet it proves that warriors possess depth beyond violence. Death preparation happens constantly. Samurai meditate on mortality regularly. They imagine death in battle or through seppuku. This mental rehearsal removes fear. When death comes, ideally the samurai faces it with calm acceptance. This philosophical approach to mortality shapes how they live. Winter melts into spring gradually. You notice the change in small signs before any dramatic shift occurs. The light strengthens slightly. Ice appears thinner on water basins each morning. Birds begin different songs. These subtle transformations prepare you for coming renewal. New Year celebrations dominate early winter. Houses receive thorough cleaning. Every surface gets scrubbed. Old debts must be settled before the year ends. This financial and physical purification creates a fresh start. Decorations appear on doorways. Pine branches symbolize longevity. Bamboo represents flexibility. These natural materials welcome good fortune. Special foods mark the New Year period. Mochi, pounded rice cakes, get prepared in neighbourhood gatherings. The rhythmic pounding creates a community activity. Families make specific dishes that bring luck. Each food carries symbolic meaning. Long noodles promise extended life. Certain fish ensure prosperity. You eat these ceremonial meals with attention to tradition. Spring brings cherry blossom viewing. The blooms last only days, making them precious. Everyone watches weather and bloom reports. When flowers peak, people gather under trees for picnics. These anami parties mix all social classes temporarily. The blossom's brief beauty reminds viewers of life's transience. This melancholy joy characterizes Japanese aesthetics. Planting season demands intense labor from farming communities. Rice cultivation requires coordinated effort. Flooding fields, transplanting seedlings, and maintaining water levels consume energy and time. The work follows ancient patterns. Mistakes this time of year affect food supply for the entire year. Even city dwellers feel this agricultural rhythm. Summer heat brings specific challenges. Heavy clothing becomes unbearable. People switch to lighter fabrics and fewer layers. Shops selling cooling items do brisk business. Fans, both folding and rigid, appear everywhere. Wind chimes hang from eaves. Their gentle sounds psychologically reduce temperature. Rainy season arrives with predictable timing. Weeks of steady precipitation turn streets muddy and make outdoor work difficult. Mould threatens stored goods. You air belongings whenever breaks in weather permit. This damp period tests patience. Everyone waits for the rains to end and real summer to begin. Festival season peaks in summer. Nearly every district celebrates its local shrine's annual festival. These events feature processions, performances, and portable shrines carried through streets. Preparation begins weeks ahead. Costumes get repaired. Festival foods get prepared. The actual festival day brings intensity that contrasts with ordinary routine. Autumn harvests determine the year's success. Rice cutting happens in coordinated waves across the country. The grain must dry properly before storage. Weather during harvest period creates anxiety. Too much rain ruins crops. Everyone watches the skies and prays for cooperation. Moon viewing becomes popular as autumn deepens. The harvest moon receives special attention. People arrange viewing parties similar to cherry blossom gatherings. They compose poetry and drink sake while admiring the moon's beauty. This quiet appreciation suits autumn's contemplative mood. Winter preparations begin early. Homes need weatherproofing before cold arrives. Screens get replaced with heavier panels. Extra bedding comes out of storage. Food preservation intensifies. Pickles, dried fish and stored rice will sustain households through lean months. These preparations create security against winter's hardships. Seasonal clothing changes happen communally. Everyone switches wardrobes on similar schedules. The transition from summer to autumn garments occurs on specific dates. Wearing last season's clothing after the change seems odd. This synchronized shift emphasizes community over individual preference. Hot spring visits provide winter relief. Those who can afford trips to mountain spas enjoy natural heated water. The springs offer both pleasure and health benefits. Skin conditions and joint pain supposedly improve with regular bathing. These trips combine vacation with medical treatment. Year-end obligations intensify as winter progresses. Gift-giving reaches its peak. You must remember everyone who deserves acknowledgement. Teachers, doctors, important customers, and family members all expect appropriate presents. The social pressure creates financial strain, yet failing to give properly damages relationships permanently. Cold affects daily routines profoundly. Getting up becomes harder. Water freezes in basins. Fingers go numb while working. People crowd around braziers and minimize movement. The elderly and very young face real danger from cold. Families huddle together for warmth and entertainment. Snow transforms familiar landscapes. City streets become treacherous. Rural travel stops completely in heavy snowfall. Yet snow brings beauty that compensates for inconvenience. Children play in it. Artists capture its essence. Adults appreciate the quiet it creates. This acceptance of difficulty alongside appreciation of beauty runs through seasonal attitudes. Traditional calendar systems track more than weather. Lucky and unlucky days guide activities. Certain days favour weddings or business starts. Others suggest delay. These calculations blend astronomy, astrology and tradition. Most people consult calendars before major decisions. Modern skepticism mixes with ancient caution. Seasonal illness patterns shape expectations. Summer brings digestive problems. Winter means respiratory ailments. Each season has its characteristic health challenges. Traditional medicine offers seasonal remedies. Prevention through diet and behaviour adjustment makes more sense than treatment after illness strikes. The cycle repeats endlessly. Each year brings the same general pattern with infinite small variations. This predictability provides comfort. You know what comes next generally. The specifics remain mysterious enough to maintain interest. Seasonal rhythm structures life more powerfully than any government decree. Final thoughts for sleep. The rules of Edo Japan created a world of order and expectation. Everyone knew their place and the behaviours their position required. This certainty brought both comfort and constraint. You could navigate society successfully by following known patterns. Yet the patterns allowed little room for individual expression. The clothing you wore, the roads you travelled, the streets you walked, the fires you feared, the business you conducted, the honour you maintained, and the seasons you celebrated all followed prescribed forms. These rules emerged from practical concerns and philosophical beliefs. They persisted because they worked well enough to maintain stability. Modern life seems chaotic by comparison. We choose our clothes freely. We travel without permits. We ignore most forms of etiquette. Fire safety happens automatically through building codes. Business operates with different ethics. Honour means something else entirely. Seasons affect us less. Yet something was lost along with those restrictions. The deep knowledge of place and propriety created communities of shared understanding. People read subtle signals constantly. They participated in traditions connecting them to ancestors and neighbours. The predictability allowed different kinds of freedom within structure. As you drift towards sleep, imagine those Edo streets, the lantern light, the smell of cooking fires carefully tended, the sound of wooden sandals on stone, the sight of careful people navigating careful rules. Let that ordered world calm your modern mind. Rest comes easier when you release today's chaos and enter yesterday's patterns. The rules are gone now, but for a few moments before sleep takes you, they can return. You can be that person walking those streets, wearing proper colours, carrying correct papers, bowing at the right depth, following the invisible architecture of custom and law, safe in structure, peaceful in certainty, drifting into dreams of a world that knew exactly what it was. The pleasure districts exist in a strange twilight zone. Here, rules bend but never quite break. The government officially disapproves while unofficially tolerating these entertainment quarters. You enter through gates that mark a boundary between ordinary life and licensed indulgence. Yoshiwara in Edo represents the most famous of these districts. The entire area sits surrounded by a moat and wall. Only one gate allows entry and exit. This physical separation creates both containment and mystique. Inside, different rules apply. Outside social hierarchies matter less. A merchant with money commands more respect than a poor samurai. The courtesans who work here follow their own elaborate ranking system. The highest ranking Oiran dress in spectacular kimonos that would be illegal anywhere else. They wear their hair in towering style secured with dozens of expensive pins. Their wooden sandals stand so tall that attendants must support them while walking. This theatrical excess serves as advertisement and art form simultaneously. Entertainment here extends far beyond simple transactions. The best courtesans train in music, poetry, calligraphy, and conversation. Meeting with top-ranking women requires proper introduction and multiple visits. The relationship develops over time through prescribed steps. This elaborate courtship costs enormous sums. Many men bankrupt themselves pursuing these connections. Tea houses serve as meeting places and business venues. Here, merchants conduct deals they cannot make in ordinary settings. Information flows freely. You hear gossip about government policies before official announcements. The tea house workers remember everything and share selectively. Their discretion and memory make them valuable allies. Kabuki theatre provides another form of acceptable rebellion. The performances feature cross-dressing actors, spectacular costumes, and dramatic stories often based on recent scandals. The plays push boundaries constantly. Government censors watch performances and sometimes shut down productions. Yet theatre remains wildly popular across all classes. Actors occupy a strange social position. Officially ranked low, they achieve celebrity status. People collect prints of famous actors. Fashion trends begin with stage costumes. The most popular performers develop devoted followings. Women throw gifts onto stages. Men imitate their mannerisms and speech patterns. Gambling happens despite being illegal. Dice games, card games, and betting on various outcomes fill back rooms and hidden spaces. The authorities conduct periodic raids. They arrest gamblers and confiscate stakes. Yet games resume quickly after raids end. The human appetite for risk-taking overcomes legal prohibitions. Sumo wrestling provides legitimate spectacle. These professional wrestlers train intensively and follow strict lifestyle rules. Matches happen in temporary arenas built for tournaments. The rituals surrounding bouts matter as much as the actual fighting. Salt gets thrown to purify the ring. Wrestlers perform ceremonial stomps. The combination of athletics and tradition attracts massive crowds. Drinking establishments range from simple sock shops to elaborate restaurants. The cheapest places serve standing customers who drink quickly and leave. Better establishments provide private rooms and refined service. The food served with alcohol follows seasonal patterns and regional specialties. Presentation matters enormously. A simple dish arranged beautifully tastes better than rich food carelessly plated. Festival nights bring special permission for excess. During major celebrations, normal curfews and restrictions relax slightly. People stay out later. Drinking increases. The authorities expect some disorder and plan accordingly. Extra patrols circulate but intervene less aggressively than usual. These release valves prevent pressure from building dangerously. Music fills the pleasure quarters. Shamisen players perform in tea houses. Street musicians work corners for tips. The distinctive twang of stringed instruments mixes with drum beats and flutes. This soundscape announces the district's special nature. Serious musicians train for years. Their skill elevates entertainment to art. The economics of pleasure create complex dependencies. The district needs customers with disposable income. Merchants provide most of this money. Yet merchants officially rank lowest socially. This inversion of normal hierarchy creates tension. Samurai visit but often cannot afford the best offerings. Their status buys them little here. Debt traps women in these districts. Many courtesans and entertainers entered through contracts their families sold. They work to pay off debts that seem to grow rather than shrink. The house charges them for food, clothing and lodging. These expenses exceed their earnings. Some women spend entire lives unable to buy their freedom. Fashion innovation happens fastest here. New fabric patterns appear first on courtesans. Hair ornaments debut in the pleasure quarters before spreading to respectable society. The government issues periodic decrees against luxury, but enforcement proves difficult. By the time officials ban a style, new trends have emerged. Literacy rates run surprisingly high among entertainers. Reading and writing enable poetry exchanges and love letter composition. These skills separate higher-ranking women from common prostitutes. Education adds value to their services. Clients pay for cultivated companionship as much as physical intimacy. Disease spreads efficiently in these crowded conditions. Sexually transmitted infections affect workers and customers alike. Traditional medicine offers limited help. Some houses maintain higher health standards than others. Reputation includes cleanliness and safety. Smart customers investigate before committing to establishments. Religious institutions maintain complicated relationships with pleasure districts. Buddhist temples officially condemn the activities. Yet priests visit discreetly. Some temples receive donations from district profits. The money helps maintain sacred buildings and fun ceremonies. This practical accommodation between spiritual and worldly needs surprises nobody. Children born in these districts face particular challenges. Their mother's profession marks them permanently. Adoption outside the district proves difficult. Many daughters follow their mothers into the trade. Sons might find work as guards or administrators within the quarter. Escape to respectable society requires exceptional luck or talent. The best courtesans retire wealthy if they manage money carefully. They might marry customers or open their own establishments. Some invest in property or lend money at interest. These success stories inspire younger women. Reality disappoints most. Aging in this world means declining value and fewer options. Stories and legends emerge from these districts. Tales of loyal courtesans who died for love become popular narratives. Kabuki plays dramatize these stories for wider audiences. The romance obscures harsh realities. Yet these narratives serve important cultural functions. They make sense of a system that troubles many people. Survival in Edo society often depends on invisibility. Drawing attention invites scrutiny. Scrutiny reveals deviations from norms. Deviations bring consequences. You learn early to move through life, leaving minimal traces. Servants perfect this art. They must be present, but not intrusive. A good servant anticipates needs silently. They appear when wanted and vanish when not needed. Their movements make no unnecessary sound. Their presence should feel natural as air. The homes of wealthy families employ dozens of servants in different roles. Each position carries specific duties and boundaries. Kitchen workers never enter reception rooms. Garden staff stay outside unless specifically summoned. This spatial separation creates order and hierarchy. Everyone knows their proper place and maintains it. Clothing helps servants blend into backgrounds. They wear subdued colours that don't compete with their employer's garments. Simple patterns or solid fabrics make them visually quiet. This deliberate plainness serves a purpose. Masters should shine. Servants provide backdrop. Women servants face additional expectations. They must move gracefully but quickly. Their voices should be soft but clear. Their appearance should be neat without being attractive enough to cause problems. This balance requires constant attention. Too much beauty brings unwanted advances. Too little care suggests laziness. Low-ranking samurai often live nearly invisible lives. They perform administrative duties in their lord's compound. They copy documents, manage supplies, and handle minor disputes. Their service matters but receives little recognition. They endure this anonymity as part of duty. Merchants learn to appear smaller than their wealth suggests. Flashy displays invite government attention and new taxes. Better to seem moderately successful. You maintain a decent shop but avoid obvious luxury. Your home shows comfort without extravagance. This strategic modesty protects accumulated wealth. Artisans working for powerful patrons must suppress their own styles. The work reflects the patron's taste rather than the maker's vision. Your name might not appear on finished pieces. The patron claims credit for commissioning and directing. This anonymity frustrates creative spirits but pays bills reliably. Women in general navigate by staying appropriately unnoticed. Respectable women avoid drawing male attention outside their families. They move quickly through streets. Their clothing covers them thoroughly. Eye contact happens minimally. This restraint protects reputation and safety. Spies and informers cultivate absolute anonymity. The government employs people to watch and report. These agents blend seamlessly into neighbourhoods. They might pose as merchants or craftsmen. Their real work involves observation and documentation. Exposure means death. Successful spies live and die unknown. Religious mendicants achieve invisibility through different means. Buddhist monks on begging rounds become familiar fixtures. People see them without really noticing. This social transparency allows them to observe freely. Some gather information for their temples. Others simply survive through studied harmlessness. The poor achieve invisibility through lack of importance. Day labourers, street sweepers and other low workers exist below notice. Higher classes look through them as if they were furniture. This dehumanization wounds but also protects. Nobody cares what invisible people do. Neighbourhood watching creates networks of observation. Everyone notes who comes and goes. Strangers get remembered. Unusual behaviour gets discussed. This collective attention makes true anonymity nearly impossible. Yet it also creates security. Bad actors cannot operate easily under such scrutiny. Some people seek invisibility deliberately to escape bad situations. Debt, arranged marriages, or legal troubles motivate disappearances. Large cities offer hiding places. You change your name, alter your appearance, and build new identity. Success requires cutting all ties to previous life. Most people cannot sustain this isolation. Ninja in popular imagination represent ultimate invisibility. The reality differs from legends. These specialist agents train in infiltration and information gathering. They use disguises and deception, but they remain human and fallible. Many get caught. Their actual techniques rely more on psychology than magic. Elderly people often fade from visibility as they age. Retirement from active work means reduced social presence. Younger family members take over public roles. The old continue living but matter less in community decisions. Some resent this diminishment. Others welcome reduced responsibilities. Children learn invisibility rules early. They must be quiet around adults. Their games should not disturb neighbours. They should make themselves useful without being troublesome. This training in restraint shapes adult behaviour. Self-effacement becomes automatic. The tension between visibility and invisibility affects everyone. You need enough presence to fulfill your role. Too much presence brings problems. The balance point differs by status and situation. Finding and maintaining it requires constant adjustment. This navigation exhausts people, yet alternatives seem worse. Rice determines everything about meals and status. The amount and quality of rice you eat signals your position in society. Samurai receive rice stipends measured in koku. One koku theoretically feeds one person for 1 year. This rice-based economy makes grain more important than money for many transactions. White rice represents luxury and status. The polishing process removes nutrients but creates prestige food. Brown rice is healthier, but marks eaters as poor or rural. Most people eat a mixture. Pure white rice appears only at celebrations or in wealthy homes. The whiter your rice, the higher your status. Meal timing follows daily rhythms. 2 main meals happen during daylight hours. Early morning brings the first meal after waking. Late afternoon or early evening brings the second. Snacks fill gaps but are not considered proper meals. This pattern reflects agricultural schedules and maximizes daylight for work. Breakfast typically includes leftover rice from the previous day, soup, and pickled vegetables. The soup might contain miso paste, seaweed, and tofu. These simple components provide nutrition efficiently. Variety comes through seasonal vegetables and occasional fish. Rich households add more ingredients. Poor ones make do with less. The evening meal can be more elaborate. Fresh rice gets cooked. Additional dishes appear based on budget and season. Fish, vegetables, and bean products round out the meal. Presentation matters even in ordinary homes. Food arranged thoughtfully tastes better and honours both ingredients and diners. Chopstick use follows specific etiquette. You never stick chopsticks upright in rice because this resembles funeral offerings. Passing food from chopstick to chopstick is similarly forbidden. These gestures too closely mirror death rituals. Proper handling shows respect for food and company. Tea accompanies most meals. Green tea prepared simply serves as the standard beverage. The water temperature and steeping time affect flavour significantly. Good tea preparation demonstrates care and attention. Poor tea suggests carelessness about important details. Seasonal eating is not optional. You eat what the current season provides. Preservation techniques extend availability somewhat. Pickled vegetables last months. Dried fish keeps indefinitely. These preserved foods supplement fresh ingredients during lean seasons, but truly fresh items remain seasonal luxuries. Fasting happens for religious and health reasons. Buddhist practice encourages periodic abstinence from food. Some people fast 1 day per month. Others restrict eating during certain hours. These practices supposedly purify body and spirit. They also save money and food. Street food culture develops in cities. Vendors sell everything from grilled fish to sweet dumplings. These convenient options feed workers and travellers. The food is cheap but not free. Even simple snacks cost coins. Frequent purchases constrain budgets. Wise consumers balance convenience with economy. Soy products appear in endless variations. Tofu provides protein without meat. Natto, fermented soybeans, offers strong flavours and nutrition. Soy sauce seasons countless dishes. Miso paste creates the foundation for soups and marinades. This single plant feeds millions in various forms. Fish consumption far exceeds meat eating. Buddhist influence discourages eating 4-legged animals. Fish face fewer restrictions. Coastal areas enjoy abundant fresh seafood. Inland regions receive dried or salted fish. The variety of fish dishes seems infinite. Each region develops special preparations. Vegetables grow in careful rotation. Farmers maximize land use through sophisticated planting schedules. Radishes, eggplants, cucumbers, and leafy greens appear in succession. Root vegetables store well for winter. Preserving techniques capture summer's abundance for cold months. Special occasion foods mark calendar transitions. New Year demands specific dishes with symbolic meanings. Festivals bring their own food traditions. These ceremonial meals connect people to cycles larger than individual lives. Eating the prescribed foods feels like participating in history. Dining posture matters as much as food selection. You kneel on tatami mats at low tables. Your back stays straight. Your movements remain controlled. Rushing through meals shows disrespect. Eating should be deliberate and mindful. This formality shapes the experience of eating itself. Alcohol rules vary by context. Sake drinking at celebrations follows ritualized patterns. Cups get filled by others rather than yourself. You offer refills to companions. The exchange creates social bonds. Drinking alone is discouraged. Alcohol belongs to communal settings. Leftover food never goes to waste. Scraps feed animals or return to soil as compost. This efficiency reflects scarcity consciousness. Food production requires enormous labour. Wasting it insults farmers and nature. Even wealthy households avoid excess waste. Hunger remains a real threat during bad harvests. Crop failures cause starvation. The government maintains emergency rice stores for worse situations. Distribution during famines follows careful protocols. Preventing mass death requires planning and resources. Memories of hunger shape attitudes toward food permanently. Cooking skill determines household success. Women learn food preparation as essential training. A good cook makes meagre ingredients delicious. A poor cook wastes abundant resources. These skills pass between generations. Mothers teach daughters techniques perfected over centuries. Kitchen equipment remains simple but effective. A few knives, some pots, a grill and a rice cooker suffice for most households. Quality matters more than quantity. A well-made knife lasts decades. Cheap tools fail quickly. Investing in good equipment makes economic sense despite higher initial costs. Food preferences reveal character. Excessive interest in eating suggests weakness. Indifference to food quality marks you as insensitive. The ideal person appreciates good food without obsessing over it. This balanced approach reflects broader cultural values about moderation in all things. The pleasure and duty of eating intertwine completely. Food sustains life and creates social bonds. Meals bring families together daily. Shared eating builds community. This practical necessity becomes meaningful ritual. Something as basic as dinner carries cultural weight that seems invisible until examined closely. Time moves differently in a society governed by such intricate rules. Each day resembles the day before in comforting ways. Yet beneath this apparent stillness, slow changes accumulate. You notice them only when looking back across years rather than days. Foreign influences seep in despite isolation policies. Dutch traders confined to a small island in Nagasaki harbour bring new ideas. Their books, though restricted, circulate among curious scholars. Western medical knowledge challenges traditional practices. Astronomy reveals different models of celestial mechanics. These intellectual seeds wait for future flowering. Literacy expands gradually beyond samurai and merchant classes. More people learn to read and write. Lending libraries make books available to those who cannot afford to buy them. Popular fiction finds growing audiences. This democratization of reading transforms culture in ways nobody can fully predict at the time. Technology improves in small increments. Better metalworking techniques emerge. Agricultural tools become more efficient. These advances happen slowly enough that each generation barely notices change. Yet across decades, productivity increases measurably. The same fields yield more rice. The same workshops produce more goods. Urban planning responds to repeated fires. Streets get widened slightly. Fire breaks become permanent features. Buildings incorporate more fire-resistant materials. These adaptations show learning from disaster. The city evolves to better resist its chronic vulnerability. Progress happens through accumulated painful lessons. Economic networks grow more sophisticated. Credit systems expand. Bills of exchange reduce need to transport physical money. Merchant houses develop correspondent relationships across regions. These financial innovations enable larger-scale commerce. Wealth accumulation accelerates for successful traders. Population pressures create subtle shifts. Edo grows into one of the world's largest cities. This concentration strains food supply and sanitation systems. Solutions emerge through necessity. New vegetable growing techniques maximize yield from small plots. Waste management systems become more efficient. The city adapts or suffocates. Class boundaries show hairline cracks. Wealthy merchants sometimes buy samurai status for their sons through adoption arrangements. Poor samurai sell their names and pedigrees. These transactions technically violate social order, yet they happen with increasing frequency. Money slowly erodes status barriers theoretically based on birth. Women's economic roles expand in practice while remaining constrained in theory. Merchants' wives run businesses. Artisan women develop their own craft specialties. These practical necessities contradict official positions about women's capabilities. The gap between ideology and reality widens gradually. Education spreads beyond purely practical training. Schools teach not just job skills, but also classical literature and philosophy. This broader learning creates new ways of thinking. Students question traditional arrangements more boldly. Teachers must balance maintaining order with encouraging intellectual development. Entertainment culture flourishes despite periodic crackdowns. Publishers produce an ever-growing variety of books. Woodblock prints become affordable art for common people. These cultural products reflect urban sensibilities and concerns. They create shared reference points across class boundaries. Healthcare improves through better nutrition and sanitation. Life expectancy creeps upwards slowly. More children survive to adulthood. Elderly people live longer. This demographic shift affects family structures and economic calculations. Planning must account for longer lives and more surviving heirs. Communication speeds up incrementally. Better roads and more frequent courier services reduce information lag times. News from distant provinces arrives faster. Market prices adjust more quickly to supply changes. This acceleration seems minor by later standards, but transforms commerce significantly. Regional specialization increases. Certain areas become known for specific products. These reputations drive production decisions. Craftspeople concentrate on items their region does well. Trade networks distribute specialized goods widely. Economic efficiency improves through geographic division of labor. Natural disasters still strike, but recovery happens more smoothly. Communities develop better emergency response protocols. Aid arrives faster from neighbouring regions. The government maintains larger reserve supplies. These improvements don't prevent disasters, but reduce their worst impacts. Religious life evolves in subtle ways. Buddhist temples add new practices borrowed from various traditions. Shinto shrines incorporate popular deities. Folk religion blends elements freely. This syncretism creates flexible spiritual options. People choose practices that resonate personally rather than following rigid orthodoxy. Architecture develops regional variations within standard forms. Climate differences affect building techniques. Local materials influence construction methods. Houses in snowy regions look different from houses in warmer areas. These adaptations show practical problem solving within cultural constraints. Gardens become more sophisticated as wealth increases. Wealthy merchants create elaborate private gardens. These carefully designed spaces compress nature into artificial landscapes. Rock placement follows aesthetic principles developed over centuries. Water features create sound and movement. Walking through a fine garden offers escape from urban crowding. Timekeeping methods improve gradually. More accurate ways to measure hours emerge. This precision enables better coordination of activities. Work schedules become more regular. Appointments happen at specific times rather than vague periods. Modern time consciousness begins forming. The samurai class changes despite maintaining external appearances. Fewer warriors see combat. Administrative skills matter more than martial prowess. Some samurai become bureaucrats in all but name. This transformation from warriors to civil servants proceeds gradually and incompletely. Cultural confidence grows among non-samurai classes. Merchant culture produces distinctive aesthetics. The floating world of pleasure quarters creates its own artistic traditions. These alternative value systems challenge samurai cultural dominance subtly. Multiple ways of being Japanese coexist with increasing ease. Long-term peace allows long-term thinking. People plant trees they won't live to see mature. They build for permanence rather than temporary expediency. This shift from short-term survival to multi-generational planning changes psychology and behaviour. Stability enables new forms of hope. Memory of war fades gradually. Fewer people remember actual combat. Peace becomes normal rather than exceptional. This psychological transformation makes the old justifications for warrior rule seem less convincing. Why maintain a large samurai class if no fighting happens? Questions arise that cannot be openly asked. The system contains its own contradictions. Merchants ranked lowest possess most liquid wealth. Samurai ranked highest often struggle financially. These inversions create friction that rules cannot eliminate. Resentment builds slowly on both sides. Everyone maintains appearances while knowing reality differs from official descriptions. Printing technology spreads information beyond government control. Ideas circulate through books and pamphlets. Censorship exists but proves imperfect. Once printed, text resists oppression. Multiple copies survive confiscation attempts. This information democracy plants seeds of future transformations. You live through these changes mostly unaware of their significance. Daily life absorbs your attention completely. The rules you follow seem eternal and natural. Yet nothing remains truly static. The society that feels so solid is actually in constant subtle motion. Like a river that appears still but continuously flows, Edo Japan moves through time while seeming frozen in tradition. These small changes accumulate into transformations nobody planned or predicted. The future arrives in disguise, wearing traditional clothes. By the time people recognize revolutionary change, it has already happened. Looking back, the path seems obvious. Living through it, each step feels like more of the same, and perhaps that is the deepest rule of all. Change happens regardless of attempts to prevent it. The most elaborate system of control cannot stop time's movement. The trick lies not in preventing change, but in managing it so gently that the transitions feel continuous with tradition. Edo Japan masters this trick for 2.5 centuries. Eventually, even the most carefully maintained stillness must yield to motion. But for now, in this moment before sleep, the rules hold firm and the world feels safely unchanging. Sleep arrives easier when you release the effort of constant vigilance. Modern life demands endless decisions without clear rules. You choose your clothes from infinite options. You navigate relationships without prescribed forms. You make moral judgments with no consensus framework. This freedom exhausts even as it liberates. Edo Japan offered the opposite bargain. Few choices meant less anxiety. The path ahead was usually clear. You knew what society expected. Success meant fulfilling your role competently. Failure meant stepping outside prescribed boundaries. The simplicity had appeal even when the restrictions chafed. Imagine living where your morning routine required no decisions. The clothes appropriate for your station hang ready. The food for breakfast follows seasonal norms. The route through streets follows established patterns. Your greetings to neighbours use proper forms. Everything flows from known precedent. The mental energy saved could focus on craftsmanship or relationships rather than constant choice-making. Yet this same structure trapped people in circumstances beyond their control. Birth determined destiny more than talent or effort. A brilliant farmer's child remained a farmer. A mediocre samurai's son inherited samurai status. The rigidity that created order also prevented growth and change. Every benefit carried corresponding costs. As you settle into sleep, perhaps you can borrow the restful parts of that ordered world while leaving behind its cruelties. Let the structure calm you without restricting you. Feel the comfort of knowing your place while keeping the freedom to change it. Dream of streets where everyone understands the rules and follows them willingly. Wake to a world where you can choose which rules to keep and which to release. The best rest comes when you stop fighting either total freedom or complete constraint. Somewhere between those extremes lies the peace that lets consciousness fade into gentle dreams. You wake before the sun touches the watchtower's curved roof. The air carries that particular chill that comes just before dawn breaks over northern China. Crisp enough to make you pull your padded jacket tighter, but not so cold that frost has formed on the stone beneath your feet. You've been stationed at this section of the wall for 3 years now, and your body has learned to recognise the exact moment when night shifts toward morning, even before your eyes open. The darkness around you isn't complete. Stars still scatter across the sky like rice grains spilled on dark silk, and you can make out the wall's distinctive crenellations, those tooth-like parapets, stretching away in both directions until they blur into the pre-dawn shadows. Somewhere in the distance, a rooster crows from one of the villages tucked into the valleys below. The sound carries strangely well in this still hour, bouncing off the mountains in a way that makes you smile. That rooster belongs to old Chen's farm, you're fairly certain, which means it's probably the brown one with the crooked tail feather. You stretch slowly, feeling your joints protest in that familiar way. The stone platform where you've spent the night isn't uncomfortable exactly. You've slept in worse places, but it certainly isn't a bed. Your sleeping mat has compressed over the hours, and you roll it up carefully, tucking it into the corner of the watchtower where it lives during daylight hours. The tower itself is roughly 15 feet square, with walls thick enough to keep out most of the wind. Small openings at regular intervals allow you to observe the landscape, and a larger opening faces inward, toward the populated side of the wall. As the sky begins to lighten from black to deep blue, you can see the wall more clearly. This particular section runs along a ridgeline, following the natural contours of the mountain, with an elegance that seems almost casual until you remember the planning required to achieve it. The wall dips and rises, curves and straightens, all while maintaining its essential purpose. A raised pathway wide enough for soldiers and supplies, protected by parapets on both sides. The first true light catches the eastern face of the wall, turning the greyish stone a warm golden colour that lasts only minutes before fading to its usual tone. You've watched this transformation hundreds of times, and it never quite loses its appeal. The stones themselves are slightly irregular. This section was built using local materials, and you can see variations in colour and texture that tell the story of where each stone originated. Some came from the mountain just north of here, others from a quarry 2 valleys over. A hawk appears, circling lazily on the morning thermals that are just beginning to rise. You watch it for a moment, appreciating the efficiency of its movement. Hawks often patrol this section of the wall, drawn by the mice and small creatures that make homes in the crevices between stones. The relationship feels almost cooperative. The wall provides hunting grounds, and the hawks provide entertainment for watchmen, who might otherwise find the hours slow. You hear footsteps before you see Wang, your fellow guardian, emerging from the watchtower to the east. He moves with the careful gait of someone whose knees remember every winter spent on cold stone, and he's carrying a small clay pot that likely contains tea. Wang is perhaps 15 years older than you, with a face weathered by constant exposure to wind and sun, until his skin resembles the leather used for water bags. He nods in greeting, the gesture economical and friendly without requiring conversation this early in the day. The two of you stand together in comfortable silence, watching as the valley below gradually reveals itself. Terraced fields become visible first, their careful geometry a human counterpoint to the wild mountains beyond. Then, the village appears, not dramatically, but incrementally, as smoke from morning fires begins to rise, and the darker shapes of buildings separate themselves from the landscape. You can identify individual structures now. The larger building that serves as a communal granary, the temple with its distinctive curved roof, and the cluster of houses where the families live. Your stomach reminds you that you haven't eaten since yesterday evening, and Wang seems to have the same thought because he produces 2 small rice cakes from somewhere within his jacket. They're slightly stale but welcome, and you eat yours slowly, making it last. The tea, when Wang finally pours it from his pot into 2 small cups, is barely warm but flavoured with something, perhaps ginger, that makes it feel warming despite its temperature. The morning routine continues with a casualness born of repetition. You walk the section of wall that's your responsibility, checking for obvious problems that might have emerged overnight. A loose stone here, some mortar that seems to be crumbling there. Nothing urgent, but you make mental notes. The wall is always changing, always requiring attention, like a very large and very patient animal that needs constant grooming. Other guardians appear as the morning progresses, emerging from their own watchtowers or walking up the stone ramps that provide access from below. You exchange nods and occasional comments about the weather, which looks promising. Clear skies suggesting a good day for the repair work that's been planned. Everyone moves with purpose, but without rush, understanding that the work ahead requires steady effort rather than bursts of energy. By mid-morning, you've descended the wall using one of the internal staircases, steep stone steps worn smooth by countless feet over decades. The village at the wall's base has fully awakened, and the sounds of daily life create a gentle symphony. Hammering from the carpenter's workshop, the rhythmic thump of someone beating grain, children's voices from the small school, and underneath it all the constant background presence of chickens making their various pronouncements about life. The village exists because of the wall and for the wall, though after generations this relationship has become so natural that nobody thinks about it much anymore. The houses are built from the same stone as the wall itself, creating a visual continuity that makes the settlement seem to have grown organically from the landscape. Narrow pathways wind between buildings, following routes established by the practical considerations of daily life rather than any formal planning. You're heading to the workshop where supplies are stored and prepared for the day's maintenance work. The building sits partially against the wall itself, using the massive structure as one wall and taking advantage of its thermal mass to keep the interior cool in summer and relatively warm in winter. Inside, you find Master Liu already sorting through materials. He's the senior mason for this section, a man whose knowledge of stone and mortar seems almost supernatural in its depth. Master Liu doesn't look up immediately when you enter, focused on examining a pile of lime that arrived yesterday from the kiln 2 valleys over. He picks up pinches of it, rubbing the material between his fingers with the concentration of someone reading an important text. You've learned not to interrupt these examinations. The quality of lime varies depending on countless factors: the type of rock it was made from, the temperature of the kiln, the weather during production, and Master Liu can detect subtle differences that determine how well it will perform in mortar. Eventually he nods to himself and looks up, acknowledging your presence with a slight smile that creases his face in familiar patterns. "Good lime," he says simply, which from Master Liu counts as enthusiastic praise. You help him transfer the lime into smaller containers that will be easier to carry up the wall, careful not to raise dust. The fine powder has a sharp, alkaline smell that catches in your throat if you're not careful. Around you, the workshop reveals the organised complexity of wall maintenance. Wooden shelves hold tools in careful arrangement, hammers of various sizes and weights, chisels with different profiles, wooden mallets, bronze measuring devices, levels, plumb lines, brushes for applying mortar, and scrapers for removing old material. Each tool has its specific purpose, and each shows the wear patterns of frequent use. Some have been in service for decades, their wooden handles smooth and dark from the oils of many hands. In one corner, bundles of wooden planks lean against the wall, waiting to be used for scaffolding or perhaps for repairing the wooden buildings that dot the wall's length. Small shelters where supplies are stored or where guardians can take refuge during severe weather. The wood smells pleasantly resinous, cut recently enough that sap still marks some pieces. These planks came from the forest on the mountain's northern slope, carried down by the same team that will help haul them back up when the time comes. A young apprentice, maybe 14 years old with the gangly awkwardness of someone still growing into their adult height, enters carrying a yoke across his shoulders with water buckets hanging from each end. He moves carefully, trying not to slosh the precious liquid, and you remember being that age, trying to prove yourself capable of adult responsibilities. Master Liu directs him to pour the water into the large clay vessels kept for mixing mortar, and the boy does so with exaggerated care that makes you hide a smile. The preparation continues methodically. Materials need to be gathered, tools selected and work assignments confirmed. You'll be part of a team working on a section about half a mile east of here, where winter's freeze-thaw cycles have damaged some of the mortar joints between stones. It's not dramatic work. no massive reconstruction, just the patient attention that keeps small problems from becoming large ones. Other villagers pass by the workshop entrance, going about their own business. An older woman herds a small group of ducks toward the pond, murmuring to them in the patient tone used for creatures that respond more to voice rhythm than actual words. Two men carry a large basket of vegetables between them, probably heading to the communal storage. A child darts past, chasing a dog that has apparently stolen something, maybe a shoe, and the resulting chaos makes everyone smile. This village has perhaps 40 families, their lives interwoven through marriages, friendships, shared work, and the simple proximity of living together in a remote location. Most families have been here for generations, though occasionally someone arrives from elsewhere, drawn by the steady work that wall maintenance provides. The work isn't glamorous or particularly well paid, but it's reliable in a way that farming, dependent on weather and luck, can never quite be. You return to the wall with the morning's supplies, climbing the stone ramp that ascends at a gentle angle, making the burden of carrying materials manageable. Other workers accompany you, some carrying tools, others with baskets of lime or sand, and one man balancing a wooden pole across his shoulders with water containers hanging from both ends. Everyone has learned to pace themselves, understanding that this work requires endurance rather than speed. The wall at this point rises about 25 feet above the ground on the northern side, though on the southern side, where it follows the ridge's natural elevation, it's only about 6 feet tall. Walking along the top, you're struck again by the width, easily wide enough for 5 or 6 people to walk abreast, and in some sections even wider. This isn't just a wall, it's a raised road, a military highway that allowed troops and supplies to move quickly along China's northern frontier. The guardians you work alongside are, for the most part, unremarkable people doing remarkable work through sheer persistence. There's old Zhao, who has maintained his section for 30 years and can apparently sense structural problems before they become visible. There's the widow Mrs. Tang, whose husband died in an accident involving falling stones 10 years ago, and who now manages supplies with an efficiency that borders on artistic. There's young Wei, barely into his 20s, who approaches every task with an enthusiasm that the older workers find simultaneously endearing and exhausting. Your own role has evolved over the years from simple labour, hauling materials, mixing mortar, to more skilled work involving actual repairs. You've learned to read the wall's condition the way a physician reads a patient's symptoms, understanding that small signs often indicate larger issues. A crack following a particular pattern might suggest movement in the earth beneath the foundation. Mortar that crumbles too easily could indicate that water is getting behind the stones. Vegetation growing in joints means that roots are working their way into the structure, slowly but inevitably causing damage. The section you're working on today shows typical wear from winter weather. Water has infiltrated joints between stones, frozen during cold nights, and expanded with enough force to crack the mortar. The damaged material has fallen away, leaving gaps that will only worsen if left unattended. Your task is to remove the remaining compromised mortar, clean the joints thoroughly, and refill them with fresh material mixed to the proper consistency. Master Liu arrives to inspect the work area, running his hands over the stones with the gentle attention of someone greeting an old friend. He points out details you might have missed. A stone that has shifted slightly and needs to be reset, a section where water seems to be pooling and needs better drainage, and a crack that requires monitoring but doesn't yet need repair. His knowledge comes from decades of observation, and you absorb what you can, knowing that this expertise can't be learned from books or formal instruction. The work begins with careful removal of old mortar. You use a chisel and hammer, tapping gently to avoid damaging the stones themselves. The old mortar comes away in chunks and powder, and you collect it in a basket, not for reuse, but because leaving debris on the wall creates problems. The material gets swept up by wind and can clog drainage systems or accumulate in corners where water then pools. As you work, you notice the construction details that make the wall more sophisticated than it might appear from a distance. The stones aren't simply stacked, they're carefully selected and placed to create a stable structure. Larger stones form the face of the wall, while the interior is filled with smaller stones, rubble and earth, all tamped down to create a solid mass. The facing stones are cut or selected to fit together closely, minimising the amount of mortar needed and creating a surface that resists weathering. The mortar itself is a careful mixture of lime, clay and sand, with proportions that vary depending on the specific application. For joints exposed to weather, More lime makes the mixture more water resistant. For interior work, less lime saves money without compromising strength. Master Liu has taught you to test mortar consistency by how it holds to a trowel. Too wet and it slumps, too dry and it crumbles, just right and it clings without running. Your fellow workers maintain a steady rhythm, each person focused on their task but aware of the other's presence. Occasionally someone makes a comment about the weather, about a tool that needs sharpening, or about the village gossip that always circulates. The conversation is minimal but friendly, punctuated by the sounds of tools against stone, the scrape of trowels, and the soft impact of hammers against wooden stakes. A light wind picks up around midday, bringing cooler air from the mountains to the north. It carries scents that tell stories, pine from the distant forests, dust from the plains beyond, and sometimes, mysteriously, a hint of the sea that lies hundreds of miles away. You pause to drink from your water flask, looking out over the landscape that has become familiar through daily observation. The afternoon brings different work, actual stone replacement rather than just repointing mortar. A section about 30 feet from where you were working this morning has several stones that have become too damaged to remain in place. Weather, age, and the simple stress of supporting weight have created cracks that compromise the stone's integrity. They need to come out and be replaced. This work requires more people and more planning. Master Liu supervises, directing the placement of wooden props that will support the weight while damaged stones are removed. The props themselves are fascinating pieces of engineering, adjustable wooden beams that can be wedged into place and tightened to take weight gradually. The wood creaks slightly under load, but Master Liu listens to these sounds with the attention of a musician tuning an instrument, understanding exactly how much stress the props can safely handle. Removing a stone from the middle of the wall without causing a collapse requires patience that borders on meditative. First, the mortar around the stone must be completely removed, not just loosened, but entirely cleared away until the stone is held in place only by the weight and friction of surrounding stones. Then wooden wedges are driven into the gaps, slowly increasing the space and relieving pressure. Finally, with careful levering and the coordinated effort of several people, the stone can be shifted and removed. The damaged stone, once extracted, reveals interesting details. Its back surface is rougher than the front, exactly as it should be. The rough surface provides better grip for the mortar and rubble fill. You can see tool marks from its original shaping, probably made by a mason working decades or even centuries ago, depending on when this particular section was last rebuilt. The stone weighs perhaps 200 pounds, and moving it requires a wooden sledge and 4 people pulling carefully coordinated ropes. Replacement stones have been prepared in advance, selected from the stockpile that every maintenance section keeps. Finding stones that match the existing work in size and shape is part art and part practical geometry. Master Liu examines several candidates, rejecting some for reasons that aren't immediately obvious to you. One has a hairline crack that might not matter now but could cause problems later, and another is a slightly softer stone that will weather faster than its neighbours. The chosen replacement stone gets fitted carefully into the opening. It doesn't simply drop into place. Instead, it requires small adjustments, shaving a bit here, shimming there with thin stone flakes, until it sits precisely as it should. The fit needs to be tight enough to provide structural integrity, but not so tight that it creates stress points. Master Liu checks the alignment using a water level, a long tube filled with water, whose ends must be at the same height regardless of the tube's path between them. While this skilled work proceeds, other tasks continue around you. Someone is clearing vegetation from drainage channels, a job that seems minor until you consider that blocked drainage causes water to accumulate, freeze, and crack stones. Another worker is treating wooden elements with a mixture of oils that help preserve them against weather and insects. A third person is checking and tightening the stones that pave the wall's walking surface, ensuring that none have worked loose and might trip someone hurrying along in the dark. The new stone finally settles into place with a satisfying solidity, and mortar is carefully packed around it. Master Liu uses a thin stick to work the mortar into every gap, ensuring no air pockets remain. The excess mortar gets scraped away and smoothed, creating neat joints that will shed water rather than channel it into the wall. The work won't be fully cured for days, but even now you can see that it will be virtually invisible once completed. Just another stone in an endless line of stones, maintaining the wall's integrity for whoever comes after you. You take a moment to appreciate the continuity this represents. The stone you've just replaced might have been placed by a mason during the Ming dynasty's early years, and the stone now filling its space might remain in place for another few centuries. Your hands have touched the same surfaces that countless other hands touched before, and countless more will touch after. The work is humble, but the connection to history feels tangible in a way that written records never quite capture. As afternoon slides toward evening, attention shifts to the wooden structures along the wall, the small buildings, gates, and shelters that provide crucial functionality beyond the stone and earth. These structures require their own form of maintenance, following rhythms determined by seasons and weather, rather than the slower pace of stone deterioration. The nearest shelter is a small building, perhaps 10 feet square, with walls of timber and a tiled roof designed to shed rain and snow efficiently. It sits against the wall's inner face, using the massive stone structure as shelter from northern winds. Inside, the space is simple but functional. Storage for emergency supplies, a small raised platform for sleeping, and a brazier for heating during cold weather, with a carefully designed chimney that vents through the roof. Today's work involves replacing some of the roof tiles that cracked during winter freezes. You climb a ladder, checking its stability first, because falls from even modest heights can be serious, and carefully remove the damaged tiles. Each tile overlaps its neighbours in a pattern that creates a waterproof surface, while allowing individual pieces to be replaced without disturbing the entire roof. The system is elegant in its simplicity, proven over centuries of use. The replacement tiles have been fired in the same kilns that produce tiles for village houses, maintaining consistency in colour and texture. They're heavier than they look, and positioning them correctly requires attention to detail. Each tile must sit at the proper angle to channel water away, and the overlap must be sufficient to prevent leaks even in driving rain or melting snow. You work slowly, testing each tile's position before moving to the next. From the roof, you have an interesting perspective on the wall's construction. You can see how the crenellations, those parapet walls on either side, are actually quite complex structures, not simple walls but carefully designed elements that provide protection, while allowing observation and, when necessary, defensive action. The gaps between crenellations are positioned to offer clear sightlines, while remaining narrow enough that someone standing behind them remains largely protected. Other wooden elements dot the wall's length. There are simple gates in some sections, allowing access to paths that descend to villages or water sources. These gates need regular attention. Hinges must be oiled, wood must be treated against rot, and the fit must be checked to ensure they can still close properly. There are also wooden platforms at various points, providing elevated positions for observation, or simply offering level surfaces where the wall itself slopes steeply. The seasonal nature of this maintenance becomes apparent as you work. In spring, attention focuses on repairing winter damage, cracked tiles, warped boards, and fasteners loosened by freeze-thaw cycles. In summer, the concern shifts to protection against sun and insects, with applications of preservative oils and inspection for pest damage. Autumn brings preparation for winter, checking that roofs are sound, that shutters close properly, and that supplies are adequate. Winter itself sees less maintenance activity, with work limited to urgent repairs and daily clearing of snow from critical areas. Youngway joins you on the roof, bringing additional tiles and showing the easy confidence of someone who has never fallen from a height, and thus hasn't yet learned appropriate caution. You subtly position yourself to block his access to the roof's edge, and he doesn't notice or comment. He chatters while working, talking about his plans to perhaps marry next year, maybe start a family, and continue his work on the wall like his father and grandfather before him. His enthusiasm is genuine, and you find yourself slightly envious of his certainty about the future. The sun has moved significantly across the sky by the time the roof work is complete, and you climb down carefully, feeling the day's labour in your shoulders and back. The ladder goes back into storage. A good ladder is valuable and needs protection from weather, and you gather the broken tiles for disposal. They can't be reused, but they'll be buried near the wall, eventually becoming part of the landscape, like everything else that has served its purpose here. Evening finds you in the supply storage area, helping to organise materials for tomorrow's work. This might seem like mundane bookkeeping, but maintaining the wall depends absolutely on having the right materials in the right places at the right times. The logistics of supply management have their own complexity, their own satisfaction. The storage area is actually a series of spaces built into and against the wall itself, taking advantage of the structure's mass and protection. Some storage is in vaulted chambers within the wall's thickness, spaces originally designed for military purposes but now repurposed for peaceful maintenance work. Other supplies live in the wooden structures built against the wall's inner face, protected from weather but accessible when needed. Materials arrive from various sources, following supply chains that connect this remote section of wall to production centres that might be days or weeks away. Lime comes from kilns in the valleys, where limestone is burned in carefully tended fires. Sand is collected from specific riverbeds, chosen for grain size and mineral content. Clay comes from deposits identified and worked over generations. Wood arrives from managed forests, where trees are selectively harvested to maintain the resource for future needs. The accounting system is surprisingly sophisticated, maintained by a clerk who visits every few weeks to update records and arrange for new supplies. He uses a combination of written records and counting rods, the traditional Chinese calculation tool that allows complex arithmetic through rod position and manipulation. Watching him work is fascinating. His fingers move with practiced speed, calculating quantities and costs with an accuracy that matches any written arithmetic. You help count and stack tiles, organising them by size and condition. Damaged tiles get separated for potential reuse. Even broken tiles have value as rubble fill or drainage material. Good tiles are stacked carefully with straw between layers to prevent chipping during storage. The counting becomes almost meditative. 1, 2, 3, 4, continuing in rhythm while your mind wanders to other thoughts. Other supplies receive similar attention. Wooden planks are sorted by length and thickness. Tools are inventoried, and those needing repair are set aside for the village blacksmith's attention. Rope gets inspected for wear, with any showing significant fraying marked for replacement before it fails during use. Iron fittings, hinges, brackets, nails are counted and their condition noted. Even the seemingly infinite supply of basic materials like sand and gravel gets monitored, with orders placed when reserves drop below certain levels. Mrs. Tang, the supply manager, moves through the storage areas with complete confidence in the dark spaces. She knows where everything is kept, how much of everything remains, and what will be needed for the coming week's work. Her memory seems perfect, but you notice she also keeps small notations on wooden tablets, character marks that serve as memory aids and double checks against oversight. She explains to you, as she's explained before, that supply management operates on multiple timeframes simultaneously. There are immediate needs. Tomorrow's mortar requires lime that must be available today. There are seasonal needs. Tiles for winter repairs must be ordered in summer, when kilns are operating and roads are passable. And there are long-term strategic reserves, materials kept against unexpected problems, sudden damage from storms or earthquakes, or interruptions in the normal supply chain. The system has evolved over centuries of trial and error, incorporating hard-won lessons about what works and what doesn't. Storing lime in sealed containers keeps it dry and active. Keeping multiple tool types means work doesn't stop when one breaks. Maintaining relationships with reliable suppliers ensures quality and availability. These aren't written rules so much as practical knowledge passed down through generations of workers. As darkness settles fully over the wall, you finish the inventory work and help secure the storage areas. Doors are closed and latched, not locked. There's little theft here, where everyone knows everyone and community disapproval is powerful enforcement, but secured against wind and animals. The satisfaction of good organisation is real. Tomorrow's work will proceed smoothly, because tonight's preparation was thorough. The next morning brings different work, attention to the earthwork that forms much of the wall's mass and provides its fundamental stability. From a distance, the wall appears to be primarily stone, but this visible surface is actually just the facing on a much larger structure of earth, rubble, and careful engineering. You're working on a section where water drainage has become problematic. The wall's foundation here sits on a relatively impermeable clay layer, and winter runoff has pooled rather than draining away, creating conditions that could undermine the structure's stability. The work required involves both diagnosis and repair, understanding the water's path and redirecting it away from vulnerable areas. Master Lu has brought several workers for this project, understanding that earthwork requires different skills than masonry or carpentry. One older man, his name is Gu, and he's worked on irrigation channels for most of his life, has the knowledge needed to understand how water moves through soil and around obstacles. He walks the area slowly, observing subtle changes in vegetation and soil colour that indicate moisture patterns. The diagnostic process is fascinating to watch. Guo examines where water appears after rain, noting stains on stone and patterns of moss growth. He digs small test holes in several locations, describing what he finds in each: the soil composition, the depth to different layers, and the presence of roots or rocks that might channel or block water flow. He seems to be building a mental map of the subsurface conditions, and eventually he nods to himself and points to where work should focus. The repair involves creating a drainage channel that will intercept water before it reaches the wall's foundation and redirect it to a point where it can safely flow away. This requires digging, not the dramatic excavation you might imagine, but careful, methodical removal of earth, always watching for signs of instability that might indicate the wall itself is being affected by the work. The earth here is a mixture of clay, silt, and small stones, packed hard by centuries of compression. Removing it requires picks to break up the material, followed by shovels to clear it away. The work is physically demanding in a way that's different from stone or woodwork. Less precision required, but more sustained physical effort. You take turns with the digging, switching places every 15 or 20 minutes to prevent exhaustion. As you dig, you encounter layers that tell stories about the wall's history. A layer of charcoal indicates a fire, probably from a brazier or cooking fire long ago. Fragments of pottery show where someone broke a vessel, and the pieces ended up in fill material. Bones from meals eaten by previous generations of workers appear occasionally, usually chicken or pig, disposed of in the most convenient way available. The drainage channel takes shape gradually. A shallow ditch lined with stones to prevent erosion, graded to ensure water flows in the intended direction, and designed to handle not just typical runoff, but also the larger volumes that come with spring snowmelt or summer storms. Master Liu checks the grade using the same water level tool employed for stonework, ensuring that the channel will function as intended, rather than simply moving the problem to a different location. Once the channel is excavated and lined, attention turns to protecting it against damage. The channel gets covered with flat stones laid loosely enough that water can still enter, but animals or cartwheels won't collapse the structure. Vegetation will be encouraged to grow along its edges, with roots helping to stabilise the soil, while the plants themselves indicate that drainage is working properly. The work extends into the afternoon, with breaks for water and simple food, more rice cakes, some dried fruit, and tea that somehow stays warm in Mrs. Tang's pottery container, despite the cool air temperature. The group works with the easy coordination of people who have collaborated frequently, understanding without much discussion who should do what and when. By late afternoon, the drainage work is complete, and you spend time restoring the area around the worksite to something approximating its previous appearance. Excess earth gets spread rather than left in piles, stones are returned to approximately where they came from, and the trampled vegetation is encouraged to stand upright again. The goal is to make the repair as invisible as possible, while ensuring it functions effectively. As evening approaches and work winds down, you find yourself sitting on the wall with several other workers, eating dinner and sharing the comfortable silence that comes after a day of shared labour. But conversation eventually starts, and stories begin to emerge, the human experiences that give meaning to the physical work. Old Zhao, the most senior worker present, talks about his grandfather, who worked this same section of the wall during the previous century. The stories are matter of fact rather than dramatic, small incidents and daily routines rather than heroic events. His grandfather apparently had a talent for predicting weather by observing clouds and wind patterns, a skill that helped the work crews plan their activities and take shelter before storms arrived. The conversation meanders through family histories, and you realise that many of the workers are connected through complicated webs of relationships. Wei's mother was Zhao's cousin. Mrs. Tang's late husband was the brother of the village headman. Your own connection to this place came through an uncle who worked here, and suggested you apply when you needed employment years ago. These relationships create a sense of continuity and mutual obligation that goes beyond mere employment. Someone mentions a storm from several years back. You remember it vaguely, a late summer tempest that brought winds strong enough to strip tiles from roofs and flood the drainage channels that normally handle water easily. The wall itself suffered minor damage, but the wooden structures took heavy losses, and the recovery work dominated several months. The memory is shared among those who were present, with each person adding details that others had forgotten or experienced differently. The stories aren't all serious. There's the time that young Wei, in his first month of work, accidentally knocked a bucket of fresh mortar off the wall, and it landed, with remarkable precision, directly on Master Lu's head as he walked below. The incident was apparently spectacular, with mortar splattered widely enough that evidence remained visible for weeks despite cleaning efforts. Wei takes the teasing good-naturedly, though he still looks slightly mortified years later. There are older stories, passed down through generations of workers, a tale about a guardian who supposedly saw a dragon in the mist one morning. Though everyone agrees it was probably just an unusually shaped cloud formation, they enjoy the story anyway. A legend about a stretch of wall that was completed in record time because the workers discovered a natural spring that saved days of water hauling. Stories about visitors who came to inspect the wall, minor officials mostly, who asked obvious questions and then left without contributing anything useful. The conversation drifts to families and children, the universal concerns that connect workers across time and place. Zhao's granddaughter is learning to read, which he finds simultaneously impressive and slightly mysterious, having never learned himself. Wei talks again about his marriage plans, earning gentle teasing about his romantic optimism. Someone mentions a new baby born in the village, marvelling at how small humans start and how quickly they grow. As stars begin appearing in the darkening sky, the conversation grows quieter and more reflective. Someone mentions that this work, maintaining the wall, is a strange sort of immortality. The individual workers come and go, living their brief lives, but the wall continues, and the work continues, connecting generations through shared purpose. Your own hands repair work done by hands that turned to dust centuries ago, and hands not yet born will repair your work in turn. The final day of this particular work cycle brings a different perspective, a chance to step back from immediate tasks and consider the larger picture of what this work means and why it continues despite the fact that the wall's military purpose has largely faded. You're walking a longer section of the wall than usual, accompanying Master Lu on an inspection tour that covers several miles. The walk itself is peaceful, with morning mist still filling the valleys below and the sun just beginning to warm the stone beneath your feet. Master Lu points out various features as you go, sharing knowledge accumulated over decades of careful observation. He shows you how to identify sections built during different periods by subtle differences in construction technique. Earlier sections tend to use larger stones with less regular shapes, while later construction shows more standardization, more precise cutting, and more sophisticated mortar. He points out repairs made by previous generations of maintenance workers, explaining how you can often identify individual masons by their characteristic patterns. One person always pointed their joints in a particular way, another favoured slightly recessed mortar, and a third had a distinctive signature in how they shaped cornerstones. The wall itself tells a story of technological evolution and accumulated knowledge. Drainage systems become more sophisticated in later sections, incorporating lessons learned from earlier failures. Foundation work shows increasing understanding of soil mechanics and water management. Even the simple details, how steps are shaped, how parapets are capped, how doors are hung, show incremental improvements based on practical experience. Master Lu talks about his own role in this continuity, how he learned from his predecessor and is now teaching the next generation. The knowledge isn't recorded in books or formal documents. There are no written manuals for wall maintenance, but rather passes directly from experienced workers to apprentices through demonstration, correction, and patient explanation. He worries sometimes, he admits, that crucial knowledge might be lost if the chain of transmission breaks, if the work is interrupted long enough that living memory fades. But he's also optimistic, pointing out that the fundamental principles of good construction and maintenance are actually quite simple. Use quality materials, pay attention to drainage, address small problems before they become large, and maintain respect for the structure you're working on. These principles remain valid regardless of changing political circumstances or social conditions, ensuring that whoever works on the wall in the future will be able to figure out what needs doing. The walk brings you to a section where the wall ends, or at least where this particular section transitions to a different construction style managed by different work crews. The boundary is marked by a watchtower slightly larger than usual, serving as an administrative division point as well as a structural element. You rest here, eating a simple lunch and looking back along the wall's length, seeing it curve away into the distance until it disappears over a ridge. From this vantage point, the wall seems less like a single structure, and more like a geographical feature, something that has always been part of the landscape and always will be. The distinction between natural and artificial blurs, the wall follows the terrain so faithfully that it seems to grow from the mountains rather than being imposed upon them. This integration, Master Liu suggests, is part of what makes the structure endure. It works with the landscape rather than against it, accepting the land's movement and adjustment rather than rigidly resisting change. The afternoon brings reflection on what this work means in personal terms. For you, it's been employment certainly, and purpose, the satisfaction of doing something well, of maintaining something important. But it's also been community, connection to other people and to history, and a kind of meditation on impermanence and continuity. Every stone you've replaced, every joint you've repointed, and every drainage channel you've cleared represents a small victory against entropy, against the constant tendency of organised things to become disorganised. You think about the people who will walk this wall in the future, perhaps centuries from now, perhaps longer. They'll see these stones you've touched, walk this path you've maintained, and benefit from drainage channels you've dug and repairs you've made. They won't know your name, won't think about you specifically, but your work will continue serving its purpose long after you're forgotten. This anonymity strangely feels appropriate rather than sad. As the sun begins its descent toward the western mountains, you start the walk back toward your home section, moving at an easy pace that allows attention to surroundings. The evening light transforms the wall's stone, bringing out warm colours that the harsh midday sun washes out. Shadows from crenellations create regular patterns that march along the wall's length. A slight breeze carries the cool breath of approaching night. You pass other workers heading home, exchanging nods and brief words. Everyone looks tired in the good way that comes from physical work completed satisfactorily, and there's quiet contentment in the shared exhaustion. Tomorrow will bring more work, different specific tasks, but the same essential purpose. Keeping the wall standing, functional, and ready for whatever future use it might serve. The village comes into view as you descend, its evening cooking fires beginning to release smoke that rises straight in the still air before dispersing. Children are playing some game involving much running and shouting, their energy seemingly inexhaustible despite the day's end. Someone is singing. You can't make out the words, but the melody carries a gentle melancholy that suits the evening mood. You reach your own home as darkness settles fully, a small structure built against the wall's southern face, sharing one wall with a massive structure that has defined so much of your life. Inside, you light a lamp, its soft glow pushing back the dark enough to prepare a simple meal. The physical tiredness feels good, earned through useful work rather than wasted on pointless activity. Before sleeping, you step outside one more time, looking up at the wall rising behind your home. Stars scatter across the sky, and the wall's silhouette stands solid against their light, exactly as it stood last night and will stand tomorrow night. The constancy is comforting, a reminder that some things persist through human effort and care, maintained by countless individuals working quietly across generations. You think about the work waiting tomorrow. There's always more work, always another section needing attention, always small problems to address before they become large problems. But tonight the work is done, and you can rest with the satisfaction of knowing you've contributed to something larger than yourself, something that will outlast you and everyone you know. Maintained by the quiet dedication of ordinary people doing extraordinary work through simple persistence. The wall will stand through your lifetime and beyond, not through any single heroic effort, but through the accumulated patient attention of workers who understand that maintenance, not drama, keeps important things functioning. And in this understanding lies a deeper truth, that the truly important work of the world happens quietly, without fanfare, performed by people whose names fade into obscurity, but whose efforts echo forward through time, touching lives they'll never know in ways they can't imagine. Sleep comes easily, and the wall stands watch through the night, solid and patient, waiting for tomorrow's attention, ready for another day of careful maintenance by hands that understand their purpose.